After Wang Lin's soul devourer soul killed the 6 Tang family core members, it quickly returned to his body. Wang Lin opened his eyes and pondered for a while. When he was killing that middle-aged man, he saw a figure that shook his heart. If his eyes hadn't fooled him, then that person was Wang Zhua. The woman beside him was the daughter of the middle-aged man. There was clearly some relationship between them. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he put away the restriction flag, bronze mirror, and the devils. Then, he jumped onto the mosquito beast and quickly found the woman that was with Wang Zhua through his divine sense. The direction the woman was walking in wasn't toward Tang Family City, but the country's border. Wang Lin pondered for a while, then chased after her. Tang Xiao was filled with sadness. Although she was running away, she couldn't stop the tears from coming out. She didn't know what became of her father, but she had a feeling that was weighing down her heart so heavily that she could barely breathe. The complex feelings in Wang Zhua's heart became even stronger. Although he felt very good when the Tang family members were killed, he was now feeling a deep sense of concern. Wang Zhua's body shook. He stopped moving and closed his eyes as he recalled his family being killed by the Tang family. Tang Xiao saw that Wang Zhua stopped, so she quickly stopped moving as well. She looked at him while biting her lower lip. Right now, this man, her husband, was the only one she could rely on. After a while, Wang Zhua opened his eyes and viciously slapped himself a few times. He wanted to slap himself away. He wanted to remind himself that the Tang family was his enemy, and that he didn't have any feelings for Tang Xiao. As long as they were from the Tang family, they should die. Tang Xiao quickly moved forward to stop Wang Zhua. Her tears flowed endlessly. Wang Zhua steeled his heart. He waved his arm and threw Tang Xiao to the side. He said, "Leave. From now on, you and I have nothing to do with each other." Tang Xiao looked at Wang Zhua with despair in her eyes. She didn't even realize that she was biting her lip so hard that she was bleeding. She was overflowing with tears as she tried to grab Wang Zhua. But Wang Zhua dodged again and coldly said, "You won't leave? Then I'll go." With that, he started to fly toward the opposite direction. Tang Xiao stared dumbfoundedly at Wang Zhua's back. The despair in her eyes grew even stronger. Her heart felt as if it was being cut by a knife. Her face became red in a sickly way and she coughed out a mouthful of blood. Her face became pale as she tried to steady herself. The truth was, the moment Wang Zhua turned around, he could feel his heart tear open. But thinking about the deaths of all of his family members, he forced himself to steel his heart. At this moment, the pain Wang Zhua was feeling wasn't any less painful than Tang Xiao's. Tang Xiao let out a pitiful smile as she softly called to Wang Zhua, "Don't go." Wang Zhua's body shook. He clenched his fist as he suddenly turned to Tang Xiao and shouted, "Scram!" With that, he quickly sped up and in the blink of an eye, disappeared without a trace. Blood leaked from Tang Xiao's mouth again as she looked at the direction Wang Zhua disappeared to. She let out a bitter smile and confusion filled her eyes. Although the world was large, she didn't know where to go. Of the 2 most important men in the world to her, she didn't know if one was dead or alive and the other abandoned her. For a woman, this wasn't any different than the sky collapsing. Wang Zhua flew more than 10 kilometers away. His hands were bleeding from clenching his fists so hard. Visions of the deaths of his family members filled his mind, but the sight of Tang Xiao's sadness and despair slowly replaced them. After a long time, Wang Zhua landed on the ground. He kneeled facing the direction of his hometown, viciously kowtowed and said, "Father, mother, your son is unfilial." After he finished speaking, he closed his eyes and 2 streams of tears flowed down his cheeks. Then, he got up and quickly went to chase after Tang Xiao. The moment he turned, he felt like he could see his family members, especially his parents, stare at him with painful gazes. They were all pointing at him and calling him a traitor, calling him the bastard son of the Wang family. Wang Zhua's heart had been torn into 2 as he chased after Tang Xiao. Soon he saw the confused Tang Xiao flying. She seemed to notice and turned around, revealing a gentle smile. But the moment the 2 met, a powerful kill intent rushed toward their direction. They saw a youth with white hair that flowed with the wind riding a giant mosquito beast flying toward them. Behind him were countless bodies of the Tang family. The intense smell of blood followed afterwards. Teng Xiao's face became pale. She subconsciously hid behind Wang Zhuo, her body shaking. Wang Zhuo stared at the white-haired youth. His eyes revealed a look of disbelief. You are Wang Lin. Wang Zhuo. Wang Lin jumped off the mosquito beast. He landed before Wang Zhuo and looked at the woman behind him. Wang Zhuo subconsciously hid Teng Xiao and looked at Wang Lin with a complex look. After a long time, he slowly said, I should have already guessed that only you would have the power to get revenge for our family. Wang Lin pondered for a while and softly said, Wang Zhuo, I'm sorry. Wang Zhuo let out a bitter smile and said, If you had said that to me back then, I wouldn't have forgiven you. But right now, we only have one enemy, and that is Tang Huayuan. Wang Lin's eyes became cold as he slowly said, Tang Huayuan won't be able to run away. The entire Teng family won't be able to run away. Teng Xiao's body shook. Although she was terrified, she still asked, My father he. Shut up. Wang Zhuo stopped Teng Xiao from speaking. He calmed himself and said to Wang Lin, She is your sister-in-law. Before Wang Zhuo could finish speaking, Wang Lin blandly said, Your father shouldn't have been named Teng. Teng Xiao's body shook. The gaze she directed at Wang Lin contained deep hatred. The moment Wang Zhuo heard those words, he knew that Wang Lin already knew about Teng Xiao's identity. The complex feelings in his heart became even stronger. Wang Lin pondered for a while. He looked at the horizon and asked, Is Wang Hao still at the Xiandao sect? Wang Zhuo shook his head and bitterly said, He didn't manage to form his core. He is already dead. Wang Lin closed his eyes. He let out a sigh and said, You and her should leave Zhao. With that, he didn't even look back and jumped onto the mosquito beast. Wang Zhuo's series of actions had clearly expressed that he didn't want Teng Xiao to die. Wang Zhuo looked at Wang Lin's figure. His feelings became even more complicated. The death of his family and parents flashed before his eyes. All of them stared at him, calling him a traitor of the Wang family. Wang Zhuo let out a bitter smile as he turned around to look at Teng Xiao. His heart sank as he saw a very deep, hidden feeling of hatred in her eyes. Wang Zhuo pondered for a bit. His eyes became soft as he gently said, Xiao, let us go. With that, his right handle gently touched her hair. Teng Xiao was startled and then started to cry again. For all the time they had been together, this was the first time Wang Zhuo called her Xiao. However, her smile at the next moment froze, because Wang Zhuo's hand was on her Tianlin. With a surge of his spiritual energy, he ended his wife's life. Teng Xiao died without any pain. She died in the arms of her lover. Holding the corpse of his wife, Wang Zhuo's eyes were filled with sorrow. He looked at the direction Wang Lin disappeared toward and said, Wang Lin, I won't become a traitor of the Wang family, and I won't allow a shred of the Tang family bloodline to remain. With that, he kneeled toward the direction of his hometown and kowtowed a few times. He hit his forehead with his palm, ending all of the life in his body. Blood leaked from his mouth as he fell to the ground looking at his wife. Xiao, don't be scared. I'll accompany you. Wang Lin was standing on the mosquito beast as his body suddenly quivered. He could clearly feel the light representing Wang Zhuo in his divine sense disappear. He pondered for a bit. Then his body disappeared from the top of the mosquito beast. When he appeared, he was standing next to Wang Zhuo's body. Wang Lin looked at Wang Zhuo's body with a complex feeling in his heart. He understood that Wang Zhuo was torn between his family and lover, and in the end could only kill his lover with his own hands to end the guilt toward his family. At the same time, after his wife died, he killed himself to fulfill his love for his wife. Wang Lin pondered for a while, then pointed his finger at Wang Zhuo's brow. Gradually, a weak soul fire that could be extinguished at any time appeared in Wang Lin's hand. He let out a sigh and disappeared from the spot. In the northeastern part of the capital city, there was a large house that belonged to the Wang family. A white-haired youth appeared inside the Wang family household. The youth walked through the house as if he was transparent. None of the servants seemed to notice him. After the white-haired youth walked inside the house for a while, he stopped before a building. Inside sat a woman whose stomach had a bulge. She was clearly pregnant. The youth looked for a while, then took out a ball of white light. He let out a sigh as he threw out the white light. The white light entered the woman's stomach. The not completely formed baby that hadn't produced its own soul yet gradually fused with the white light. This person will step into the cultivation world in the future. Maybe we will have another chance to meet in the future. The youth muttered to himself as he left. Hongyu Mountain Range, Xiandao Sect. The back mountain, where Wang Lin trained before, was dotted with countless man-made caves. At the top of the mountain was the only natural cave on the mountain, and Punanzi was cultivating inside it. His appearance hadn't changed a bit in the past 400 years. Dripping sounds echoed inside the cave as water dripped from the ceiling. For a long time, a strange light shone from Punanzi's face that changed back and forth. Gradually, he opened his eyes. They shined as if they contained stars. Punanzi raised his right hand and formed a seal. His expression remained neutral. Then, he waved his right hand forward and the stone before him suddenly began to shine. Soon, 10 points of light appeared on the rock wall. However, the moment the 10 points of light appeared, 6 of them immediately dimmed, then disappeared. Punanzi's face slightly twitched and his expression slightly darkened. The air around him suddenly slowed down and soon, even water stopped dripping from the ceiling. If any spirit-severing cultivators were around, their eyes would light up, because affecting the fluctuations of the surrounding spiritual energy to use certain techniques was something only spirit-severing cultivators could do. Punanzi was at the edge of the spirit-severing stage. To him, it was not far away at all. The only thing that separated him from the spirit-severing stage was a paper-thin barrier, and all he needed to do was find the right place to poke through. Punanzi stared at the points of lights on the wall. After a long time, he sighed and said, "Tang Huayuan, who did you offend to bring such disaster upon yourself? If it wasn't for the fact that Lord Shi specifically wanted to use the Tang family as an experiment, this old man really wouldn't want to deal with any of your Tang family affairs." Punanzi's face became gloomy. Even he didn't know what it was about the Tang family that made Lord Shi pick them. If it wasn't so, then with just the Tang family's resources, there was no way they would suddenly gain 9 nascent soul cultivators, and Tang Huayuan wouldn't suddenly become almost as strong as Punanzi in merely 400 years. He pondered a little, then stood up, waved his sleeves, and disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already at the peak of the Hongyu mountain range. Punanzi got down on one knee, stared at the sky, and formed many different seals with his hand. As the seals formed, more and more clouds appeared, and an invisible pressure slowly built up in the sky. Punanzi then waved his hand and said, "I, Punanzi, from a lower cultivation country, would like to borrow a magic treasure." The moment he said those words, 2 beams of light, red and green, shot out from the Hongyu mountain range. The lights became more and more intense, and all of the spiritual energy in Zhao started to gather at the Hongyu mountain range. The 2 lights landed next to Punanzi. They soon dimmed and revealed their true form. Their true form was 2 magic discs. On the magic disc were 4 blades that emitted a cold light. There were even rifts in space around them. It can easily be said that this wasn't a nascent soul-level magic treasure, and was made by someone spirit-severing or higher. Punanzi respectfully kowtowed a few times before finally imprinting them with his divine sense and carefully placing them in his bag of holding. Only then did he finally relax. He started to emit a powerful killing intent and muttered, "Tang Huayuan, this is the last time I'll help you. If within 100 years the Tang family still doesn't have a spirit-severing cultivator, don't blame me for being ruthless toward the Tang family." With that, he disappeared without a trace. The moment the spirit energy surged, Wang Li noticed it. Although his expression didn't change, his heart sunk. However, he let out a cold snort and charged toward the direction of the last core Tang family member. At the border of the country of Zhao was a very mysterious space. Every time a mortal brought this place up, it would cause fear. Even cultivators are extremely nervous about this place. It was a huge pit of black mud. This was a pit filled with black mud that emitted a smell that stung the nose. No one aside from a few people knew exactly how deep this mud pit really was. Every 100 years, this mud pit would explode, and every explosion was a shocking sight. Most of the time, this was a prohibited place. No matter whether it was mortals, cultivators, or beasts, when they got within certain range of the mud pit, they would be pulled in by a powerful suction force and be buried alive. After a long time, a black fog quietly appeared and covered the whole area. This was considered the most dangerous place in Zhao in the past 400 years. Black mud pit. In the deepest part of this black mud pit was a coffin made of black crystals. This black crystal coffin wasn't covered by black mud. It could be said that there was a thick layer of white bones between the coffin and the black mud. Among these bones were the bones of humans and beasts. These bones belonged to the people that were sucked in over the past 400 years. This place was where the person Teng 8 feared the most cultivated. This was Teng 1's cultivating area. Teng 1 was a legend in the Teng family. This person wasn't a descent of Teng Huayuan. To be exact, he was a younger brother of Teng Huayuan. He was the only core Teng family member that no one dared to challenge and the only person that held the name Teng 1 for the past 400 years. When Wang Lin got within 1,000 kilometers of the mud pit, he noticed what was special about this place. After pondering a little, he decided not to let the mosquito beast continue and flew onward by himself. Almost the moment Wang Lin entered the 1,000-kilometer range of the mud pit, a withered hand reached out from the coffin. Slowly, a skeleton-like man sat up. This person's whole body was black and there were no muscles in his body at all. On his head were only a few patches of hair. The whole person looked very terrifying. In his eyes, a ghostly light gradually lit up. He then slowly raised his head. At the moment, Wang Lin was above the black mud pit. His expression was more serious than it had been before, and his restriction flag was already out and floating next to him. He looked at the mud pit. Without any hesitation, his eyes glowed red and a series of G-realm red lightning bolts shot into the black mud. Deep inside the mud pit, the ghostly light in the eyes of the man in the coffin shined brightly as he watched the series of red lightning bolts land. The man raised his bony hand and touched one of the red lightning bolts. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the red lightning disappeared without a trace and cracks appeared on the man's finger. The man licked his lips. In the ghostly light in his eyes, a powerful urge to fight appeared. He slowly stood up. At that moment, more red lightning bolts landed, but were blocked by his finger. Eventually, all of the red lightning bolts were blocked, but his entire right arm was filled with cracks. He looked at his arm and shook it. It instantly turned to dust. He didn't seem to care at all. His body emitted a powerful will to fight. He let out a smile as he charged upwards. Wang Lin's face was very ugly. He could clearly feel that just now, the red lightning formed by the G-realm was blocked at the cost of only an arm. Something like this has never happened before. Wang Lin could confirm that this person's cultivation level was not spirit-severing yet, but he could block the attack of the G-realm. The moment the man started to dash upward, Wang Lin surrounded the area with the restriction flag without any hesitation. Then, his hand formed a seal and 90 restrictions turned into the shape of dragons and charged toward the mud pit. The skinny man revealed a dumbfounded expression toward the restrictions. He didn't dodge at all and allowed the restrictions to hit his body. Suddenly, countless cracks appeared all over his body. After the last restriction landed, although his body was covered in cracks, he wasn't even slowed down at all. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy as he quickly backed up. His hand formed a seal and pointed to the sky as 90 more restriction flew out. The skinny man looked at the cracks on his body, then at Wang Lin. He licked his lips as he suddenly disappeared from the spot. Without any hesitation, Wang Lin dodged to the side and, with a ripping sound, the edge of Wang Lin's clothes were torn. Right where Wang Lin was before, the skinny man appeared, holding a piece of Wang Lin's clothes. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Wang Lin's scalp tingled as he stared at the skinny man. If he was a breath slower, he would have been hit by the skinny man. His eyes darkened as the restrictions descended once more and charged toward the skinny man. The skinny man once again revealed a dumbfounded expression. He didn't dodge. He simply let the restrictions hit him, causing more cracks to appear on his body. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Before all of the restrictions landed, he spent even more spiritual energy to summon more restrictions to attack. At the same time, his body never stopped as he constantly moved around. While he was controlling the restrictions, countless G-realm red lightning bolts were shot out. That skinny man still didn't move. Only when the G-realm lightning was about to land would he raise his left hand to block. Gradually, more and more cracks appeared on his body, and his left arm started to turn to dust. This was a very strange battle. Wang Lin's battle experience can be said to be very rich, but he has never experienced a battle this strange. Tungwan didn't dodge or block. He just allowed attacks to hit him. However, not even Wang Lin could last long while using all these powerful attacks, especially the G-realm, which damaged his own nascent soul every time he used it. Wang Lin's body disappeared and reappeared 100 meters away. He took out a jade bottle and dumped all of its contents into his mouth to recover his spiritual energy. But at the same time, the skinny man raised his head and moved once again. Wang Lin's sense of danger rang in his head as he quickly dodged to the side. Once again, he barely got out of the way as the skinny man reappeared and attacked. His forehead was filled with sweat as he quickly digested the pills he had just consumed to recover the spiritual energy in his body. He slapped his bag of holding and took out the ancient sword sheath. He then took out a flying sword and pushed it into the sword sheath. Suddenly, the sword energy rushed out from the sword sheath, forming a giant sword, which landed on Tungwan. The skinny man became dumbfounded again as he allowed the sword energy to crash into his body. His body finally wasn't able to withstand all the damage and began to collapse. But just as his whole body was about to collapse, he suddenly seemed to have realized something. He struggled to make his almost collapsed left hand form a seal and said a word that sounded like bones rubbing together. Condense. Suddenly, the body that was about to collapse shined gold and returned to perfect condition. Wang Lin took a deep breath as he stared at the person, unable to say a word. The skinny man's eyes lit up as he stared at Wang Lin with a powerful urge to battle. His hand formed a fist and turned into a blur as he punched toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he immediately backed up. But he quickly found that all of the surrounding spiritual power seemed to have been sucked away by a mysterious power. It even seemed to create an imprisoning power. Wang Lin soon felt his speed decrease drastically under this power. At that moment, Wang Lin's heart quickly calmed down. He hurriedly took out the bronze mirror and pointed it at Tungwan. But the green light released by the bronze mirror had no effect on him. Tungwan's fist hit the bronze mirror. The mirror cracked and released flashes of light. Thanks to that light, the imprisonment surrounding him weakened and he quickly moved out of the area. At the same time, his heart ached as he shouted, "Explode!" A large number of cracks suddenly appeared on the ancient bronze mirror, and then it exploded. This explosion created a huge gust of wind that swept across the area. After the gust of wind passed, Tungwan coughed out a mouthful of golden blood. The moment the blood came out of his mouth, his body looked a lot weaker. He had a panicked expression on his face as he chased after the blood, trying to swallow it. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He didn't hesitate in the slightest as he charged forward instead of backing up. There was something strange about that blood. When Tungwan saw Wang Lin rushing over, he flew even faster and reached out his hands. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he reached out as well. Under the force of both sides, the golden blood split into two halves, each half floating toward one of them. After Tungwan got hold of the golden blood, he quickly swallowed it. Then he stared at Wang Lin and quickly charged at him. Wang Lin grabbed the golden blood and ran off without a word. The two flew very quickly, one after the other. Wang Lin didn't run in a straight line, but circled the area around the mud pit. He had always felt that Tungwan was very strange. When he saw the golden blood, he finally realized something. Although he didn't know what this golden blood was, the memories of the ancient god had something similar. In truth, This golden blood wasn't anything special. It was just similar to the blood of an ancient god, or more accurately, it contained a bit of the blood of an ancient god. Aside from the time he reformed his body, none of Tung One's attacks released any spiritual energy fluctuations at all. His attacks were purely physical. This method no longer belonged to a cultivator. This person was like a puppet that only knew how to use brute force. Tung One was also filled with confusion when it came to Wang Lin's techniques, but under this confusion, there seemed to be a hint of understanding. This person must have cultivated a very strange technique and became like this under the influence of that technique. There were simply too many cultivation methods in the cultivation world for Wang Lin to know them all, but what he guessed was very accurate. The method Tung One cultivated was very similar to the way the ancient gods trained their bodies. This method didn't belong to Zhao, but to the messenger in Heaven's Tower. After cultivating this method, one's divine sense and soul fuse with the body, which was why Wang Lin's Ji realm lost its one-hit kill ability. Wang Lin stared at the golden blood in his hand as his eyes lit up. This person's cultivation method wasn't that of a puppet, but an imitation of the ancient gods. A cold light flashed across Wang Lin's eyes as he slapped his bag of holding and summoned a dark mist. The dark mist turned into 2 puppets. These were 2 of the nascent soul puppets he got from Old Man GMO. Wang Lin flicked his right finger and 2 drops of blood landed on the puppets. Suddenly, the puppets' eyes glowed red as they charged toward Tung One. The puppets attacked with their hands and feet, trying to stop Tung One. Tung One's eyes emitted a ghostly light. He formed a fist and punched one of the puppets. The puppet shook and shattered into pieces. Although his companion was killed, the remaining puppet was unafraid as it continued to attack. Wang Lin took this chance and suddenly stopped. He threw the golden blood into the air. His hand formed a complex seal as he chanted in a complex language. At that moment, even the most educated man would have trouble understanding what Wang Lin was saying, because Wang Lin was speaking in the language of the ancient gods to use a technique. In truth, Wang Lin had a lot of techniques that belonged to the ancient gods in his memories, but without the inheritance of power, it was impossible for him to use any of them. The technique he was using now was one of the few that didn't require the inheritance of power. It only required some blood of the ancient god. After Wang Lin saw the blood, he made the decision to use this technique. As Wang Lin's chant continued, the golden blood began to boil and emit white gas. As more and more white gas escaped, the golden blood condensed into a strange symbol. The moment the symbol appeared, the sky darkened and all of the clouds disappeared as a beam of golden light descended. As the golden light descended, a huge figure composed purely of spiritual energy appeared. This figure was simply large, its head reaching into the sky. As its body solidified, it used a massive amount of spiritual energy from the spirit veins within Zhao. From that day on, 3/5 of the spirit veins became useless. Large amounts of spiritual energy gathered. The remaining 2/5 of the spirit veins gradually lost spiritual energy as well, but the amount of blood used was simply too small, so the giant wasn't able to take physical form and only remained in an illusionary state. Wang Lin's forehead was filled with sweat. Using this technique proved to be a huge burden on his body as the purple star on his forehead rapidly flickered. At the same time, Wang Lin struggled to point his right hand at Tung One, who saw that something was wrong and escaped. Suddenly, the figure nodded and swung his hand toward Tung One, who was running away. The giant hand hit Tung One. Without any time to react, Tung One mysteriously disappeared. In Wang Lin's divine sense, the light representing Tung One dimmed. Shortly after, a drop of golden blood appeared where Tung One disappeared. Wang Lin reached out and the drop of blood flew toward him. At the same time, the giant figure bowed toward Wang Lin, walked into the sunset, and disappeared. The strange symbol formed by the golden blood also disappeared. At that moment, all of the nascent soul cultivators in Zhao noticed this disturbance. Pun Nanzi, who was currently flying, suddenly stopped and his expression changed greatly. He quickly spread out his divine sense to check. At the same time, at Heaven's Tower in the center of Zhao, a fat man opened his eyes mid-cultivation as he stared at Wang Lin's direction with a look of disbelief. This is the giant demon clan's heaven-opening technique. As for Wang Lin, he carefully put the drop of golden blood into his bag of holding and immediately sat down cross-legged. He took out bottles of jade and emptied them into his mouth as he quickly activated the ancient god's tactic to digest them. The remaining puppets stood there, confused, next to Wang Lin, but if anything were to come close, it would attack. After one day, Wang Lin opened his eyes and took a deep breath. If it wasn't for the fact that he had all of those pills, then after using the ancient god's technique, it would take him at least half a month to recover. He stood up, looked at the puppet, and saw that it had taken some damage. According to the jade, the puppet would be able to repair itself. So Wang Lin made a seal and pressed it on the puppet's forehead, and it turned into smoke, which returned to Wang Lin's bag of holding. Wang Lin looked toward where Tung Wan died with a complex look. The Tung family was far more powerful than he had thought. If he couldn't successfully use the ancient god's technique according to his original plan, then he would have to use his final resort. The divine retribution lightning was something he really didn't want to use, because if he used it now, then there was a high chance that his revenge would be stopped short. This sliver of divine retribution lightning was something Wang Lin had prepared to deal with the messenger inside Heaven's Tower. Not only didn't Wang Lin have to use the divine retribution lightning, he gained a drop of the ancient god's blood. Although this drop of blood wasn't very pure and would disappear after one use, it was still enough to save his life once. Wang Lin waved his hand and the restriction flag returned to him. He looked at the flag and decided that once the matter with the Teng family is over, he will have to find a place that can withstand the divine retribution lightning and place the last restriction on the flag. Then, it will reach the first level of completion and its power will increase greatly. It will no longer be like today, where it had almost no effect on the enemy. This was the first time that Wang Lin felt like he simply had too few magic treasures. The explosion of the bronze mirror made him lose another of what little magic treasures he had. At this point, the only magic treasure he really used was the restriction flag and that sword sheath. As for the flying sword, it was now too weak and needed to be refined again. Beyond these three, there were a few others, but they only would be effective in certain circumstances, such as the beast trap that would only be useful when going against powerful beasts. And there was also that mysterious scroll. Although Wang Lin had not used it yet, he could feel a sensation from the scroll every time he took it out. He felt like there was a powerful life form inside it and that he should not casually open it. Of course, he still had other magic treasures, but they were too weak. Wang Lin pondered for a little, then took out 3 bags of holding. The sense of danger from the lack of magic treasures made it so that he couldn't help but take a look at these 3 bags. Through this battle, Wang Lin realized that the G realm wasn't invincible. There were things in this world that could resist or even counter it. Of course, if he could cultivate the G realm to its peak, then it was not an issue, but cultivating the G realm was simply too hard. As a result, magic treasures became very important. He didn't want to place all of his hope on his G realm, because if his G realm ever becomes ineffective, then all will be for nothing. Staring at the 3 bags of holding, Wang Lin took a deep breath. He waved the restriction flag and it surrounded the area in black smoke. Then, he pointed at his brow and the 2 devils came out to guard him. After hesitating a bit, he didn't call out the puppet. The puppet had suffered damage in the battle with Tung Wan and was no longer fit to guard. After doing all that, Wang Lin became serious and picked up a bag of holding. This bag of holding belonged to Ancient Emperor. The word Lan was embroidered on the bag. Wang Lin pondered a little, then the spiritual energy in his body surged. The avatar that was acting as his nascent soul opened its eyes and slivers of spiritual pressure emitted from his body as his right hand slowly moved toward the bag. The moment his hand touched the bag, a powerful force resisted him. His heart sank as he realized that Ancient Emperor wasn't dead. He took a deep breath and pressed his hand on the bag. With each press, a sliver of Ancient Emperor's divine sense was removed. But it is very slow, and at the same time, the backlash Wang Lin felt increased. After half an hour, Wang Lin's forehead was filled with sweat. He took a deep breath and took out a few pills to help stabilize his body. He clenched his teeth, activated his G realm in his right hand, and pressed it on the bag along with his spiritual energy. This time, the speed increased greatly, But Wang Lin's spiritual energy consumption increased too. After he consumed several bottles of pills, a white light suddenly peered out from the bag of holding and dissipated. Wang Lin relaxed and revealed an excited expression. He quickly scanned the bag with his divine sense, but he soon revealed a weird expression. There were very few things inside the ancient emperor's bag of holding. Aside from 2 top-quality spirit stones, there was only an ancient sword sheath. Wang Lin took out the sword sheath. He looked at the sword sheath for a long time, then his brow tightened. This sword sheath looked exactly like the one he had, only the symbol was different. After hesitating for a bit, Wang Lin took out his own sword sheath. Just as he was about to compare the 2 sword sheaths, the symbol on both sheaths began to glow. After a long time, the light slowly disappeared. Wang Lin stared at the sword sheaths. In his heart, he felt that there was some secret about the sword sheaths. He looking at them for a while, then put away the 2 sword sheaths. He then slapped ancient emperor's bag of holding and it turned into dust. Wang Lin sighed. After putting so much effort into opening up the bag of holding to only receive this strange thing, he wasn't sure if he should rejoice or feel helpless. He hesitated for a while and looked at the other 2 bags of holding. One of them belonged to the mysterious mummy in the battle temple of Hofun. The other contained more than 10 magic treasures. These belonged to those ancient cultivators from the land of the ancient gods. However, they were too powerful. Wang Lin tried all he could and he only managed to take control of the bronze mirror. However, the bronze mirror didn't seem that powerful, which confused him. He picked up this bag of holding and scanned it with his divine sense. The protective barrier on these magic treasures were still active and they were not something Wang Lin could break through. Wang Lin felt like he was looking at a mountain of treasures, but he couldn't get them no matter what. After letting out a sigh, Wang Lin took out a bag of holding and scanned it with his divine sense. He felt a resistance, so Wang Lin clenched his teeth and used all of his spiritual energy and G realm to wipe the divine sense off the bag. But the moment his spiritual energy touched the bag, his body shook and he felt his own consciousness move far away. He saw a familiar area before him as an evil-looking young man flew at a speed that Wang Lin couldn't believe was possible. The youth suddenly stopped. He raised his head and his eyes turned cold as he said, "You won't be able to run away." Wang Lin's thoughts turned into a mess. He hesitated for a bit and his eyes turned cold. Although he couldn't see through the youth's cultivation level, based on that speed, the evil-looking youth's cultivation level was far above his. Wang Lin especially noticed that the land the youth was flying over was the Sea of Devils. Clearly, the evil-looking youth was that mummy in Hofun. Since Wang Lin took his bag of holding, he was here to get it back. If the person didn't reveal killing intent, then Wang Lin wouldn't mind giving back the bag of holding. However, since that person released a powerful killing intent, that meant that even if Wang Lin gave back the bag of holding, he wouldn't be forgiven. As a result, Wang Lin's heart couldn't help but sink. He hesitated for a while and immediately increased the power of his spiritual energy and G realm to wipe away the divine sense. Time slowly passed. Although the divine sense on the bag of holding slowly disappeared, at this speed, it would take a few hundred years to completely remove it. Wang Lin pondered for a while. His eyes lit up as he came up with an idea, but it was not the time to put that plan to action yet. He knew that he was short on time and immediately stood up. He looked toward the direction of Tang Family City as his eyes grew cold. He muttered, "Tang Huayuan, I'm coming." In these past few days, almost every one of the Tang family members had arrived at Tang Family City. They thought that it was the only safe place. Tang Huayuan looked at all of his Tang family members gathered here and became even more gloomy. He knew that Wang Lin must already be on the way here. The entire Tang Family City was in a state of panic. After the Tang family members entered Tang Family City, they immediately found the reason why the Tang ancestor hadn't gone out to kill that person. It was not that he didn't want to leave, but the area 10,000 kilometers around the Tang Family City was surrounded by a restriction that allowed people to enter, but not leave. As a result, panic spread throughout the city. At the same time, rumors of the mysterious killer spread through the Tang family. Almost every one of the Tang family members were speculating about what kind of grudge this mysterious person had with the Tang family that made him want to exterminate the entire family. Various versions of the story spread between the Tang family members. There were even some versions that were very close to the truth. Although Tang Huayuan tried to stop the rumors under this state of panic, it was not something that people could stop. Gradually, the fear among the Tang family became even worse. This sunny and cloudless day was the 9th day after the killing of the Tang family began. In the entire country of Zhao, any location that had been occupied by Tang family members had no more Tang family members. They had all either been killed or had fled to Tang family city. This was the day that the Tang family will be wiped out. Even hundreds of years from now, when people of Zhao talk about this day, they will shiver. This day was the day that the entire balance of power in Zhao changed. It was also the day that a river of blood flowed in Zhao. On this day, the blood from Tang family city was enough to cover the earth. Also, this day was also the day that everyone in Zhao heard the name Wang Lin, the white-haired cultivator that caused everyone's hearts to turn cold. At the same time, it was also when Wang Lin's name replaced Pan Nanzi's as the #1 cultivator in Zhao and when the older generation fell. Early morning, tens of thousands of kilometers from Tang family city, Wang Lin was flying on the mosquito beast. Although the bodies behind him had started to rot, under the effect of his technique, the heads remained in perfect condition. This was because Wang Lin had made the promise to build a tower out of the Tang family members' heads. Wang Lin wasn't very fast. He looked toward Tang family city with eyes filled with killing intent and regret. 400 years ago, he was forced by Tang Huayuan to self-destruct and nearly died. On this day, 400 years later, he has returned with a monstrous killing intent. He had waited 400 years for this day. Wang Lin jumped down from the mosquito beast 10,000 kilometers from Tang family city. He coldly looked at Tang family city. Then, he slowly took the dragon banner and laid each body on the ground. If it was a full body, he would cut the head off. He did this quickly. His actions were clean and merciless. Gradually, a number of heads piled up before him. They all had various expressions. But the one thing in common was the unwillingness and fear on each face. As the heads piled up, the hatred in the air grew. Cold winds started to blow and even the sky seemed to have darkened a bit. A large tower made out of human heads gradually grew. This was a tower made out of only Tang family members' heads. Anyone who saw this would shiver. Wang Lin put the last head at the top of the tower. He waved his hand and the tower followed behind him as he slowly walked into the restriction that covered the 10,000-kilometer radius of Tang family city. Tang Huayuan, I, Wang Lin, am here. Today, no one will be left alive. I won't stop until I die. A voice filled with hate transmitted toward Tang family city. Before that moment, the Tang family had never before been in silence. But the silence was soon replaced by screams of fear. At almost the exact same time, some of the experts of the Tang family noticed the giant tower made of heads. Gradually, more and more people saw the tower and the fear instantly spread. Tang Huayan stood on top of the inner wall with a gloomy face. At his side were 4 people. These were the last 4 remaining nascent soul cultivators of the Tang family. The 4 disappeared under the order of Tang Huayuan. When they reappeared, they were already 1,000 feet away from Wang Lin. They quickly took out their magic treasures and used them against Wang Lin. How could Wang Lin's vengeance be stopped by just the 4 of them? Although Wang Lin looked calm, there was a sliver of madness in his heart. Today, he will vent these past 400 years of anger. Today will become a madman, a bloodthirsty madman. Almost without any hesitation, the moment the 4 nascent soul cultivators appeared, Wang Lin's G realm moved. Thanks to a series of red lightning bolts, the 4 nascent soul cultivators let out miserable screams before they could even use their magic treasures. The G realm formed a cage and trapped the 4 nascent soul cultivators. At the same time, Wang Lin rushed into the cage. His hand moved like a knife and cut off that person's head. He then kicked the head toward the tower. The tower of heads gained another head. Blood spouted out like a fountain and spread all over the ground. Wang Lin suddenly turned. A flying sword had appeared in his hand. The attack of the flying sword made another head fall to the ground. The Tower of Heads gained another head. This all happened very quickly. In almost an instant, 2 of the 4 had died. The other 2 were trapped inside the cage, unable to resist. Filled with intense hatred, Wang Lin shouted, "Kill!" The G-Realm cage closed in and cut through the remaining 2 nascent soul cultivators. Blood rained down along with chunks of meat. However, under Wang Lin's control, their heads remained intact. The Tower of Heads gained another 2 heads. After killing the 4 people, Wang Lin stood straight up as he looked toward Teng Huayuan with a cruel smile. When he saw that smile, Teng Huayuan's heart became very cold. For nascent soul cultivators were so easily killed. What level of cultivation had this Wang Lin reached? Teng Huayuan's scalp tingled. His previous assumption was incorrect. The restriction around the city wasn't set by someone else, but by this fiend. Teng Huayuan, I'm here. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with hatred, but his actions were very calm. He even smiled. As he was speaking, his right hand reached out and turned into a giant hand. He swept the hand across the city and grabbed more than a dozen people while they screamed in fear. Among these people were males and female cultivators and mortals. The moment Wang Lin's words came out, he squeezed with his hand and all of their bodies exploded, leaving only their heads intact. Blood dripped all over Teng family city. One drop even landed on Teng Huayan's face, causing him to tremble. The Tower of Heads gained another 19 heads. Wang Lin, a huge killing intent emitted from Teng Huayuan. He waved his hand. Suddenly, a golden flag appeared in his grasp. With a swing, the flag released a gas. The gas turned into a giant skull. The skull let out a roar and charged toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression remained calm as he slapped his bag of holding and took out a soul flag. He shook the flag and thousands of screaming souls floated out. Teng Huayuan, back then you threatened me with the souls of my family. Today I will repay you in the same way. You can devour as many of them as you like. It will be a great loss, but I won't be heartbroken over it. Wang Lin's voice was dull, but as he was speaking, he waved his right hand and over 100 Teng family members floated into the air. No matter how much they struggled, it was futile. This time, Teng Huayuan let out a roar as he waved his hand and a strange gust of wind flew out, trying to cut off Wang Lin's technique. Wang Lin sneered. His G-realm shot out. The moment it hit, the strange wind dissipated. Wang Lin clenched his right hand and over 100 people exploded. Blood rained from the sky. This time, none of the Teng family members were able to withstand this kind of tension. No one knew who did it first, but everyone scattered on their flying swords in all directions. Wang Lin let out a cruel smile. He pointed his finger into the air and the thousands of souls of the Teng family charged toward the escaping Teng family members to devour them. Teng Huayuan's body moved. He clenched his teeth and waved his flag. The golden skull turned into over 1,000 skulls and charged toward those souls. Teng Huayuan's heart was bleeding. This was no different than killing his family members himself. Wang Lin's body disappeared and reappeared next to an escaping Teng family member. This was a youth. He was only at the 3rd layer of qi condensation. Only 3 days ago he felt proud to be named Teng. But now, he only wished he had nothing to do with the Teng family. However, he never had a chance. The last thing he saw was the white-haired youth that struck fear into his heart. A cold hand reached out to his neck and snapped it. After killing one person, Wang Lin disappeared and reappeared next to another Teng family member. Although this person was a very enchanting girl, to Wang Lin, she was only a dead person. Wang Lin wouldn't show any mercy just because she was a girl, because the Teng family couldn't live in same world as the Wang family. After crushing her neck, Wang Lin disappeared again. Teng Huayuan let out a roar and charged forward. However, he was a bit slower than Wang Lin, so every time he tried to intercept Wang Lin, he only saw the Teng family losing another member. This situation of watching your family members die one by one while being unable to do anything was about to drive Teng Huayuan mad. At that moment, he suddenly saw Wang Lin appear next to a young boy. This was the 7th-generation grandson who he personally saw growing up. No! Tang Huayuan's eyes were red and he charged forward. Wang Lin coldly looked at Tang Huayuan, who was charging over, as he pressed his hand on the boy's forehead. The boy looked at Wang Lin with hatred as Wang Lin sent spiritual energy into his hand, causing the boy to explode into a bloody mess. In your next life, don't be named Tang. After Wang Lin was finished killing, he disappeared again. Tang Huayuan stared dumbfoundedly at the bloody mess that was his grandson. Then he let out a painful roar. Wang Lin! Wang Lin's body reappeared 1,000 feet away. He said, "Does it hurt? Back then, when you killed my family, my heart also hurt." With that, he randomly slapped the air with his right hand and a Tang family member who was running away in panic turned into mush. Tang Huayuan ferociously roared, "I killed your entire family because you killed my grandson? Tang Li, nonsense. Is only your Tang family allowed kill people? Can't others resist?" Wang Lin let out a cold laugh. He slapped his bag of holding and more than 10 flying swords came out. Once again, dozens more died before Tang Huayuan. Tang Huayuan clenched his fist. He waved the flag and all of the golden skulls flew toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding and the restriction flag appeared in his hand. With a wave, black smoke appeared and completely trapped the golden skulls. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he asked, "Tang Huayuan, how did you find my hometown?" Tang Huayuan's expression changed as he stared at Wang Lin with deep hatred and said, "You will never know." Wang Lin's face sank. He waved his hand and more than 10 restrictions flew out. More than 100 Tang family members screamed as they died. "Are you going to talk?" Tang Huayuan slapped his bag of holding and a giant sword flew out. The sword looked very ancient. He bit the tip of his tongue and spat out fresh blood. His entire body looked weaker afterwards, but the large sword started glowing and flew towards Wang Lin like lightning. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. The moment the giant sword flew out, his G realm moved. A series of red lightning bolts shot out and surrounded the sword in an instant. After a series of cracking sounds, the giant sword slowly broke down. In the end, the G realm was used up and the giant sword turned to dust. Wang Lin reached for his bag of holding and took out several nascent souls that he had gotten from Tang family members. He consumed them to quickly recover the used-up energy. Tang Huayuan stared dumbfoundedly at where the sword disappeared. His entire person suddenly became older. Wang Lin formed a seal with his right hand. He pressed it on his forehead and the devil Su Ligua and the third devil quickly flew out. Under Wang Lin's command, they let out excited roars and charged toward the Tang family members. In the blink of an eye, several more people screamed miserably as they died. Every scream caused Tang Huayuan's body to tremble. "Are you going to talk?" Wang Lin's voice was as cold as ice. Tang Huayuan took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Wang Lin's face had no expression. He didn't even look at Tang Huayuan as his hands formed seals and he sent out a restriction. The restriction that surrounded Tang family city slowly shrank. The people that made it to the edge of the restriction looked at it in despair. When they saw the walls closing in, the Tang family members split into 2 groups. One group completely gave up while the eyes of the people in the other group grew red and they charged toward Wang Lin with their magic treasures like moths to a flame. More and more Tang family members charged toward Wang Lin. However, whenever they got within 1,000 feet of Wang Lin, they would be hit by a restriction. Their bodies would explode, creating a rain of blood that fell to the ground. His family's miserable screams entered Tang Huayuan's ears. His body trembled violently and his heart was filled with grief. He wanted to resist, but not even the magic treasure gifted by the higher-rank cultivation country was of any use. Tang Huayuan's appearance became even older. He no longer had the majestic complexion he once had. The only thing left was an old man who couldn't do anything as he watched his family die. "I'll speak." Tang Huayuan revealed a deep hatred in his eyes as he looked at Wang Lin and said, word for word, "Since my Tang family has met with such disaster, then no one else should think of getting away either. Back then, it was the Piao Miao Sex Gao Qiming who used his heaven calculation skill to help me find the Wang family. It was him. Go find him. He is the first ancestor of the Piao Miao sect. His word is law at the Piao Miao sect. Gao Qiming. Wang Lin stared at Teng Huayuan. It didn't matter if Teng Huayuan was lying or not. Wang Lin remembered this name. Looking at Teng Huayuan, Wang Lin's gaze suddenly shifted into the distance. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He waved his hand and the restriction that was slowly shrinking suddenly started to close in a lot faster. It went from 10,000 kilometers away to only few kilometers away in an instant. During the process, the people that died weren't even able to let out screams. At the same time, the heads flew one by one due to the effect of some mysterious force and landed on the Tower of Heads. The tower was now so tall it touched the sky. At this point, everyone in the Teng family, besides Teng Huayuan, had died. On the ground, the blood flowed like a river. The thick stench of blood was in the air. While staring dumbfoundedly at the scene before him, Teng Huayuan suddenly started to laugh. His laugh was filled with sorrow as two streams of blood flowed down his cheeks. Wang Lin calmly looked at Teng Huayuan. After a long time, Teng Huayuan took a deep breath. He raised his head toward Wang Lin. His voice was filled with a sense of indignation as he said, "Good, good. From now on, the grudge between your Wang family and my Teng family is gone. I killed your entire family and you killed my family. It is karma, it really is. Wang Lin, you can kill me now." Wang Lin raised his right hand. His finger radiated a golden light. He moved the spiritual energy in his body to gather at his fingertip. But just at that moment, a loud roar came from the distance. "Stop!" Hearing this voice, Teng Huayuan immediately recognized that it was Pan Nanzi. He became excited and knew that he might have a chance to live today. His gaze toward Wang Lin was now filled with killing intent. His urge to live suddenly kicked in. If he had a sliver of a chance to live, then he wouldn't allow himself to be killed so easily. What grudge between the two families was gone. He only said it because he thought that he was going to die for sure. If he survives today, he will have to find a way to reach the spirit-severing stage no matter the cost so that he could kill Wang Lin as cruelly as possible to get revenge. However, he thought too highly of Pan Nanzi and underestimated Wang Lin. Wang Lin's divine sense was as powerful as a spirit-severing cultivator's divine sense. How could he not notice Pan Nanzi from far away and let Pan Nanzi stop him? The moment Pan Nanzi appeared, Wang Lin flicked the golden light on his finger onto Teng Huayuan's forehead and killed him. It was indeed as Teng Huayuan said. The grudge between the Teng family and Wang family was gone. The Teng family was now completely wiped out from this world. Pan Nanzi's figure suddenly appeared before him. He looked at all of the blood on the ground, at the body of Teng Huayuan, whose face had just gained a hint of an urge to live, and finally at the Tower of Heads. He couldn't help but shiver. He barely hesitated to form a seal with his hand. Beams of green and red light shot out from his bag of holding. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he stared at Pan Nanzi and said, "You're late." Pan Nanzi looked at Wang Lin. He was stunned. After carefully looking at Wang Lin, he said, You are a disciple of the Hangyu sect." Wang Lin looked at Pan Nanzi and without a word, his G realm shot out. However, just as the red lightning bolt arrived before Pan Nanzi, the green and red lights formed a shield before him. The moment the G realm landed, the two lights shone brightly. Ultimately, the two lights managed to block the G realm, but their lights dimmed greatly. Pan Nanzi's expression changed greatly. Without wasting a moment, he bit the tip of his tongue and spat blood onto the green and red lights. Pan Nanzi pointed at Wang Lin and shouted, "Go!" Suddenly, the green and red lights darted forward. The space around them tore as they moved. Wang Lin's right hand pointed and all of the restrictions in the restriction flags came out in the shape of dragons to stop the advancement of the green and red lights. But the quality of the green and red lights was extremely high. The restrictions were only able to slow it down a bit, not stop it. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as his G realm appeared again. His target wasn't the green and red lights. It was Pan Nanzi. Pan Nanzi's expression changed greatly. Just as Pan Nanzi was facing a life and death situation, A giant hand appeared out of nowhere and grabbed the G-realm lightning. The hand lightly squeezed and the red lightning bolt was destroyed, but at the same time, the giant hand shook and let out a soft grunt. Soon, a middle-aged man wearing luxurious clothes over a somewhat fat belly appeared before Pananzi. He looked at Wang Lin and was startled, but soon revealed a look of ecstasy and said, "So it was you." With that, he waved his right hand and the green and red lights quickly returned and flew around him. After the middle-aged man appeared, Pananzi relaxed a bit. He bowed and said, "Greetings, Lord Messenger." Although Pananzi relaxed a lot, his scalp was still tingling. He didn't know what kind of magic treasure that red lightning was, but when it closed in, he felt like he could die instantly. That sense of danger was something that he had only felt from the foreign battleground before. He didn't have any doubt that if the Lord Messenger hadn't appeared, he would have been a corpse right now. He looked at Wang Lin. Aside from a deep sense of fear, there was also a sense of regret. The middle-aged man stared at Wang Lin and slowly said, "I can't believe you didn't die and in just a short 400 years reached such a high cultivation level. Very good. Hand over the heaven-defying bead and I'll spare your life. I'll let you become the #1 person in Zhao. How's that sound?" Wang Lin's expression was calm. This person's appearance was within his calculations. He felt this person's presence when he was 10,000 kilometers away. This person was the messenger from Heaven's Tower, someone from a rank 4 country. Wang Lin guessed that his cultivation level was spirit-severing. If he wasn't spirit-severing, then how could he so easily destroy the G-realm lightning? This person knowing that Wang Lin had the heaven-defying bead was also something that he had considered in his plan for revenge. So when he was in Zhao, he kept the entire country covered in his divine sense. That way, with his spirit-severing level divine sense, no one would be able to identify him. And no one could lock onto him with their divine sense. That was why this messenger never came out to find him during his killing spree. In fact, the middle-aged man had felt a headache in these past few days because no matter how much he scanned Zhao with his divine sense, he couldn't find the person that was killing all of the Tung family members. Unless that person's divine sense was more powerful than Wang Lin's, it was impossible to sense him. It has to be said, although his cultivation level hadn't increased in the past 400 years, only in the early stage of spirit severing, no one in Zhao could surpass him. He never could have guessed that although Wang Lin's cultivation level was only at the early stage of nascent soul, Wang Lin's divine sense was as powerful as a late-stage spirit-severing cultivator's divine sense. Even if that messenger from the giant demon sect came in person, he also wouldn't be able to find Wang Lin. This kind of thing was extremely rare in the cultivation world. After all, Wang Lin was the only soul devourer walking around as a human. Also, there was that strange red lightning. Although the middle-aged man made it look like he easily withstood the attack, in truth, the red lightning entered his body and damaged his soul. The damage wasn't very large, but it still made him afraid. After seeing the messenger appear, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and without a word he took out a drop of blood. A drop of golden-colored blood. A drop of golden-colored blood that was emitting the pressure of the ancient god. Wang Lin's eyes glowed with killing intent as he said, "I have been waiting for you for a long time." His right hand lightly pointed at the golden drop of blood. The blood suddenly started to boil, turned into a golden symbol and flew into the sky. At that moment, a series of rumbles came from the sky and rays of golden light descended. The golden giant appeared under the rays of the golden light. When he appeared, the entirety of Zhao seemed to tremble. The heavens and earth were completely covered by this golden light. All of the mortals, all of the cultivators, all of the trees, and all of the animals were covered in this golden light. Although Wang Lin's expression was normal, the spiritual energy in his body rapidly depleted. The moment the giant appeared, Wang Lin struggled to point at the middle-aged man. The giant nodded. Its gaze swept toward where Wang Lin pointed and he gently waved his hand. The middle-aged man's expression suddenly changed as he felt a strong sense of danger, causing him to grab Pan Nanzi, who was dumbfoundedly staring at the sky, and placed him in front of himself. Hunnanzi's body turned to dust along with the middle-aged man's right hand. The middle-aged man let out a painful groan. His face was pale as he quickly retreated. At the same time, he reached into his bag of holding with his left hand and took out a jade. Without any hesitation, he crushed the jade. White light flooded out of the jade, surrounding him, and then he disappeared from the spot. The moment the middle-aged man disappeared, the giant also dissipated. Wang Lin's body trembled. He quickly took out pills from his bag of holding. He spread out his divine sense to look for traces of the middle-aged man. After a long time, Wang Lin frowned. That middle-aged man's presence had disappeared from Zhao. Thinking back to the jade that the middle-aged man crushed, Wang Lin began to analyze what had happened. That jade must have contained some sort of transfer array that would allow him to move long distances. The magic treasures of a rank for cultivation country are really beyond my imagination, Wang Lin muttered to himself. He then took a deep breath. In truth, his guess was very accurate. What the middle-aged man used was an escape jade given to all core disciples of his sect. As long as they were within a certain range, they could return to the sect in an instant. The messenger was really terrified of Wang Lin. According to his knowledge, Wang Lin's technique was the giant demon sex technique. The power of this technique was terrifying. Not even he was sure if he could block it. He had already seen the technique twice in Zhao, so he believed that Wang Lin could use it a third time. For this kind of enemy, even though Wang Lin was only at the nascent soul stage, he still didn't dare to mess with. That's why he didn't have any hesitation to use Hunnanzi as a shield to give him enough time to escape. Wang Lin sat cross-legged on the ground to recover his spiritual energy. After a long time, he stood up, waved his right hand, and picked up the tower made of Tang family members' heads. At a village at the foot of the Hangyu mountain, all of the villagers fell to the ground asleep after a strange wind blew by. Shortly after, a tower of heads appeared before the Wang family's house. Under the tower, Wang Lin knelt to the ground and kowtowed as tears flowed down his cheeks. He just stared at his home like this until night came. Then Wang Lin sighed, hit the tower with his hand, and the tower of heads turned to dust. I have avenged our family. Mom, Dad, your son is going to walk his own path now. Wang Lin silently stood up and left the village. After he left, all of the villagers woke up. After they noticed that it was already dark, they all knelt to the ground, praying to the immortals to protect them. Wang Lin flew in the air. The mosquito beast had already been put away. He arrived at a valley. This is where he died before. Looking at the valley, Wang Lin took a deep breath, then stared at the sky. He thought of many things as the scene from 400 years ago replayed over and over in his mind and wouldn't go away. Now that the Tang family was destroyed, he no longer had any weight on his shoulders. His mentality suddenly underwent a change. Wang Lin understood that he was no longer immortal and had already walked onto the path of a cultivator. This road was tough and full of danger, but he had to be determined to keep walking down this road. For 100 of years' experience showed him that power was the only means to protect himself. The dream he had as a child to become an immortal intensified infinitely at that moment. And there was also Situ Nan. Only after his cultivation level has reached the soul transformation stage can Situ Nan can leave the heaven-defying bead. And there was also the vast universe from the ancient gods' memories, along with the countless powerful life forms that shocked Wang Lin greatly. Wang Lin stood up as he looked into the distance. His eyes were filled with a fantastic light. At that moment, Wang Lin's mentality changed. He was once a kid that wanted to get revenge for his parents' murder. Now that his revenge was complete, he would now pursue the peak of cultivation and become a true immortal. Wang Lin took a deep breath. His body moved and he jumped off the cliff. He arrived at the spot where he died before and suddenly disappeared from there. Piao Miao sect. Gao Qiming sat inside his own chamber with a bronze mirror before him. His expression was extremely ugly. 200 years ago, he foresaw that he was going to suffer a great disaster. However, that disaster was very uncertain, so he couldn't get exact details with only his cultivation level. As time passed, the impending sense of doom became even stronger. When the Tang family members started to die, he was suddenly able to calculate his remaining lifespan. He only had 10 days left. If he didn't die in 10 days, then the disaster would affect the entire Piao Miao sect. Today was the 10th day. Gao Qiming had always believed in the heaven's way because that was his cultivation path. He knew that he must die today, otherwise the Piao Miao sect would be in danger. That was why he had already started planning for his death a few days ago. At this moment he had no more regrets. He took a deep breath, looked at his surroundings with regret, and hit his forehead with his palm. Blood leaked out of the corner of his mouth. His vision became blurry, and the light in his eyes faded. At that moment, he suddenly saw a scene from 400 years ago. It was when Teng Huayuan asked him to find the location of the family of a Foundation establishment disciple. He gained a hint of understanding. Then he closed his eyes and died. Wang Lin looked at Zhao from next to the ancient transfer array. He then opened up the array and disappeared from Zhao. 10 days later, an evil-looking youth appeared next to the transfer array. He looked at the transfer array and walked into it without any hesitation. In a valley millions of miles away from Zhao, Wang Lin's figure slowly appeared. The moment he appeared, he spread out his divine sense, then carefully checked out his map. Then he quickly moved, seeking the next transfer array. Wang Lin knew that the owner of the bag of holding was closing in from behind. If he didn't lose him, then he couldn't cultivate in peace. Therefore, his goal was the ancient transfer arrays. He had quite a bit of top-quality spirit stones, so he could use them several times. Half a month later, Wang Lin arrived at an ancient transfer array. After he checked it out, he stood in the middle of it, took out a top-quality spirit stone, and placed it on the array. But at that moment, a dark cloud suddenly appeared. The cloud gathered and formed the figure of the evil-looking youth. The youth stared at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's heart sank. The youth's speed was several times faster than what he originally thought. Wang Lin also wasn't able to determine this person's cultivation level with his divine sense. He felt an extreme sense of danger. If one relied solely on the top-quality spirit stone to start the array, then it would take 10 breaths of time to transfer them. However, in this crisis, Wang Lin desperately poured his spiritual energy into the transfer array to speed up the activation. In the end, in the same moment the evil-looking youth arrived. Rings of light floated up from the transfer array and Wang Lin's body disappeared. The evil-looking youth let out a roar. His hand formed a seal. The moment Wang Lin disappeared, he charged into the rings of light. After using an unknown technique, he caused the transfer array to activate again and disappeared among the rings of light. Wang Lin felt a sense of extreme danger during the transfer process. He could clearly feel that a divine sense that was powerful beyond his imagination swept toward him like a tornado. Wang Lin felt terrified in his heart. Just as the divine sense swept toward him, his G realm formed a never-seen-before thick red lightning bolt that charged toward the youth. The impact of the G realm made the divine sense pause for a bit. At that moment, a light appeared in the other end and Wang Lin quickly charged toward it. After he came out, he violently coughed out several mouthfuls of blood. The nascent soul formed by his avatar shrunk and seemed to be ready to collapse at any moment. But Wang Lin didn't pause as he quickly moved. He disappeared and reappeared 100 meters away. However, he didn't continue to run, but took out a red thread from his bag of holding. Wang Lin knew that no matter how hard he tries to escape, he won't be able to escape from that person's speed. Also, his nascent soul had taken too much damage. If he kept running, that person wouldn't even have to act. He would die from his nascent soul collapsing. This was the most powerful weapon he currently possessed. The moment he took out the divine retribution lightning, he also took out a bottle of pills and dumped them into his mouth. The evil-looking youth appeared 10 feet away from Wang Lin. As he stared at the thread in Wang Lin's hand, his expression became unsettled. The evil-looking young man looked at Wang Lin and slowly said, "Divine retribution. I can't believe that a waste of a planet like this could have such a magical treasure." Wang Lin stared at the person. Only after that person looked at the divine retribution and revealed a look of fear did he relax a bit. If the youth was indifferent toward the divine retribution, then the only thing he could do hide was inside the heaven-defying bead space. and that was not a good idea. The evil-looking young man was also feeling very frustrated. He never thought that he would meet the power of divine retribution here. If he was at full power, it would not a big deal. He would be confident that he could destroy this sliver of divine retribution. But right now he had only recovered 30% of his strength. He was merely an early-stage soul transformation level cultivator. As a result, although he could defend against the divine retribution, he would certainly be injured. If his cultivation falls below soul transformation, he won't be able to leave and will have to find another place to heal up again. All of this worrying was because the minimum cultivation level required to use the star disc was soul transformation. However, these are not the main reasons. The main reason was that inside the transfer array, he felt a power that made his skin crawl. This was a power he was very familiar with. The evil-looking young man let out a snort. He no longer looked at the divine retribution and looked toward Wang Lin. "Junior, hand over the bag of holding and I'll let this matter go," he said. "Is this what Senior wants?" Wang Lin's gaze was serious as he stared at the person and took out a bag of holding. The evil-looking young man's gaze quickly shifted to the bag, and he said, "That is correct. Toss it over here." Wang Lin hesitated a bit. The youth was simply too fast. Even if he were to ask him to go far away or to wait until he himself was far away, it would all be pointless. If this person really wanted to kill him, it would be very easy. After pondering for a bit, Wang Lin decisively threw out the bag of holding. The evil-looking young man caught the bag of holding. After scanning it with his divine sense, his expression softened. He looked at Wang Lin. His face showed no expression, neither anger nor happiness. Wang Lin stared at the young man. He placed the divine retribution lightning before him and said, "Senior, Junior has already returned the bag of holding, so I'll take my leave." With that, he carefully backed up. The evil-looking young man looked at Wang Lin. His eyes suddenly started glowing. Two beams of colorful light suddenly shot out from his eyes toward Wang Lin at an unimaginable speed. Wang Lin had remained cautious this whole time, so when he saw that the youth acted, his G-realm shot out without any hesitation and collided with the colorful light. Shortly after, Wang Lin coughed out a mouthful of blood as the red lightning formed by the G-realm collapsed under the colorful light. While Wang Lin retreated, he took out the restriction flag. The last restriction appeared in his hand and was about to land on the restriction flag. The evil-looking young man's expression changed greatly and he shouted, "Stop, little friend, don't be rash." With that, he backed up and stared at the restriction flag with fear. He bitterly smiled. A sliver of divine retribution would only lower his cultivation level, not kill him. At most, it would force him to go into closed-door cultivation for a few thousand years. But after he saw the restriction flag, he understood why this junior would have a sliver of divine retribution. Although he didn't know what the restriction flag was, he could immediately tell that it was a magic treasure that could bring out divine retribution. He had a few of those weapons himself, so he knew of its power. If he let his kid continue, then he would not come out of it with something as simple as needing to take more time to recover. He might forever lose the chance to recover his cultivation. Wang Lin still had some blood at the corner of his mouth as he looked at the evil-looking young man. Right now, with just one thought, the last restriction would land on the restriction flag. If he gave up the flag and then used the sliver of divine retribution as a guide, he was confident that he could direct part of the divine retribution's power onto the evil-looking young man. Wang Lin stared at the young man and said, "I have already returned the bag of holding and didn't touch it at all. Why did Senior go back on his word?" The evil-looking young man pondered for a while, then asked, "Was the red lightning you just used the G-realm?" His tone was uncertain. Wang Lin's expression remained normal, but his heart was in turmoil as he silently stared at the young man. The evil-looking youth stared at Wang Lin and said, "I should be correct. What you used just now was the G-realm." Right now, the youth's feelings were very complicated. Wang Lin had brought him one surprise after another. At this almost waste of a planet, not only did this kid have a sliver of divine retribution and a magic treasure to call the divine retribution, but he also had the G-realm. It was this G realm that caused his killing intent to completely disappear. The evil-looking young man took a deep breath and revealed a strange expression. Wang Lin's expression remained calm. After a moment of silence, he said, "If Senior doesn't have anything else, then Junior will take his leave." With that, he carefully backed up. If the youth were to move at all, he would activate the divine retribution without any hesitation. The evil-looking young man hesitated for a while and asked, "Do you not want your G realm to break through the bottleneck?" Wang Lin's body stopped moving and he stared at the youth. The evil-looking young man hesitated once more. He sighed and said, "Forget it, kid, you better listen. The G realm is a very extreme power. Breaking through the bottleneck is very difficult, but it's not impossible." Wang Lin's expression remained unimpressed as he silently looked at the person. The evil-looking young man revealed a look of appreciation, and his eyes suddenly lit up as colorful light slowly appeared. The light turned into a ball of light and floated in his hand. Wang Lin's caution reached its extreme as he stared at the colorful light. The evil-looking young man looked at the colorful light with a complex expression. After a long time, he sighed and said, "Check the light with your divine sense." Wang Lin pondered for a little before scanning the light with his divine sense. His expression immediately became strange. He paused, then asked, "This is—" Inside the colorful light, he detected a sliver of G-Ream. This discovery shook his heart. The evil-looking young man took a deep breath and slowly said, "You found it? This colorful light on my home planet is called the five-colored G-Realm. This was originally not mine. It was gifted to me by a friend as he was dying." Wang Lin took a deep breath. His eyes trembled as he looked at the colorful light. The evil-looking young man waved his hand and the colorful light disappeared. He looked at Wang Lin and said, "The G-Realm is divided into many different kinds. As for how many there are, no one really knows. Cultivators with G-Realm are rare in the Cultivation Union, so I am unable to see what property your G-Realm contains. But I know that no matter what type of G-Ream it is, they all have a bottleneck, and those bottlenecks are extremely difficult to break through. I know of a method that allows the G-Realm to break through the bottleneck. The Cultivation Planet Crystal. This crystal is given to every rank 6 cultivation country when it gets approved by the Cultivation Union. The old monsters of the Cultivation Union use their heaven-defying powers to form the crystal. It is a rank 6 cultivation country's national treasure. If a G-Realm cultivator obtains it and refines it, there is a chance of breaking through that G-Realm bottleneck. Wang Lin's expression was kind of ugly. A rank 6 cultivation country's national treasure was not something he could obtain. The evil-looking young man looked at Wang Lin. He then slapped his bag of holding and took out a black disc. He casually hit the disc with his right hand and the disc suddenly grew larger while releasing a gentle light. If you manage to obtain the Cultivation Planet Crystal and obtain the qualification to leave this waste of a planet, you can come and find me at the 5 Elements planet. My name is Na Duo. With that, he rose up in the air and disappeared into the flying disc. Shortly after, the disc began to spin rapidly, causing a hole to appear in the sky. Through the hole, Wang Lin could see the endless void filled with bright stars. The disc moved and entered the hole. The hole rapidly shrunk and disappeared without a trace. Wang Lin considered himself very lucky that this person didn't pursue the matter about the bag of holding. Whether it was the restriction flag or the sliver of divine retribution, both were his ultimate weapons, especially the sliver of divine retribution. These were things that he didn't want to use if he didn't have to. He looked at where the hole disappeared and a powerful urge appeared in his heart. When he was young, he dreamed of flying in the sky, but now he wished to fly among the stars. He took a deep breath and turned around to leave. The cultivation country crystal of a rank 6 cultivation country was not something he could obtain at the moment. Whether what the evil-looking young man said was true or not, it was still a clue. If he ever reaches a cultivation level high enough to obtain it, then he wouldn't mind trying it out. The only thing he needed to worry about now was how to reach the spirit-severing stage. Producing a spirit-severing cultivator is the requirement for a rank 3 cultivation country to reach rank 4. It is very difficult. It has to be said that on the entire planet, there are countless rank 3 cultivation countries, but less than 20 rank 4 cultivation countries. This data clearly displays the difficulty of reaching the spirit-severing stage. If he wants to reach the spirit-severing stage, the spiritual energy and environment of a rank 3 cultivation country isn't enough. Wang Lin's goal is to find a rank 4 cultivation country and reach the spirit-severing stage there. He took out the map. After looking at it for a while, he set his sights on the 5-sex union. This rank 4 cultivation country was the closest one to his current location. Half a month later, the border of the 5-sect union appeared before Wang Lin. At the border, there was a light screen blocking the path. This was the difference between a rank 3 and rank 4 cultivation country. This light blocked outsiders from entering. Wang Lin arrived before the light screen. After looking at it for a bit, he sent out a restriction. The restriction landed on the light screen and an opening appeared. Without a word, Wang Lin went inside. After Wang Lin entered the rank 4 country, he no longer flew, but walked like a mortal. He looked around at this foreign place and sighed. No cultivation method can help one break through from the nascent soul stage to the spirit-severing stage. Even pills are useless unless one can find rank 6 or higher pills. In order to reach the spirit-severing stage, one must study the heavens and gain their own Tao. That is the only way. Wang Lin didn't join any sect once he entered the rank 4 country because he knew about this. After all, joining a sect won't help him much with reaching the spirit-severing stage anyway. If he wanted to join a sect and become its core member, it would take too much time. Time he didn't want to waste. From his 400 years of experience in cultivating and his experience with other spirit-severing cultivators, he understood that an understanding of the heavens was very important for reaching the spirit-severing stage. Wang Lin had walked the path of blood for a long time, and all that killing had nothing to do with understanding the heavens. He had a feeling that if he were to continue down this path, he would never be able to reach the spirit-severing stage. In reality, Wang Lin's real cultivation level wasn't nascent soul. His main body's G realm prevented his main body from reaching the nascent soul stage, so it was only his avatar that reached the nascent soul stage. Walking on the road, Wang Lin's body gradually changed as his main body went inside and fell into a deep sleep while his avatar came out. Wang Lin had come to an understanding about his G realm, so he won't insist on trying to break through the bottleneck of his G realm. He will also no longer rely on the G realm so much. From now on, it will just be another magic treasure to him. His current magic treasures were too weak to damage spirit-severing cultivators. In order for this magic treasure to rise up in strength, he will need some very rare heavenly treasures, like a rank 6 cultivation country's cultivation planet crystal. After giving up on the G realm, Wang Lin decided to use his avatar to walk the path of a cultivator. If one day his avatar reaches the soul transformation stage, he might have a chance of obtaining the crystal. Then, once he refines it, he might have a chance to break through with his G realm. Wang Lin took a deep breath and took the G realm out of his consciousness. He understood that the most important thing for him to do was to gain an understanding of the heavens, but he had spent most of his life on the path of killing, and this path was incomplete. If he wanted to understand the heavens, then he must start from the beginning and become immortal. If one wants to turn into an immortal, one must turn into a mortal first. Before he knew it, Wang Lin's mentality changed and he gained a hint of understanding. However, that hint went by like lightning and Wang Lin wasn't able to capture it. He pondered for a while, then smiled. His cultivation disappeared like melting snow. After a while, he looked no different than immortal. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light as he grabbed a willow leaf. He put it in his mouth to savor the green taste as he walked along the road. This rank 4 cultivation country was very large, several times larger than Zhao. There were a lot of cultivators and the amount of mortals had also reached an incredible number. While Wang Lin was walking, he saw people passing by. All of them were carrying some sort of baggage, unlike him, so he attracted a lot of attention. Wang Lin pondered for a little. He went to the side of the road and gathered some thin twigs and made a basket for himself. He then gathered various leaves and herbs to fill the basket. Wang Lin had only walked on the road for a few hours and had already seen many martial artists from the mortal world pass by on horses. None of them paid any mind to Wang Lin. Every time horses passed by, they would kick up a cloud of dust, However, Wang Lin didn't mind. He dusted the dirt off his clothes and continued walking. But this time, he only walked a bit before a voice behind him shouted, "Make way!" At the same time, a powerful wind came from behind him. Wang Lin quickly dodged to the side and saw a black horse almost touching his body as it passed by. Shortly after, several more horses passed by. One of them was about to bump into Wang Lin when the rider suddenly pulled hard on the reins. The horse let out a loud noise. Its front legs rose up and it moved to the side. Only after taking a few more steps forward did the horse stop. The man riding the horse stared at Wang Lin. He picked up his whip and swung it toward Wang Lin's head while shouting, "Where did this blind person come from? Do you not have eyes?" Wang Lin frowned. However, just as the whip was coming, a middle-aged man came from the side, grabbed the whip and shouted, "Xianxia, what are you doing?" The man snorted. He put away the whip, shot Wang Lin a vicious stare, and left. The middle-aged man didn't look the man as he turned toward Wang Lin and said, "Sorry, little brother, for scaring you. I still have an important matter to attend to, so please forgive me." Wang Lin shook his head and said, "No problem." With that, he dusted the dirt off his clothes. The middle-aged man revealed a surprised expression. From his point of view, Wang Lin was only a normal person with no signs of being a martial artist. But Wang Lin's courage was far above an ordinary person's. The middle-aged man carefully looked at Wang Lin. He smiled and said, "I'm Lu Xing. This road only heads toward the capital. I wonder what little brother is heading toward the capital for." With that, he saw the basket on Wang Lin's back and asked with a strange expression, "Is little brother a traveling doctor?" Wang Lin didn't make any excuse and nodded. The middle-aged man smiled. He clasped his hands and jumped on his horse. Suddenly, the horse let out a cry, but instead of going forward, he went back. Wang Lin turned around and saw that 100 meters behind him, a carriage slowly moved forward. Half an hour later, the carriage slowly appeared behind Wang Lin. There were more than 100 people on horses guarding the carriage. All of their eyes were shining, their heads straight. It was clear that they were all expert martial artists. Lu Xing was on the side of the carriage. He was close to the carriage, talking to someone inside. This road was not wide, so after seeing the carriage, Wang Lin stood on the side of the road. As the carriage passed by him, 4 people on horses appeared in front of him to block him from the carriage. Lu Xing turned to look at Wang Lin and his eyes lit up. He moved his horse next to Wang Lin, then clasped his hands and said, "Little brother, do you have any medication for the evil wind condition?" Wang Lin knew that the other mistook him for a doctor. With his temper, he normally wouldn't bother with this, but he suddenly had some insight. In order to reach the spirit-severing stage, he must be able to understand the heavens. Maybe this was a chance to enter the mortal world. Thinking about it, Wang Lin asked, "Is there someone sick?" The middle-aged man hesitated for a bit and said, "A servant girl is sick and we are still far from the city. The doctors around here tried giving her some medication, but none of them worked." Wang Lin glanced at the carriage and said, "Let me see the patient." Lu Xing wryly smiled and said, "Little brother, do you have medication that can help? If you don't have any, then there is no need to see the patient." Just at that moment, an old voice came from the carriage. It said, "Lu Xing, this person has traveled a lot, so he might have a cure." Lu Xing quickly replied. He jumped down from the horse and said, "I'm going to have to trouble you, little brother." Wang Lin followed Lu Xing to the carriage and was about to go up when the old man inside coughed. Lu Xing quickly stopped Wang Lin and said, "Little brother, just look from here. There is no need to go inside." Wang Lin frowned. Thanks to his divine sense, he already knew that there were 3 people inside the carriage. Aside from the old man, there were 2 beautiful ladies. It was very clear that they were a master and her servant. The person who was sick was not the servant, but the master. With his divine sense, Wang Lin could clearly see that the lady wasn't sick due to evil wind entering her body, but from some green gas inside her body. She had clearly been poisoned. Wang Lin said, "Stick our hand out." The lady inside the carriage hesitated for a bit before extending her hand. Wang Lin held her hand for a bit before letting go and reaching into his basket. He took out a leaf and ran his spiritual energy through it once. He handed the leaf to Lu Xing and said, "Have her eat it raw and she will be cured by tomorrow." Lu Xing looked at the leaf in his hand with a strange expression. No matter how he looked at it, it was only the leaf of a willow tree. Lu Xing bitterly smiled as he thought that he was wrong about this young man. Clearly, this young man was not a doctor, but a madman. Otherwise, who would use willow leaves as medication? If this leaf really was medication, then anyone can grab a bunch from the side of the road. He was about to throw away the leaf when the curtain on the carriage suddenly lifted. An old man filled with wrinkles came out and grabbed the leaf. After looking at it for a long time, his expression changed as he said, "100-year-old willow leaf." He took a deep breath. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he looked at Wang Lin and respectfully asked, "Is there any trick to using this leaf?" Wang Lin faintly smiled and said, "Eating it raw is fine." The old man quickly nodded. He made an expression toward Lu Xing and returned to the carriage. Lu Xing looked at Wang Lin with a strange expression. He couldn't help but wryly smile and said, "Little brother, since you're going to the capital too, how about you travel with us?" Wang Lin smiled and said, "I need a horse." After Lu Xing heard this, he immediately said, "Sun Lauer, hand over your horse." A 20-or-so-year-old youth bitterly smiled. He got off the horse and brought it over. After muttering a few words, he turned around and left. Wang Lin examined the horse. It looked very heroic and its eyes were filled with intelligence. When Wang Lin rubbed the horse, its eyes narrowed as it let out a very comfortable expression. This startled Lu Xing. This was the first time he had seen a horse show an expression like this. Wang Lin's left hand pressed against the horse and he easily jumped onto its back. Lu Xing quickly followed behind as he chatted with Wang Lin and kept looking back at the carriage. Wang Lin looked around at all of the mortals surrounding him as he rode. A feeling he hadn't felt in a long time appeared in his heart. At that moment, the spiritual energy in his body started to move on its own and all of the surrounding spiritual energy seemed to be attracted to him. If there were any powerful cultivators around, they would be shocked because there was a thick layer of red mist aura surrounding Wang Lin. This aura was very powerful. However, it was not leaking outward, but condensed around Wang Lin. Not to mention mortals, even most cultivators wouldn't be able to see this red mist aura. This was the murderous aura that Wang Lin had gained from his 400 years of killing. After being part of him for such a long time, it gradually changed into a hostility aura. Eventually, as he killed even more and underwent a change, it became an evil aura that would cause any cultivator's skin to crawl. When this evil aura can be used freely, it can be used like a powerful technique. Also, if a bit of it is used when refining a magic treasure, it would make the treasure much more powerful. The spring wind blew past Wang Lin and he unconsciously took a deep breath. His eyes radiated an unnoticeable light. He could clearly feel that his spiritual energy was undergoing a change. Although this change was very small, it contained a very mysterious power. The evil aura around Wang Lin loosened a bit. A sliver of it entered his body and fused with his spiritual energy. Gradually, as the carriage slowly moved forward, more and more spiritual energy gathered around Wang Lin. Under the dense spiritual energy, all of the horses suddenly became very lively. Even those mortal martial artists' eyes lit up. They didn't know why, but there was something that was causing their bodies to feel warm and comfortable. After a long time, the spiritual energy in Wang Lin's body settled down, and the spiritual energy around the area dissipated. The martial artists' heads suddenly became clear as they talked among themselves about what they had just experienced. As the group kept moving forward, night eventually fell. A circle of carriages was formed on the side of the road. Some of the servant girls came down from the carriages and started to prepare dinner. Some of them threw a few looks at Wang Lin and talked among themselves. It was not hard to understand why all of the female servants were looking at Wang Lin. Right now, he had an unspeakable charm. Although his looks were normal, he had a very special aura about him. Wang Lin sat leaning against a big tree as he looked at the slowly darkening sky. He was experiencing a kind of peace of mind that he had never experienced in the past 400 years. This was from the ancient gods' inheritance of memory. Back when Tu Si wasn't able to travel among the stars, he often looked at the sky like this. This peace of mind caused the spiritual energy in Wang Lin's body to resurface again. But the current Wang Lin didn't pay attention to the spiritual energy and, for the first time, he noticed the red mist aura around him. The red substance slowly dissipated with his mind at peace. He knew that if he kept this up, then the red substance will disappear after several years. Wang Lin had noticed this red substance before, but this was the first time he'd seen it. He knew this was caused by his 400 years of killing. Although he knew that allowing this red substance to dissipate would help him enter the spirit-severing stage, he still felt that it was a bit of a waste. Wang Lin pondered for a while. After thinking about it, he started to make the red substance around him boil and slowly condense. However, after shrinking it to 1/10th of its original size, Wang Lin could no longer condense it any farther, no matter how hard they tried. Wang Lin took a deep breath. Just as he was about to try again, he raised his head and looked toward the female servants. He saw a servant girl wearing red walking toward him with smoked meat and wine. A wave of fragrance flowed toward Wang Lin as the girl came closer. She put down the meat and wine as she curiously looked at Wang Lin for a while and said, "Thank you." This girl was the servant girl that was sitting with the young lady in the carriage earlier. He picked up the wine, scanned it with his divine sense, then took a sip. A hot and spicy taste suddenly entered his body. In these 400 years, this was one of only a few times that Wang Lin had drank any wine. Back before he entered the path of cultivation, his father would only take out wine when his fourth uncle visited. Whenever that happened, Wang Lin would secretly drink a bit, then giggle toward his father and fourth uncle with a red face. With a hint of sadness, Wang Lin took another big gulp. The girl opened her mouth wanting to say something, but then someone called her. The girl responded. Her pretty eyes looked at Wang Lin before she turned around and left. Because Wang Lin was a cultivator, he didn't need to eat, so mortal's food held no attraction to him. That smoked meat was left where it was, but this wine reminded him of something, so he continued to drink until it was all gone. In the middle of the night, the martial artists set up fire pits. Bursts of laughter came from the men grouped around them. As Wang Lin listened to their laughter, he couldn't help but faintly smile. Some of the martial artists became very brave after drinking a bit and went to flirt with the servant girls for some private time. Seeing these mortals, Wang Lin unconsciously thought of Li Muan. At that moment, Lu Xing arrived next to Wang Lin with 2 jugs of wine. After passing over a jug to Wang Lin, he sat down next to him and said, "Little brother, your medication was indeed effective. My lady is already better. Here, a toast to you." With that, he tilted the jug and filled his cup. But then he saw that Wang Lin didn't even use a cup and drank a large gulp directly from the jag. He let out a laugh. After drinking the wine in the cup, he copied Wang Lin and drank a large gulp from the jag. "Didn't you say that it was the servant girl who was sick? How come it is the young lady now?" Wang Lin faintly smiled as he looked at Lu Xing. Lu Xing's old face turned red. He felt very embarrassed as he slapped his leg and said, "Little brother, this is my fault. How about this, once we arrive at the capital city, if you have any problems you can come to the Southern Heaven store to find me. As long as I am capable, I won't hesitate to help." Wang Lin let out a smile. He no longer talked. He only slowly savored the taste of the wine. Lu Xing looked at the empty jug on the ground, then looked at the almost empty jug in Wang Lin's hand. He smiled and said, "Little brother has very good tolerance for wine. It's lonely here. How about we go over to the fire and compete with my fellow brothers?" Wang Lin reflexively wanted to reject, but, after pondering for a bit, he nodded. Wang Lin followed Lu Xing to the fire. There were a lot of martial artists there. They were all laughing as they talked about fun events they had encountered. Lu Xing went up and kicked the person who was talking and jokingly scolded, "Wang Lao, I have heard you talk about Qing Fan Lao's little peach many times. I guess she served you well. When we get back, I'm gonna check if you're just bragging. The person named Wang moved over to make 2 spots for Lu Xing and Wang Lin as he said, "Since you take care of business so fast, I'll cover the bill. I'll still have time to go after you." The moment that was said, everyone around started laughing and Lu Xing jokingly scolded a bit before sitting down with Wang Lin. Wang Lin casually looked at the mortals around him. He was feeling a lot of regret. Although these people's lives were short and just a breath from him was enough to kill them many times over, their happiness was something he didn't have. Tonight, Wang Lin drank a lot of wine. Although he didn't talk much, the others around him got familiar with him and laughed and drank with him. Later, some brave and bold servant girls joined them as well, including the servant girl who gave him food. However, she only sat next to Wang Lin. Her gleaming gaze often landed on him, but no one knew what she was thinking. It wasn't until midnight that everyone fell asleep from being drunk and the servant girls all returned to sleep in the carriages. Aside from few that were standing guard in the distance, everyone was asleep. The camp was completely silent, aside from a few popping sounds from the fire. This sound not only didn't disturb anyone's sleep, but helped them sleep even better. Wang Lin stood up and walked to a large tree before sitting down. Sitting while leaning against a tree, he felt waves of calmness. Earlier, only for a while, he forgot that he was a cultivator and thought that he was immortal like everyone else. He closed his eyes and checked his body. To his surprise, his cultivation level had broken through the early stage of nascent soul into the mid-stage. Although he was already at the peak of the early stage and could break through at any time, he didn't think it would be this fast. However, the red substance around his body had dissipated a little. He had a feeling that if he just lets this red substance dissipate, he will regret it in the future. His divine sense entered the red substance once more to condense it. Wang Lin spent the night condensing the evil aura around him. The only sound at night, besides the crickets, was the snoring of some of the men. Gradually, the sun rose up in the sky and day replaced night. Wang Lin opened his eyes. He stared at the east and took a deep breath. 2 purple chi dragons, invisible to mortal eyes, entered his body. The 2 chi dragons cycled once through his body, then exited it. The cycle continued. Wang Lin felt like his body was very light. It was as if he could just walk directly into the sky. This kind of feeling was something that Wang Lin had never experienced in the past 400 years. It was very clear that only after reaching a certain relaxed state of mind could he feel this aura from the heavens. In one night's time, the red substance around Wang Lin once again shrunk to January 10th of its previous size. Wang Lin was in no rush. He knew that condensing this red substance was not something he could rush. He believed that it was something that will take a long time. Early in the morning, the people woke up one by one and washed themselves. The old man walked out of the carriage and took a deep breath. He started to perform different types of movements. After just one glance, Wang Lin was very shocked. Although this person's movements didn't have any offensive power, every move would strengthen the body. When used together, their effects were even better. A while later, the old man stopped and let out a sigh. He hesitated for a bit, then walked toward Wang Lin. When he got near, he smiled and asked, "Little brother, did you rest well last night?" Wang Lin silently nodded. The old man hesitated for a bit before asking, "I wanted to ask where little brother got that 100-year-old willow leaf?" With that, his eyes were filled with a pleading look. Wang Lin said, "I picked it up on the side of the road." The old man thought about it for a long time. He bitterly smiled and said, "Little brother, you were very lucky." He chatted with Wang Lin for a while. No matter how he tried, he couldn't get any information out of Wang Lin. The old man secretly sighed as he turned around and left. If we were to compare ages, Wang Lin was old enough to be the old man's ancestor. The old man's trick might work on someone new to the world, but it was nothing compared to what Wang Lin had been through. While following the group, Wang Lin gradually adjusted himself and eventually became part of the group. Several days passed, and within these days, that little servant girl would always come to talk to Wang Lin. However, she would always talk for a while, then her little face would become red. No one knew what she was thinking. Wang Lin couldn't help but bitterly smile when he saw the light in the girl's eyes. He had seen that light in Li Muin's eyes many times, so he knew what was going on. However, Wang Lin knew that he was possibly too old to even be her ancestor, so there was always a strange feeling in his heart. On this day, the capital appeared before them. This rank 4 cultivation country's capital city was really gorgeous. But in Wang Lin's eyes, it was very plain with no color to it. If it wasn't for the swirl of spiritual energy, Wang Lin wouldn't even bother to look at it. Wang Lin spread out his divine sense and the entire city appeared in his mind. In the capital, there were a total of 9 swirls of spiritual energy. The things that were spreading out spiritual energy weren't cultivators, but towering, black pillars. The amount of spiritual energy released by the pillars depended on each pillar's size. There was one very large pillar at the center with the other 8 pillars surrounding it. These pillars were very large. Even the smallest would require at least 10 people holding hands to make a circle around it. As for the biggest one, it would take over 100 people. There were people cultivating inside each of the 9 pillars. There was also a formation outside the pillars that prevented any divine sense from checking inside. But this formation was completely useless against Wang Lin. He could see with one glance that all of the people sitting inside the pillars were cultivators. The most powerful was at the late stage of core formation and the weakest was at the late stage of foundation establishment. Wang Lin was very interested in these strange buildings. As the group entered the city, Lu Xing noticed that Wang Lin was still staring at the 9 black pillars. So he whispered, "Brother Wang, don't keep staring at them. If you are noticed by someone, there will be trouble." Wang Lin rubbed the horse and asked, "Brother Lu, what are these black pillars?" Lu Xing revealed a look of envy and whispered, "Those are immortal pillars. This place is my country's capital, so it's protected by immortals, which is why there are immortal pillars. The king recruited the best craftsmen in the country to craft these 9 pillars as the immortals requested." Immortal pillars. Wang Lin's expression was strange. There are immortals living inside the immortal pillars. My father once personally saw immortals fly out of them. Lu Xing's voice was filled with pride. It was as if his father seeing an immortal was something that benefited him. If he knew that Wang Lin, whom he had spent the past 7 days with, was thousands of times stronger than the immortals that his ancestor saw, how would he feel? It has to be said that if the cultivator that his ancestor saw was present, that person would have to respectfully call Wang Lin Sr. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze. He smiled but didn't speak. On a bridge between the northern and southern parts of the capital, Wang Lin said goodbye to Lu Xing's group. Although Lu Xing hadn't been together with Wang Lin for long, he was very fond of Wang Lin. He patted his chest and told Wang Lin that if he ever ran into any issues, he could go and find him for help. As for Lao Er, who had to give up his horse for Wang Lin, he had completely acknowledged him after drinking together so many times. Lu Xing also said that if someone bullied Wang Lin, he would personally get his boss to act. Finally, the old man walked out of the carriage. Behind him was a young lady with a white veil over her head. Next to her was the pretty servant girl. Seeing that Wang Lin was about to leave, the servant girl's eyes were filled with melancholy. The old man talked a bit with Wang Lin and the lady with the veil over her head smiled. She didn't join in the conversation. After bowing, she turned around and left without a word. The servant girl exchanged a few words with the lady. She then took a little pouch and walked up to Wang Lin. She handed him the pouch and said, "Sister wants me to thank you. There are 10 pieces of gold here. This is the consultation fee." Wang Lin didn't refuse. It had been over 400 years since he had touched the mortal's currency. Wang Lin clasped his hands and turned around. It wasn't until Wang Lin was already far away that the servant girl sighed and returned to the carriage. The group passed over the bridge and entered the southern section of the city. Wang Lin pinched the 10 pieces of gold with his hand as he walked through the capital. This truly was the capital. There was an ocean of people and all sorts of vendors selling stuff on the streets. Shortly after, Wang Lin's eyes slightly lit up. In this capital of the mortal world, he saw many cultivators among the mortals. Although the highest level cultivators were only around the 12th or 14th layer of chi condensation, It was something that was very rare to see in other countries. After pondering for a while, he thought of the black pillars. He guessed that this was what one could call a speciality of a rank 4 cultivation country. Wang Lin walked casually through the streets until it was afternoon. It was clear that some of the shops weren't for mortals as they sold magic treasures for cultivators. There were restrictions outside of these shops that prevented mortals from entering. The mortals of the capital seemed to know of this as no mortals would walk into these shops. As Wang Lin passed through, he would walk into shops to check them out. Suddenly, as he walked out of a shop, there was shouting from one direction. He looked over and saw a messy old man being beaten up. The old man's wails were coming out non-stop. His voice was shrilling. At the same time, laughs resounded as mouthfuls of blood were coughed out by the old man. It seemed to follow a rhythm. Every time the man punched him, he would cough out a mouthful of blood. After the man punched the old man several times, he stood up and cursed, "Old thing, don't come to my shop again. I'll beat you up every time you come. You're already this age and still so foolish." After he finished speaking, he spat at the old man. A middle-aged man standing next to Wang Lin's side. That old man gets beaten up every day just to see the female servants change. Is it worth it? Ah! Wang Lin was stunned. He looked at the old man before turning around to leave. But before he took more than a few steps, he turned around and saw the old man proudly walking toward Wang Lin as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Wang Lin dodged to the side and his eyes became cold. The old man walked past Wang Lin. He didn't stop, but then suddenly turned around. His face was filled with surprise as he carefully examined Wang Lin and said, "Little brother, I see that you are filled with talent and energy. You don't seem to be immortal." Wang Lin frowned. With his divine sense, he could easily see that this old man was only immortal without any cultivation. This old man's body also contained many wounds. It was clear that they were the result of constant beatings. Wang Lin didn't have any interest in this person, so he turned around and left. If this old man kept bothering him, Wang Lin wouldn't mind helping him go to hell. The old man revealed a look of pity as he shook his head and said, "If there is no way to give you pointers, then you might never reach the soul formation stage." Sigh. Wang Lin suddenly stopped. All of the pressure in his body suddenly released. He turned around and stared at the old man. "Who are you?" he asked. The old man didn't feel any discomfort toward Wang Lin's pressure. He placed both of his hands behind his back, looked into the sky, and with a voice filled with age said, "You don't need to know who I am. You just need to know that I can help you reach the soul formation stage." Wang Lin's eyes lit up. No matter how he looked at this old man, he was merely immortal, but the old man was able to instantly tell what his cultivation level was. The only possibility was that this old man's cultivation level was far above the soul formation stage. So when the old man hit his cultivation, Wang Lin wasn't able to detect it. Wang Lin frowned and asked, "How can I reach the soul formation stage?" The old man looked at Wang Lin and said, "I'm already old. The moment I get hungry, I can't remember anything. I know a very good restaurant. Let's go there and talk while we eat." He licked his lips while his stomach growled of hunger. Fortune Restaurant was one of the most luxurious restaurants in the capital. The old man walked in with his head up and his chest puffed. It seemed it was beneath the old man to eat in the main hall. After he entered, he walked directly into the private room. When the server saw the old man, his expression became strange. But when he saw Wang Lin walking behind the old man, he quickly went out to serve them. Wang Lin frowned very hard. He felt like there was something going on here. The old man seemed to be very familiar with this restaurant. He ordered a bunch of dishes that Wang Lin had never heard of. The table was covered with food and the old man started to eat as if he hadn't eaten in days. Wang Lin didn't say a word as he drank wine. His gaze swept past the old man and became even colder. After the old man had eaten for a while, Wang Lin coldly said, "I'm listening." The old man grabbed a piece of pork shoulder and took a big bite as he said, Wait until I finish eating this piece." After that, the old man ate the entire pork shoulder in a few bites. He let out a burp as he rubbed his hand on his body and said, "The soul formation stage requests one to comprehend the heavens, But I believe you already understand that. In addition to this, you must form a domain. Do you know what a domain is? Little guy, once you comprehend what a domain is, you aren't far from the soul formation stage. As for the domain, once I use the restroom we will talk more. The old man suddenly touched his stomach and stood up with a bitter face. He seemed to be afraid that Wang Lin wouldn't let him go. So he let out a loud fart. An awful smell filled the room. The old man let out an embarrassed smile and quickly left. Wang Lin waved his hand and a gust of wind appeared to blow away the stench in the room. At the same time, his divine sense was locked onto the old man. The old man's series of actions were very suspicious, but what he said about soul formation matched with what Wang Lin knew. These were things that mortals couldn't possibly know. With a look of doubt, a cold light appeared in his eyes as he stood up. He noticed the old man leaving the restaurant through the back door and quickly blending into the crowd. Wang Lin's body disappeared from the restaurant and reappeared outside. His eyes were cold as he casually followed the old man. He only saw that the old man had somehow found the time to change clothes. He was picking his teeth with a small piece of wood. After he picked out a piece of meat, he threw it away and picked at his teeth again. As the old man walked, he suddenly stopped and looked at a middle-aged man that was wearing a purple robe. His eyes lit up as he let out a smile and quickly walked toward the middle-aged man. The middle man turned around and frowned at the old man. He then proceeded to ignore the old man. The old man suddenly said, "Little brother, I see that you are filled with talent and energy. You don't seem to be immortal." The middle-aged man was stunned. He turned around and looked at the old man with cold eyes. The old man revealed a look of pity as he shook his head and said, "Unfortunately, if there is no one to guide you, you might never reach the core formation stage." The middle-aged man's eyes lit up as he asked, "Who the hell are you?" The old man shook his head and said, "Who I am is not important. How about we find a place to relax? While we relax, we can talk." Wang Lin's face became very dark. That middle-aged man was also a cultivator, but his cultivation level was only foundation establishment. It was very clear that this old man had learned these things to rip off cultivators. But that old man was still alive, so this matter didn't seem simple. Unless Wang Lin was the first person he had ever scammed, the old man wouldn't be alive today. If a cultivator was played by Immortal, then no matter who it was, they wouldn't let the old man off easily. What was most curious about all of this was that this old man seemed to have the ability to see through someone's cultivation instantly. If the person was a foundation establishment cultivator, he would say core formation. If the person was a core formation cultivator, he would say nascent soul, and if the person was like Wang Lin, who was at the nascent soul stage, he say soul formation. Wang Lin followed this old man the entire afternoon. He wanted to see what exactly this old man's secret was. In one afternoon's time, the old man had tricked a total of 4 people, including Wang Lin. What was interesting was that he only asked for food and drink. The worst it got was a trip to a brothel. But the 3 others, including the purple-robed man, didn't have any intentions of looking for revenge. It seemed the old man's words had some kind of magical effect on them. The more Wang Lin saw, the more shocked he was. The old man seemed to have a very good understanding of how to break into the next realm of cultivation. He could just casually say a few things and enlighten them. As a result, none of them believed that he was a scammer. Instead, they felt as if they had met a senior, so they became very respectful. After a while, Wang Lin began to ponder. Then, he withdrew his divine sense and stopped following the old man. This old man was too mysterious, and Wang Lin felt that it was better for him to not dig too much into it. The old man was holding a woman in his arms inside a brothel. As Wang Lin's divine sense withdrew, his eyes lit up. He faintly smiled as he looked at Wang Lin's direction and muttered, "Nascent soul, and the mid-stage of nascent soul. Should I help him?" As he was thinking, the woman in his arm called him with a flirty voice. The old man threw Wang Lin out of his mind and went to enjoy himself. After he stopped thinking about the old man, Wang Lin pondered for a while. He went to a remote area in the west side of the city and rented a shop for 8 pieces of gold. After he cleaned it out a bit, he moved in. If he wanted to reach the soul formation stage, Then he must first transform into a mortal to experience mortal life and comprehend the heavens. This was a method that Wang Lin had thought of to break past the nascent soul stage. He calmly looked at the shop, then sat down cross-legged in the back room and began to experience the world of mortals. The current Wang Lin was camouflaged inside the populated mortal capital city, as he calmly began to comprehend the heavens and life and death. He was fully preparing himself to break past the boundary of the nascent soul stage and into the soul formation stage. The shop that Wang Lin rented wasn't on the main street, but to the side. If one didn't look for it, it was very difficult to find, but Wang Lin didn't mind. After a night of cultivating, the red substance around him condensed even more. When morning arrived, Wang Lin opened the door of the shop. Like a mortal, he cleaned the shop up. Then his body moved and disappeared from the shop. When he returned, his bag of holding contained quite a few large trees that he had pulled up along with their roots. He cleaned the bark off the trees and turned them into wood blocks. Wang Lin began to recall his childhood, when his father taught him how to carve. These memories gradually filled his mind. Wang Lin pondered for a long time. He then grabbed a large square block of wood. With a gentle wave of his hand, the square block of wood was cut into 10 pieces. Gradually, as Wang Lin carved, he seemed to gain something he had lost 400 years ago. With every stroke, he seemed to return to his childhood, back to when he lived in that small village. At that moment, the spiritual energy in Wang Lin's body began to move. It became deeply ingrained within the statue he was carving. Time flew by and night arrived again when Wang Lin regained his senses. He looked at the block of wood in his hand. The block of wood had turned into a wood carving. The carving was that of a middle-aged man with a kind smile. The middle-aged man wore a coarse robe and his hands were filled with rough lines. Although this wood carving was very rough, it seemed to be alive. Waves of spiritual energy spread out from the carving. As Wang Lin stared at the carving, he began to feel pain in his heart. His right hand gently rubbed the carving as he muttered, "Father, your son misses you greatly." After pondering for a long time, Wang Lin moved the wood carving to the side. He picked up another piece of wood and wholeheartedly began to carve again, stroke by stroke. The night began to get cold, but going a day without sleep was nothing for Wang Lin. Back when he was being chased, he would be running for days. The moment the sun rose, the carving that Wang Lin was working on took shape. This wood carving was shaped like a middle-aged woman. Her loving eyes looked into the distance as if she was waiting for her child to return. He placed the two wood carvings next to each other and let out a long sigh as he took out another piece of wood and began to carve. Time slowly passed. Wang Lin kept on carving and only took breaks when he became extremely tired. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The number of things in Wang Lin's shop gradually increased. The shelves along the wall of the shop were filled with wood carvings that looked alive. There were males and females, young people and old people, and all in various poses. These wood carvings were all residents of the village that was Wang Lin's hometown. In a way, Wang Lin had revived them. In this month, Wang Lin didn't have a single customer, but he didn't mind as he was immersed in carving. He even stopped cultivating. One day, Wang Lin held a half-completed wood carving in his hand. This wood carving, for some unknown reason, released a primal aura. If any cultivator from the Sea of Devils saw this carving, they would immediately recognize it as a dragon. This dragon was the first spirit beast that Wang Lin met when he was with Li Muan. While he was carving, the bell rang as the door was pushed open by someone. A very strong-looking boy carefully looked inside. The boy saw Wang Lin and was startled, but he was immediately in awe after seeing all of the carvings in the room. He asked, "Uncle, did you carve all of this? They are so pretty. Can you give me one?" Wang Lin let out a smile and put down the carving in his hand. He grabbed a wood carving from one of the shelves. This was the carving of a person that Wang Lin was very familiar with, named Wang Hao. The boy before him looked similar to Wang Hao back then. After the boy received the wood carving, he let out a cheer. He held it in his hands like a treasure and said to Wang Lin, with a crisp voice, "Thank you, uncle. I'm from the iron workshop across the street. Goodbye." With that, He ran out of the shop and shouted, "Mom! Look, Uncle gave me this." Wang Lin stood up and walked to the entrance of the shop. He saw a man and woman come out of the shop across the street. The two looked lovingly at the boy. The man took the wood carving and his eyes suddenly lit up. He walked toward Wang Lin with the wood carving and said, "Little brother, kids don't know too well. How much for this carving?" Wang Lin shook his head and said, "I gave it to him. It is only a piece of wood." The boy's father hesitated for a bit. He looked at Wang Lin and smiled. "You just arrived here, correct? I haven't seen you before." Wang Lin smiled and nodded. The boy's father smiled and said, "Little brother, if you don't mind, come over for a meal. I have homemade fruit wine that is much better than those from those restaurants." Wang Lin felt a very strange feeling in his heart. This was a feeling he hadn't felt in 400 years. After hesitating for a bit, he nodded. The boy's mother was a very kind woman. Although she was very young, she was very patient and mild. From looking at them, Wang Lin could tell that they were a very happy family. Their child was cute and the couple loved each other. Inside the iron workshop, there was a square table with a few homemade dishes on it. Even though Wang Lin didn't need to eat anymore, he still picked up his chopsticks and ate a few bites. While drinking the homemade fruit wine that the man was so proud of and eating a loving homemade meal, Wang Lin's mind became even calmer than it was when he was with the caravan. The spiritual energy in his body moved in a way that it never had before. This wine was indeed very good wine. It had a good aftertaste. Since this day, a new essential entered Wang Lin's life: the fruit wine. The boy would come almost every day to watch Wang Lin carve, and every time he came, he would bring a jug of fruit wine. Gradually, Wang Lin's shop was filled with wood carvings and a majority of them were beasts. He had carved out almost all of the beasts he had met in the past 400 years. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't finish the carvings of those high-quality spirit beasts and desolate beasts. There were large amounts of spiritual energy gathered within each carving. Mortals couldn't feel it, but if any cultivator were to pass by, they would be terrified. That was because the power of the spiritual energy in these carvings wasn't weaker than any low-quality magic treasure. Some of the spiritual energy in these carvings matched mid-quality magic treasures. How could these still be considered wood carvings? These were obviously magic treasures made of dead wood. Life is like a bowl of water. In its blandness, there's a barely noticeable sweetness. Wang Lin felt like his soul was being cleansed by this life without killing. He forgot his identity as a cultivator and his 400 years of killing. He had truly blended into the mortal world and was experiencing the bitter and the sweet aspects of mortal life. Every morning, Wang Lin would get up and open the door to his shop before beginning to carve. His shop was already filled with countless wood carvings. All of the neighboring shops gradually found out that the shop Wang Lin was residing in had changed hands. Everyone had very good feelings toward this quiet and elegant young man. As time passed, Wang Lin gradually began to have customers. Although they couldn't see the spiritual energy in the wood carvings, they could see how intricate the carvings were. Over time, Wang Lin's shop gained a bit of fame in the area. In the blink of an eye, 1 year had passed. In this year, Wang Lin never saw that old man again. Although he would occasionally think about the old man, those thoughts gradually faded. He was completely immersed in carving, searching for that long-lost joy. In Wang Lin's shop, the most common carvings were these lifelike carvings of beasts. All of these beasts were creatures that mortals had never seen before. In fact, even if cultivators were to come, they would barely be able to recognize them. After all, this place was too far from the Sea of Devils. The world was large, and there were many different types of beasts, so there was no way for one person to know them all. At the moment, Wang Lin held a square piece of wood in his hand. He moved his hand and a turtle-shaped beast gradually emerged from the piece of wood. Looking at the carving in his hand, he put down his carving knife and picked up a jug. Just as he was about to drink from it, he realized that there was no wine left. At this time, Daniel would normally come to watch him carve and bring along a jug of wine. Sure enough, before long, Daniel, who had grown a head taller in the past year, walked into the shop. Daniel was that boy, and although he was only 12 years old, he was very tall. His body was much stronger than it was 1 year ago. After he entered the shop, he let out an unhappy sound as he sat down next to Wang Lin. He said, "Uncle Wang, you should go to my house sometime and talk with my dad. He is always making me learn the art of ironworks. But I don't want to learn. If anything, I want to learn Uncle's carving skills." With that, he placed the jug of wine next to Wang Lin. His eyes narrowed as he stared at the incomplete carving in Wang Lin's hand. Wang Lin laughed and took a gulp of the fruit wine. This fruit wine was sweet with a hint of spiciness, causing his belly to heat up. This wine had become a daily essential to Wang Lin over the past year. Daniel looked at the carving. Confused, he asked, "Uncle Wang, what animal are you carving now? Why does it look like a turtle?" Wang Lin rubbed Daniel's head and said, "This is not a turtle, but a creature called Zhonggu. Although it looks like a turtle, it is far more powerful." Daniel uncertainly nodded. In this past year, he had seen all kinds of animals inside Wang Lin's shop, and every single one of them were ones he had never seen before. Wang Lin held the carving knife and began to carve the creature's features stroke by stroke. This turtle-looking creature was in fact a rare, mid-quality spirit beast in this sea of devils. If it became angry, normal cultivators wouldn't be able to withstand its strength at all. But Wang Lin had killed many of these types of beasts, and he has consumed a lot of their cores. Thus, its image completely formed in Wang Lin's mind, and his hand didn't pause for a single moment. Half an hour later, Wang Lin poked hard at where its eyes were supposed to be. At that moment, the carving seemed to have come to life. The beast looked into the sky. Its eyes revealed a hint of frustration and fear. Its mouth wide was opening as if it were letting out waves of silent roars. An invisible aura that's impossible for mortals to detect spread out from it. But as the aura spread out, Wang Lin touched it with his right hand and the aura disappeared. Wang Lin took a deep breath and casually put the carving on a shelf. In this past year, Wang Lin found that he could only carve up to mid-quality spirit beasts. As for high-quality spirit beasts, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't complete the carving. Every time he tried to carve a high-quality spirit beast, he would lose control during the last few strokes, causing the carving to shatter. Wang Lin understood that this was because his cultivation level wasn't high enough. After all, a high-quality spirit beast was the same as the soul formation stage for humans. Daniel's eyes revealed a mesmerized look. In this past year, he had come to watch Wang Lin carve every day. He gradually became addicted. In this past year, he secretly tried to carve with a carving knife, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't carve anything decent. Now that he saw Wang Lin easily finish a carving, he couldn't hold it in anymore and asked Wang Lin. Wang Lin pondered a little. He raised his head and said to the boy, "Carving requires comprehension. If you want to learn, then you must watch me for 60 years. After 60 years, you can carve on your own." Daniel stuck out his tongue and said, 60 years. But I've seen the carpenter in the southern part of the city. He is only 40 years old, but his carvings are pretty good too." Wang Lin drank a gulp of wine and said, "I'm different from him." Daniel's eyes were filled with confusion. He clearly didn't understand the meaning in those words. At that moment, loud noises suddenly came from outside. Daniel ran outside. Not long after, he poked his head back in and said, "Uncle Wang, the Su family's eldest son came back. He is followed by more than 10 carriages and a lot of people. He looks very cool." With that, he ran out again. Wang Lin didn't mind. He picked up another piece of wood and began to recall the scenes from the land of the ancient god, of that large desolate beast that left a deep impression in his mind. He hesitated for a while, then began to carve again. Time slowly passed. More than an hour later, the door to the shop was opened by someone. Daniel happily came in. Behind him was a very sturdy-looking young man. The young man looked around at the carvings and his eyes lit up. Daniel quickly walked next to Wang Lin. He made a few expressions and whispered, "Don't try to sell them for too much." With that, he quickly turned around and loudly said, "Master Su, this is the shop I was telling you about. Look at these carvings. They are in no way inferior Carpenter Zhou's products. How about buying a few? Wang Lin smiled. This Daniel obviously saw that Wang Lin hadn't had many customers in this past year. So when a rich person came by, he pulled that person to Wang Lin's shop. The young man named Su looked around the shop and his eyes became even brighter. He was very different from Daniel. He had seen a lot, especially after becoming confidant of Lord Nan's son. He could tell with a glance that the quality of these carvings was several times higher than the famous Carpenter Zhou's carvings. Although Carpenter Zhou's carvings were also very lifelike, they were still missing something. After pondering a little, he finally understood. The one thing that Carpenter Zhou's carvings were missing was life. One seemed almost real and one seemed almost alive. A one-word difference made them miles apart. The young man named Su's eyes were shining as he walked up and picked up a carving. This carving was the dragon that Wang Lin had carved 1 year ago. The dragon's body was coiled, its head was facing the sky, and every scale on its body was expertly carved. What shocked the young man named Su the most was that when he held the carving, he felt like it was alive. Terrified, his right hand suddenly loosened and the carving fell to the ground. Daniel already knew the expression on the young man's face, and he also knew that when someone touches the carving, they experience a mysterious feeling, which was why he mostly looked and rarely touched them. With a thud, the carving fell to the ground. Good thing it was made of wood, because falling to the ground occasionally won't break it. The young man named Su's face turned red and he said, "Master Wang, what animal is this? Why does it look a bit like a snake to me?" Before Wang Lin replied, Daniel puffed his chest and said, "This is a dragon. Do you know what a dragon is? It is an immortal creature." Dragon. The young man named Su remembered that name and asked, "For how much are you selling this dragon carving?" Wang Lin casually smiled and said, 10 pieces of gold. The moment Daniel heard this, he secretly sighed and thought that it was over. He had brought quite a few people to this shop in the past year, but every time people heard the prices, they would shake their heads and leave. But he couldn't believe that the young man named Su only frowned and put 10 pieces of gold down on the table. The young man took off his coat, wrapped it around the dragon carving, and quickly left. Daniel stared dumbfoundedly at the 10 pieces of gold on the table. His eyes shined as he muttered, "Incredible! A single wood carving can sell for 10 pieces of gold. My dad can only make 1 piece of gold with 1 month of work, and even that is rare." After muttering to himself, he made a decision. It was only 60 years. He will do whatever it takes to learn this art. Once he has it mastered, he won't have to worry about money for the rest of his life. The current him didn't think about how it would take 60 years before he could create carvings. Even if he didn't have to worry about money, that was only in 60 years. The young man named Su left the shop and quickly went home to say goodbye to his parents. He didn't even eat the dinner his parents prepared and quickly took all of the people and rushed back toward Nan Palace in the east side of the city. Wang Lin grabbed the gold on the table and casually threw it into a small basket without looking. As for the carvings in the store, aside from the ones of his parents and loved ones, he didn't care about them at all. These things were only tools in his eyes, tools to help him calm his heart and comprehend the heavens. He believed that when he can carve a statue of a spirit-forming cultivator or spirit beast, his cultivation will have a breakthrough. Daniel left the shop in a trance. As he walked, he kept muttering to himself, but no one knew what he was muttering about. Wang Lin took a gulp of fruit wine and continued to immerse himself in carving again. As he carved, wood shavings fell to the ground and the block of wood took shape. A powerful aura came from the carving, but the aura couldn't spread and was trapped inside the carving. With every stroke of his carving knife, the aura became even stronger. Slowly, the shape of a large dragon appeared on the wood, but Wang Lin's carving knife began to hesitate. He pondered for a long time and then let out a sigh. The carving knife disappeared from his hand. With his left hand, he casually tossed the incomplete carving into a large box. Inside the box were more than a dozen incomplete carvings. If one looked closely at these carvings, they would see that they were various people and spirit beasts. Hunchback Meng, Ancient Emperor, Sixth Desire Devil Lord, high-quality spirit beasts, and even desolate beasts. Although these carvings were all of different things, The one thing they had in common was that they were all carvings of people and beasts above the soul formation level. In this past year, Wang Lin had tried multiple times to carve a person or spirit beast that was at the soul formation level, but they all failed. If he forced himself to complete the carving, then the carving would turn into dust. He pondered a little with his eyes closed. Suddenly, a red substance about 1 palm thick appeared around him. The red substance was the evil aura that had been condensed a lot by Wang Lin this past year. Wang Lin was very satisfied with the result. He actually didn't forcefully condense the evil aura, it just naturally happened thanks to his actions. Wang Lin believed that in just 1 more year, he will be able to compress this evil aura to its limit. Getting rid of this evil aura won't raise his cultivation level though. But Wang Lin always believed that if he just lets this evil aura disappear, he will regret it in the future. It was the instinct of a cultivator that knows that they might need something in the future that made Wang Lin decide to condense the evil aura. Danyo's father's voice came in from outside. "Brother Wang, your sister-in-law has made a few good dishes today. Come over and eat. Then us brothers can drink a few cups." Wang Lin's eyes suddenly opened, revealing an ancient light. The light slowly disappeared and Wang Lin went back to being a normal person. He held the jug, walked 2 steps, then hesitated for a bit before grabbing some gold from the basket, and walked out. As for that young man named Su, he was currently sitting in his carriage. His heart was pounding as he held the package in his hands. His eyes were filled with excitement. He didn't think that his visit home to see his parents would allow him to meet a person that could create this kind of wood carving. It can be said that the king's only hobby was to collect these kinds of things. Whether it was made of stone or wood, it didn't matter what kind of material. As long as it was a sculpture, the king liked them. And the prince was a very filial son. If he brings this to the prince, he will be well rewarded. Thinking about it, the young man named Su took a deep breath. This team of more than 10 carriages moved quickly through the capital, but he still wished they could go faster so he could return to the palace sooner. After a long time, the carriage stopped. The young man named Su quickly opened the door and rushed into the palace. In the eastern courtyard, the young man stopped before a very elegant building and said, "Prince, Su Tao wishes to meet you for an important matter." After a while, a lazy voice came from the building saying, "Su Tao, didn't you go home to visit your relatives? How come you're back so early? If there is anything, we can talk tomorrow." Su Tao was able to vaguely hear some charming and tempting voices from the palace. He hesitated for a bit. Normally, it would really not be a good time to bother the prince, but he was very confident with the item he was holding. He clenched his teeth and said, "Prince, I really do have an important matter. When I was on my way home, I found a wood carving. If the king saw this wood carving, he would definitely be happy." Silence came from the building. After a while, a dissatisfied voice came from inside. "Come in then. But if this item isn't as good as you say, then you're losing this month's pay." Su Tao quickly walked into the palace and saw a giant bed covered by a veil. A slightly pale young man sat at the edge of the bed. His eyes were slightly gloomy. Su Tao placed his coat on the ground, then carefully opened it up, revealing the dragon carving within. The moment the young man saw the wood carving, his eyes suddenly became sharp. He stood up and quickly walked up to the wood carving. He reached out and grabbed the carving with his right hand. Just as Su Tao was about to warn the youth, he suddenly heard the youth yell. The youth waved his hand and the wood carving disappeared. He said, "Good, Su Tao. You have done a great service." With that, he slapped a broken-looking bag that hung on his waist. Suddenly, a wave of purple gas came out of the bag and surrounded the youth. The gas dissipated and the youth was now wearing a purple robe. The moment the purple gas appeared, a breeze blew through the room, lifting up the veil a bit. 2 charming screams came from the bed as the veil revealed 2 beautiful bodies. Su Tao's eyes involuntarily looked over. He swallowed hard and averted his gaze, not daring to look. The young wasn't a mortal, but a cultivator. However, his cultivation level wasn't high. He was only at the 8th layer of qi condensation. He looked at Su Tao and noticed Su Tao's gaze. He laughed and said, "Mei Ji, come out." Today you belong to Su Tao. A charming response came from the bed as a beautiful figure walked out of the bed. She leisurely walked over, grabbed the dumbfounded Su Tao, and left with him through the side door. The young man's eyes lit up and he quickly left the palace. The youth walked straight to the central palace. When he was outside of the doors, he heard bursts of song and music along with his father's laughter coming from inside. Outside the hall stood rows of guards. When they saw the prince, they all dropped to one knee. The young man quickly walked past them and into the main hall. Inside the hall were two small tables with a cultivator sitting behind each one. The cultivators were wearing different colored robes, one black and one green. The cultivator in black's eyes remained closed. He had no interest in music and dance. The green-robed cultivator was smiling as he watched the singers and dancers perform. Above the main hall sat a very handsome middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was very majestic and had the look of a ruler. After the young man entered the hall, the middle-aged man laughed and said, "Why are you not having fun in the Pink Palace? Why did you come here to your old man?" The young man first respectfully greeted the two cultivators, then looked at the middle-aged man and said, "Father, please look at this." With that, he took out the dragon carving and placed it on the ground. At that moment, the green-robed cultivator, who was looking at the performers, suddenly locked his gaze on the carving. The middle-aged man's eyes also lit up. He waved his hand and all of the performers quickly scattered and left. The green-robed cultivator suddenly stood up and walked up to the wood carving. He carefully looked at the carving, took a deep breath and said, "This is..." He already had a guess in his heart, but he wasn't sure. The black-robed man, who always had his eyes closed, opened his eyes and slowly said, "This is a wood carving." The green-robed man before the wood carving was startled. He then wryly smiled and said, "Senior apprentice brother, I know that this is a wood carving. I'm referring to what this is a carving of." The black-robed cultivator that was addressed as senior apprentice brother pondered for a bit and slowly said, "I have not seen it before." The green-robed cultivator bitterly smiled. He was used to this senior apprentice brother's strangeness. The middle-aged man stared at the wood carving and smiled. "Two immortal elders. Is there anything special about this carving?" The green-robed cultivator near the wood carving grabbed the wood carving. He suddenly felt an ancient aura come at him. This aura was very powerful and caused him to be shocked. With his mid-stage foundation establishment cultivation, he felt as if his foundation was about to collapse. Horrified, he quickly let go of the carving. His senior apprentice brother waved his sleeves and the carving flew into his hand. This cultivator's face suddenly turned pale as his core became unstable. It took a long time before he was able to control the fluctuations in his core again. The higher the cultivation level you have, the more affected you would be by Wang Lin's carving, but if you were immortal, then the effect would be small. The black-robed man slowly said, "This object is not a normal carving. The creature that is carved is almost exactly the same as the dragon in the ancient record of our sect." The green-robed cultivator said with a strange expression, "Senior apprentice brother, didn't you say earlier that you've never seen it before? How come you are saying it is a dragon now?" The black-robed cultivator looked surprisedly at the green-robed cultivator. His eyes were filled with astonishment as he said, "Junior apprentice brother, I finally understand why your cultivation hasn't had a breakthrough yet." The green-robed cultivator's face twitched. He didn't say anything. The black-robed cultivator sighed and said, "I have never seen the beast that is carved, but I never said I didn't recognize what it was." The green-robed cultivator's Tao heart wasn't stable enough, so he coughed out a mouthful of blood. After a long time, he calmed himself and bitterly laughed. He felt like he really couldn't deal with this senior apprentice brother of his at all. It was night and there was no moon. Wang Lin lied on the bed in the back of the store. There was a jug of wine beside him. He picked up the jug and took a drink. Wang Lin could feel that in this past year, he has managed to get rid of his mentality as a cultivator and has become more like a mortal. Take this for example. He rarely cultivates at all now, but that would have been impossible before. In those 400 years of escaping and killing, He almost always had his spiritual energy surging in his body and would use any spare time he could find to raise his cultivation level. His life was filled with deadly schemes and life-threatening dangers. If he was a bit less careful, he would have died. He had never before lied down like this and slept. He spent most nights cultivating. That type of life was very exciting and filled with passion, but it was filled with regret. It had no balance. That life was missing something. Now, there were no conflicts in Wang Lin's life. Although it was a bit boring, it was cleansing Wang Lin's soul. Wang Lin felt very strange when he first noticed this feeling, but he gradually accepted it and continued living the life of a mortal. He picked up the jug and downed a gulp. Then he suddenly frowned. At that moment, two cultivators arrived outside his store. Their two bodies floated toward his shop like ghosts. One of them waved his hand and Wang Lin's store's main door silently opened. The two of them quickly entered. The door was closed by the wind. Inside the shop, the two's eyes lit up as they looked at all of the carvings inside the shop. Their eyes were filled with terror, but that terror was soon replaced with endless greed. There are so many magic treasures. One of the cultivators sucked in a cold breath of air. He grabbed one of the carvings and looked at it. His body trembled and he quickly threw the carving away. The greed inside his eyes became even stronger. He waved his hand and all of the carvings on the shelves entered his bag of holding. The other cultivator squatted down and searched through a box in the corner. Then, he let out a shout as he held an incomplete carving. His expression became strange as he felt a sweetness in his throat and coughed out a mouthful of blood. He quickly threw away the carving in his hand and backed up as if the carving was an ancient beast. In fact, it was no surprise he couldn't withstand the carving. This was an incomplete carving of 6 Desire Devil Lord. Although it was incomplete, the spiritual pressure inside the carving was that of a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. With this person's core formation cultivation, there was no way he could withstand it. Good thing he quickly let go and the spiritual pressure of the carving hadn't truly awakened. He wouldn't have lost only a simple mouthful of blood otherwise. As the wood carving fell, it was caught by a giant invisible hand, which placed it in Wang Lin's hand. Wang Lin walked out of the back room. He casually put the carving on a shelf, then took a gulp of wine and said, "That is a total of 4,520 gold. Pay up." When Wang Lin appeared, the two suddenly stopped and stared at Wang Lin with horrified expressions. In particular, the cultivator that was just injured by the spiritual pressure in the carving. His face was pale and his forehead was covered in sweat. In their eyes, Wang Lin's appearance was too strange. Before the two of them entered the shop, they used their spiritual energy to check the inside. Although there was one person in the back room, it was only a mortal. But now, the mortal in their eyes appeared silently before them. It was as if a bolt of lightning had just struck them, causing them to be terrified. Adding to the wood carving magic treasures, even if the two of them were dumb, they would have realized that the person before them was a senior they couldn't afford to mess with. The two of them looked at each other and respectfully said, "Greetings, senior. Juniors are disciples of the White Cloud sect. Juniors have been rude and hope senior will forgive us." Wang Lin plainly asked, "Do you have 4,520 pieces of gold?" The two of them looked at each other. They were cultivators, so if it was spirit stones they would have some, but they really didn't have much gold used by mortals right now. Of course, if they were given time to prepare, they would be able to prepare 4,000 or even 40,000. Wang Lin realized what the two were thinking inside. He waved his hand and the bag of holding containing the carvings flew into his hand. He casually swiped his hand across the bag of holding and the owner of the bag forcibly swallowed a mouthful of blood. The respect in the cultivator's eyes became even deeper as that swipe wiped out his divine sense from the bag. Wang Lin shook the bag and all of the carvings flew back to their original places without any error. It was as if they were never moved in the first place. "Go back. When you come again, bring enough gold." With that, Wang Lin waved his hand and the bag of holding flew back to the cultivator. Then, the two of them were pushed by a powerful force toward the door. When they were about hit the door opened and the two of them were pushed out of the store. This one push pushed them more than 10 kilometers before they finally stabilized themselves. Their eyes revealed unimaginable horror and shock. In their eyes, that youth's cultivation was too powerful for them to measure. The two pondered a little and thought themselves to be very lucky. With that, they quickly left. These two cultivators were the two from the palace. They noticed the abnormality in the carving, so they went and found Su Tao, who was enjoying himself, and found out about this store. But after what just happened, they were simply too scared to have any more ideas about that store. The two of them didn't know that Wang Lin had already left his divine sense on them. If they had any malicious thoughts about Wang Lin, they would be killed immediately. In fact, if the two of them knew about Wang Lin, then they would feel extremely lucky. If it was the Wang Lin from 1 year ago, the only result of that situation would have been death. Wang Lin sat inside the store. He drank a gulp of wine and sighed. I haven't killed anyone in a year. With that, he walked back to the back room and went to sleep. Time quickly passed and 2 years passed by. This was already the 3rd year that Wang Lin had been at the capital. Daniel grew even taller and sturdier, and more neighbors moved in. The Kong fabric shop's owner died due to illness, and the shop was sold to someone else. Daniel's parents' faces gained some light wrinkles. Although they were still young, they couldn't avoid the passage of time. It is worth mentioning that during these 2 years, many of the neighbors had come to Wang Lin to talk about marriage, but they were rejected by Wang Lin each time. The Su family's second son had already gotten married and had a healthy baby. Su Tao came back to pay his respects to Wang Lin. He gave Wang Lin 100 pieces of gold, saying it was from the prince. Actually, in these 2 years, during each new year, Su Tao would bring a lot of gold and silver. As for this matter, Wang Lin didn't reject him. He accepted it all. Autumn passed and winter came. The sun came and went. During these past 2 years, Wang Lin saw the birth of the young and the death of the old. He felt very wistful. In these 2 years, he had only cultivated twice. He no longer cared about his cultivation level and rarely checked it anymore. As for the red substance, only a thin layer remained. The rest had been condensed into 3 red beads, which were stored in his bag of holding. According to his analysis, when the 4th bead is created, the red substance will be all gone. The 2 cultivators from back then had only come once in these 2 years. After handing over a large amount of mortal gold, they took 3 wood carvings. In these 2 years, Wang Lin's store had gained some fame in the western part of the city. Although there weren't a lot of customers, it was still much better than his first year. However, the most common visitors to Wang Lin's shop weren't mortals, but cultivators. 6 out of 10 people that came would be a cultivator. Every cultivator that came would buy wood carvings with mortal gold. In these 2 years, he sold quite a few wood carvings and had gathered a lot of gold and silver. The fact that there was someone amazing in the western part of the capital gradually gained some fame among cultivators. Wang Lin's heart was still calm. What he wanted was still to experience the life of a mortal. The store was just a tool to experience it, and the wood carvings were the same. It was about to be a new year, and the capital had become very lively. Wang Lin walked out of his store and sat down outside. His eyes were filled with longing. This was the 3rd new year he had experienced since he arrived at the capital. Each time, this experience was different except for one thing: the regret he felt toward his childhood. Daniel ran out from the ironworks shop from across the street with fireworks in his hand and happily played with them. Upon seeing Daniel, happiness appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. Wang Lin had watched this kid grow up from an 11-year-old kid to a 14-year-old youth. Last year, Daniel was unable to refuse his dad anymore and began to learn ironworks. However, whenever he had time, he would come and watch Wang Lin make wood carvings. Although Daniel didn't come as often, the 1 jug of fruit wine a day never stopped. Playing with the fireworks, Daniel ran toward Wang Lin and sat down on the cold bench. He didn't seem to mind the cold. He winked at Wang Lin and said, "Uncle Wang, I heard from my dad a few days ago that shopkeeper Lu from the east side of the city wanted to marry his daughter to you. Why didn't you agree? I have secretly seen her before, and she is very beautiful." Wang Lin smiled. He rubbed Daniel's head and said, "Uncle already has a wife." "Ah, really? How come I have never seen her?" Daniel suddenly stood up. His face was filled with shock. She is in a very far away place, waiting for me. One day, I'll go and find her. Wang Lin's voice was gentle as the image of a woman appeared in his mind. Daniel let out a mischievous smile. He said, I understand. Uncle Wang, you came to the capital to make money, so you can go back home to get married. Wang Lin smiled and said, That's right. Once uncle has made a lot of money, he will go back and get married. Daniel was about to speak when his father called him. Daniel responded and said to Wang Lin with a bitter smile, I have to do ironworks again. With that, he helplessly returned home. From inside the ironworks shop came a few shouts from Daniel's father. Wang Lin took a sip of the wine and continued to sit outside. Slowly, snow began to fall, and this year's first snow silently appeared. The temperature suddenly dropped. The snowflakes hit Wang Lin's face and quickly turned into ice water. Wang Lin raised his head and looked at the dim sky. He raised his hand and casually closed it. All of the snowflakes started to gather toward him. Wang Lin took a deep breath and released his right hand. The snowflakes immediately scattered and drifted in all directions. This happened so quickly that none of the mortals noticed it as they quickly walked through the streets with their heads down. As the sky darkened, there were less and less people walking around. Soon, there was no one left on the street. Even all the shops had closed down due to the cold. Everyone had gone home to their families to gather around the stove. This type of warmth, besides the physical warmth, also warmed the soul. This type of warmth from being with the family could expel any coldness. Slowly, sadness filled Wang Lin's eyes. The coldness that the snow brought was really nothing to him. But at this moment, when he looked at all of the lights coming from the shops and his shop being the only one dark one, a sliver of coldness appeared in his heart. This coldness wasn't anything a fire or technique could help get rid of. This type of coldness came from comprehending the heavens and was a must to experience life. In order to turn into an immortal, one must first turn into a mortal. Although it was easy to turn into mortal, how could it be that easy? Right now, Wang Lin was experiencing loneliness. He knew that he needed to keep experiencing it. This loneliness was nothing compared to years later, when everyone he knows dies one by one until he is the only one left. That is true loneliness. Wang Lin began to ponder. After a long time, he stood up. It seemed as if he had just aged a lot. He slowly picked up the chair, went back into the shop, and slowly closed the door. After a long time, a fire lit up inside the shop. Although this fire looked like all the other shop's fires, this one was hollow, and a deep sense of loneliness hid inside it. Wang Lin sat next to the fire. It was very warm inside the shop, but his heart became even colder. After pondering for a long time, Wang Lin took out a wood carving and put it beside him. This was a carving of his father. Looking at the carving, the coldness in Wang Lin's heart lessened a bit. He then took out the carving of his mother. Then, he gradually took out carvings one by one and placed them near the fireplace. There were carvings of males and females, young people and old people. All of them were residents of the small village. Looking at these carvings, Wang Lin let out a smile. Although this smile was filled with satisfaction, if anyone were to see the smile, they would have said, "How is that a smile? It is clearly a silent cry." The fire flickered, sometimes lighting Wang Lin's face, sometimes making it dim. When the light reached the wood carvings, they gave off a strange feeling. He gently grabbed each carving as the coldness lessened in his heart. Although the coldness lessened, his sadness grew. Wang Lin muttered to himself, "Can't let it go, can't let it go." In his early years of cultivation, he couldn't let go of his family. Even now, he still couldn't let them go. But this type of feeling was different from back then. In order to turn into an immortal, he first must turn into a mortal. If he had let go of all of his emotions toward his family, then there would be no way for him to turn into a mortal. Every soul formation cultivator was strong not only because of their cultivation, but also because their hearts hid a tiny bit of emotion deep down. They used this bit of emotion to break through the nascent soul stage and reach the soul formation stage. It was because of this emotion that Wang Lin didn't meet with any difficulty turning into a mortal and gradually began to feel like a mortal. At the moment, He was immersed in thoughts about his parents and silently experiencing this feeling. The spiritual energy in his body started to wildly surge again. This spiritual energy gradually came out of his body. Slivers of spiritual energy came out from all of the wood carvings in the room and swirled along with Wang Lin's spiritual energy. Gradually, the swirl of spiritual energy spun even faster and expanded to outside the shop. When the snowflakes fell on the roof of the shop, they began to swirl as well. They soon turned into swirls of snowflakes and flew off into the distance. The snow started to come down harder and harder. Gradually, Wang Lin began to awaken, and when he awakened, a crack had appeared on some of the wood carvings. Although these wood carvings gained a crack, their spiritual pressure became even stronger. Even their quality increased. Wang Lin took a look and took a deep breath. He stood up, then pushed open the door. A cold wind mixed with snow hit his face. He looked up into the sky and whispered, "Soul formation. I, Wang Lin, will obtain it, no matter what." The snow started to fall even harder and a thick layer of snow started to gather on the ground. At this moment, the door to the ironworks shop opposite of Wang Lin suddenly opened. Daniel and his father were about to leave when they saw Wang Lin standing there. They couldn't help but be startled. Daniel ran through the snow, making crunching sounds with each step. He arrived next to Wang Lin and shouted, "Uncle Wang, did you know we were going to come?" With that, he entered the room and sat next to the fire. Daniel's father carried a wooden basket and smiled. "Brother Wang, you're not busy?" Wang Lin faintly smiled as he moved aside and said, "I'm not busy. Come and talk inside." Daniel's father entered the room. He looked at the carvings in the room and revealed a look of envy. He placed the wooden basket on the ground, then rubbed his hands. He wanted to say something, but didn't know how to start. At that moment, Daniel, who was next to the fire, saw the carvings of Wang Lin's parents and suddenly shouted, "Uncle Wang, how come I have never seen these carvings before? Did you make them recently?" Wang Lin closed the door. He then sat down and said, "I made them a while ago." Daniel carefully looked at the wood carvings and asked, "Uncle Wang, who are these carvings of?" Wang Lin's eyes revealed a look of nostalgia and slowly said, "They are my family." Daniel was startled and no longer kept asking. He walked to the basket and opened it up. Inside were 3 plates of exquisite dishes and 2 jugs of fruit wine. Wang Lin took a look and let out a faint smile as he looked at Daniel's father. He had known this man for a long time, and this was the first time Wang Lin had seen him like this. Clearly, Daniel's father had come to ask for his help, but didn't know how to ask. Wang Lin said, "Brother Tsang, if you have anything to say, just say it." Daniel's father hesitated for a bit. He rubbed his hands and awkwardly said, "Nothing, nothing." Daniel looked at the dishes in the basket. He swallowed hard and his hand reached in. When he noticed his father giving him the look, he quickly pulled his hand back out and disgruntledly said, "It is only borrowing some silver. What's so embarrassing about it?" Daniel's father's face suddenly turned red and he scolded his son. "Little brat, wait until we are home." Daniel stuck out his tongue and said, "Since father won't say it, I'll say it. Mother wants to buy the shop next to ours to make our shop bigger, but doesn't have enough money." Daniel's father let out a sigh. He looked at Wang Lin and helplessly said, "Brother Wang, your sister-in-law thinks our shop is too small and limits the business we can do. She saw that old Li's shop is for rent, so she wanted to immediately rent it." Wang Lin faintly nodded. He picked up the jug of wine from the basket and drank a gulp, then said, "How much do you need?" Daniel's father hesitated for a while and said, "The shop is pretty big and we have to pay 2 years' rent at once, so it would be 50 pieces of silver, or 30 pieces of silver is enough." Daniel pouted and whispered. Mother clearly said 80 pieces of silver. Before he could finish, his father shot him another vicious stare. Wang Lin nodded. Without a word, he stood up and walked into the back room. There was a basket there filled with gold and silver. Wang Lin casually picked up some gold and placed it before Daniel's father. When Daniel's father saw the piece of gold, he was startled and quickly said, "I don't need this much. Brother Wang, quickly take it back. I only want to borrow 30 pieces of silver. From his point of view, there were at least 10 pieces of gold in front of him, far more than he needed. Wang Lin picked up the jug of wine and smiled. Brother Sung, I'm not lending you this money. This is money for wine. From now on, I'd like to buy a jug of your fruit wine every day. That money for 10 years of fruit wine is worth it. Dinyo's father hesitated for a bit. His face revealed an excited expression. He said, Brother Wang, this? Dinyo rolled his eyes and said, Dad, just take it. Uncle Wang can sell one wood carving for 10 pieces of gold. Dinyo's father stared at Dinyo again. He picked up the jug, took a large gulp, then said, Brother Wang, what's 10 years or 8 years? As long as you live here, I'll send you a jug of wine every day. Wang Lin chuckled. Looking at the father and son before him, his heart was no longer cold. He now felt a tiny bit of warmth. That night, Dinyo's father drank a lot. 2 jugs were clearly not enough. Dinyo served them on the side, and it wasn't until the 10th jug that they had drank enough. Finally, Dinyo's father passed out from drinking, but his hand tightly held onto the gold as he was being carried back by Dinyo. Before they left, Dinyo quietly said to Wang Lin, Uncle Wang, we have a lot of this wine. My dad won't let me tell other people, but in truth, there are many large pots of wine in the basement of our house, and it is said that there are even more buried deep down. If it wasn't for the fact that father refuses to sell the wine, mother wouldn't have made him come here to borrow money. After sending off Dinyo and his father, Wang Lin sat down next to the fire and suddenly felt very regretful. 10 pieces of gold was a large amount of wealth for mortals, but to immortals, it was like dirt that they wouldn't even bother to acknowledge. He quietly sat inside the shop, picked up a piece of wood, and his hand began to move as he started to carve again. Time passed and another 3 years went by. Dinyo's shop size had almost doubled in size and, as his mother thought, their business did get better. However, as business got better, Dinyo had less free time as he had to do ironworks with his father. Only after the shop closed would Dinyo drag his tired body along with a jug of fruit wine to come and watch Wang Lin carve. Dinyo's body, perhaps due to all the ironworks he had done, had become even more sturdy. The 17-year-old young man didn't feel cold at all while only wearing a thin shirt. However, the wrinkles on his parents had gradually increased. Wang Lin's appearance was also different from 6 years ago. He no longer looked like a young man, but a middle-aged man as wrinkles appeared on his face. This was deliberately caused by Wang Lin himself. After all, if someone didn't change at all in 6 years, then it would be a very incredible thing for these good and honest neighbors. In the past 3 years, Su Tao began to come even more often. He would come every month with gold, silver, and the intent of drawing Wang Lin to their side. And every time, he would point out that this was all given by the prince to pay respects to Wang Lin. Wang Lin didn't have any interest in this prince. He came to the capital with only one purpose, and that was to experience mortal life so he could have a breakthrough in his cultivation. Considering his cultivation level, he was too lazy to get involved with mortal's power struggle. In the late autumn of this year, wind blew the leaves off the willow trees on the street, causing the leaves to fly far away and making them leave their branches. One could see leaves all over the street. Wang Lin casually walked out of the shop wearing thick clothes and a leather hat. If at this time anyone from Zhao or Chu were to show up here, they wouldn't be able to recognize Wang Lin at all. This person was Wang Lin, who had stirred up the entire country, killing thousands, and whose hands were stained with blood. Even the cultivators that had fought him wouldn't be able to recognize him. The current him looked no different from a mortal. This applied only to his appearance. It was his spirit too. Even deep down in his bones, he was the same as a mortal. After 6 years of transforming into a mortal, he had completely become a mortal. The current him looked a bit old. Although his back was still straight, he looked no different from any other middle-aged man on the street. The only little thing that made him different from mortals were his eyes. There was a clear distinction between black and white in his eyes, plus a hint of light, making him seen unlike a mortal. In the last 3 years, Wang Lin didn't cultivate once, and the last of the red substance had been unwittingly completely condensed by him into a bead, which was put away in his bag of holding. He opened the shop door and the chilling autumn wind blew into his face. Wang Lin tightened his collar, closed the shop's door, and walked into the distance. At this moment, a rather sturdy young man walked out of the shop across the street. He was carrying a bucket of broken charcoal. After he came out of the shop, he saw Wang Lin and smiled. "Uncle Wang, are you going to that show again?" Wang Lin turned around and smiled. "Dinyo, bring me a jug of wine." The young man nodded. He quickly threw the charcoal to the side and walked into the shop. Shortly after, he ran out with a jug of wine. His eyes were filled with care as he said, "Uncle Wang, at your age, you shouldn't drink as much. Just drink a little to warm your body." Wang Lin nodded with a smile. He patted Dinyo's shoulder, then turned around and left. Dinyo felt bitterness in his heart as he looked at Wang Lin's back. In these 6 years, the omnipotent Uncle Wang had aged a lot. He still remembered the Uncle Wang from 6 years ago, who was filled with vigor and whose eyes shined like the stars. One by one, lifelike wood carvings would take shape in his hands. He still remembered when Uncle Wang said that once he makes it big, he will go back and marry his wife. However, in these past 6 years, Dinyo had never seen Uncle Wang's wife, so he never asked about it again. Dinyo let out a sigh and returned to the shop. He had also grown older, so he was now the main worker in the ironworks shop. Even after the shop had closed, there were many things he had to do. The habit he had of watching Wang Lin carve every day couldn't continue any longer. Every few days, he would find some time to accompany this lonely Uncle Wang. There was a chill hidden in the late autumn wind. Wang Lin slowly walked forward. After a while, he arrived at an inn at the corner of the street. Just as he entered, the waiter, a very bright boy with a towel over his shoulder, said, "If it isn't shopkeeper Wang, please come in." After Wang Lin entered the room, he took off his hat and smiled. "I don't have any silver to give you as a tip. No matter how friendly you are, it won't help." The waiter let out a smile and said, "Look at what you're saying. The shopkeeper already said that the first seat by the east window is reserved for you." With that, he quickly walked a few steps toward a table. He wiped it with the towel that was on his shoulder and bowed before leaving. Wang Lin sat down at the table. Soon, the waiter brought a few dishes and a small charcoal stove with a pot of boiling water on top. Wang Lin placed the jug of wine in the pot of water to start warming it. Occasionally, he poured himself a cup to drink. He just sat there watching people enter the inn. Gradually, more and more people entered the inn. After about 30 minutes, performers came out from the back of the inn and the guests all started cheering. Among the actors, there was a female that looked very pretty. Most of the guests in the inn were here to watch her. This woman's eyes were very beautiful. Her long sleeves danced as she began to sing. The woman's voice was very attractive, causing all the customers in the inn to shout in praise. At this moment, the mood reached its climax. Wang Lin smiled as he watched the woman sing. He had been spending his days like this for more than a year. Not long after, a fat middle-aged man wearing thick clothes came out from the back and sat at the same table as Wang Lin. When he arrived, the waiter quickly brought out wine for him. The middle-aged fat man quickly poured a cup and drank it. He looked at Wang Lin and said, "Shopkeeper Wang, this?" Wang Lin picked up the wine jug. He took a sip and said, "Shopkeeper Li, I'm not here today to collect rent, so you can relax." The middle-aged fat man smiled and said, "Business is not good lately. Having a lot of customers today doesn't mean much. I just spent a lot of money hiring this group to perform here. This business is not easy." Wang Lin smiled. He didn't say a word. He only quietly watched the performance. This fat man was named Li, but as for his first name, Wang Lin still didn't know it. 2 years ago, this guy came to Wang Lin and pledged his shop to borrow 20 pieces of gold from Wang Lin. To this day, he still hadn't paid Wang Lin back, so this shop now belonged to Wang Lin. In this past year, he saw Wang Lin come in every day. This made him feel very nervous, so he often came to check on Wang Lin's intentions. As the pretty actress's eyes scanned the crowd, all of the guests cheered. Just at that moment, a very perverted voice outside the inn said, "Hey, this little darling sure sings well. She lured me here from the northern part of the city." After that was said, an old man wearing a gray robe walked in. This old man's hair was a mess. His face was covered in bruises, and there was a large footprint on his chest. The moment he walked in, he started shouting. The waiter frowned and said, "Where did this beggar come from? There is no money for you today." With that, he walked up to push the beggar away. The old man stared at him and said, "You dare to touch me? If you touch me, then I'll lie down here and not get up today. I'm here to listen to the music." When Wang Lin saw the old man, the light that hadn't shone in his eyes for years suddenly lit up. This old man wasn't just anyone. It was the old man that cheated a meal from him 6 or 7 years ago. The shopkeeper of the inn, who was sitting next to Wang Lin, walked up. He rummaged through his pockets for a bronze coin. He tossed the coin at the old man and said, "I gave you money, now leave. You are ruining the mood." The old man picked up the coin and bit it. He smiled at the waiter and said, "It's real, harder than gold. See, your shopkeeper knows what to do." Humph, humph. With that, he threw the coin into the waiter's hand and said, "A pot of tea." Then his eyes swept the area. His gaze landed on Wang Lin and he walked over. It was not that he recognized Wang Lin, but that the only available seat in the inn was next to Wang Lin. The waiter was shocked. He looked at the bronze coin and then at the shopkeeper. He had seen a lot of beggars, but this was the first time he had seen a beggar that would bite a bronze coin and then use it to buy tea. The middle-aged fat man's face twitched. He pulled up his sleeves and was about to throw the old man out when Wang Lin raised his hand and said, "Forget it." The middle-aged fat man immediately paused. He hesitated for a bit, muttered a few words, turned around, and went into the back room. The old man let out a mischievous smile. He looked at Wang Lin and said, "You." Just as he said that word, he was suddenly startled and stared at Wang Lin. He carefully looked at Wang Lin, and a strange expression appeared on his face as he said, "It's you." Wang Lin faintly smiled and said, "Senior, we haven't met in 7 years and you are still the same." The strange expression on the old man's face became even stranger. He stared at Wang Lin for a long time before letting out a sigh. There was a hint of praise in his eyes as he said, "You turned into a mortal. You really turned into a mortal." Wang Lin picked up the jug from the stove, poured a cup, drank it and said, "Junior is only struggling in the mortal. How could I be as relaxed as Senior, who is enjoying playing in the mortal world?" The old man took a deep breath. He took the wine jug, poured a cup and said, "I have seen many spirit-forming cultivators, but you are the first to be able to turn into a mortal in 6 years." Wang Lin didn't speak. His heart didn't waver as he let out a faint smile and watched the performance. The old man stared at Wang Lin. After a long time, the praise in his eyes became even stronger. "It is not that the flesh and blood is similar, but the soul is. Young man, if you can experience a domain, then I can promise that you will reach the soul formation stage within 100 years, said the old man. Wang Lin turned his head, took a drink, and asked, "What is domain?" The old man was about to speak when his eyes suddenly turned. He said, "Look, I'm already old. When I get hungry, I can't remember anything." Wang Lin seriously looked at the old man and smiled. "Senior, you can take your time enjoying the performance. Junior will leave first." With that, he stood up and left the inn. The old man was startled. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he muttered, "Interesting." Wang Lin carried the jug and slowly walked down the street while stepping on leaves. He returned to the shop, opened the door, and walked in. After he took one step inside, he heard the old man's voice say, "Not bad. So you spent 6 years turning into a mortal here." The old man mysteriously appeared behind Wang Lin and entered the shop with him. He looked around and his eyes gradually revealed a look of surprise. Wang Lin wasn't surprised at the expression the old man made. He sat down and continued drinking wine while watching the old man. Dragon, Flame Spider, Heaven Noise Beast, Zhonggu, 8-Claw Blade Beast, Tiluan TSK. Not bad, young man. You managed to bring most of the beasts from the Sea of Devils here. The more the old man looked, the more surprised his expression became. Finally, his gaze landed on a wooden box in the corner of the room. He waved his hand and all of the carvings inside that box flew out one by one. These carvings were all incomplete products. The moment the old man saw these incomplete products, his eyes became serious. He carefully looked at each one before taking a deep breath. He then looked at Wang Lin and slowly said, I really underestimated you. I never would have thought you have had such experiences. You wouldn't have been able to make these carvings of soul formation cultivators or desolate beasts unless you have personally fought them. Wang Lin faintly smiled. He didn't say anything. He only quietly drank his wine. It was as if what the old man said had nothing to do with him. After pondering for a while, the old man put down the carving he was holding. He turned toward Wang Lin and asked, What is your name? Wang Lin blandly answered, Wang Lin. The old man nodded. He waved his right hand and his aura completely changed from an old man's to someone with a very commanding presence. Although his appearance hadn't changed at all and there was no spiritual energy coming from his body, he suddenly became very mysterious and hard to see through. The spiritual energy in Wang Lin's body moved due to the stimulation and his eyes lit up. At that moment, Wang Lin couldn't see through this old man's cultivation. The light quickly disappeared from his eyes as he took a sip of wine and said, Senior, my old house really can't withstand your power. Please restrain yourself. The old man snorted. Kid, experience it for a bit. This is a domain. With that, the aura around him suddenly moved and a sense of rage surged through the shop. What was odd was that not a single tile of the building was damaged and none of the aura left the room. At that moment, the inside and outside of the shop were like two worlds cut off from each other. This aura of rage spread into the surroundings, and Wang Lin's spiritual energy involuntarily started to resist this aura. As soon as his spiritual energy started to move, it was pulled by this raging aura. It was instantly assimilated by the raging aura and became very violent as well. Under this raging aura, a trace of terror appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. The spiritual energy inside his body no longer listened to him. He even had a feeling that his own nascent soul had been assimilated by this raging aura. At that moment, it felt as if his 400 years of hard work had become a tool for the old man to attack him with. This is my raging domain. I used this domain back then to reach the soul formation stage. Under this domain, all spiritual energy is assimilated by my domain and is controlled by me. There was a sliver of madness inside the old man's voice. After he glanced at Wang Lin, the domain disappeared. It was as if the domain had never been there at all. In these short few breaths, Wang Lin became covered in cold sweat. His hands were still shaking as he grabbed the jug and took a big gulp of wine. It took a long time before the spiritual energy in his body settled down. Wang Lin pondered for a while, then asked, Why have none of the soul formation cultivators I met before displayed this kind of domain? The old man was startled. He scratched his head and embarrassingly said, This, I forgot. Also, I lowered my cultivation level to soul formation, but still used the soul transformation stage to activate the domain, so it was a little too powerful. In truth, soul formation cultivators aren't able to display their domain like that because only a sliver of their domains are present in their techniques, so their domains are not detectable. Hee, sorry. Wang Lin wryly smiled and looked the old man. He muttered to himself, Domain. This is domain. The old man's eyes turned. He revealed a shifty look on his face and whispered, Turning into Immortal to experience your own domain, and using that domain to break past the nascent soul stage into the soul formation stage. This is something every cultivator must experience when they wish to break past the nascent soul stage. Kid, do you want to experience other people's domains? This is very beneficial to you. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. It has to be said that although experiencing other soul formation cultivators' domains was very dangerous, the benefit was very large. He looked at the old man. He didn't immediately agree. He slowly asked, What price do I need to pay? The old man's eyes narrowed. He hit his chest and said, Price? There is no price that needs to be paid. With me around to protect you in this rank 4 cultivation country, we can walk sideways and it would be fine. Wang Lin didn't say a word, but silently looked at the old man. Gradually, the old man scratched his head in embarrassment and said, I can tell that these carvings are pretty good. Wang Lin decisively said, okay, I can give all of these to you. The old man rolled his eyes. He angrily hit his chest and said, what would I want your low-quality magic treasures for? Only those half-finished carvings are worth looking at, but I have no use for them. So, let me say it directly. Look at how handsome, bright, and dominating I am. Does your heart not move? Don't you think I make a very good model for a carving? When the old man started speaking, his face was a little red. But the more he spoke, the more excited he became. He even puffed out his chest and hit it. Wang Lin was startled. He nodded and said, okay, but my cultivation level is currently not high enough. Only after I reach the soul formation stage can I make your carving perfect. The old man immediately became happy and quickly said, there is no rush. There is no rush. You must make it perfect. Oh, I want new to carving, so you must make my carving perfect. That's it, gotta make more than one. 100. Yes, 100. The old man was immersed in his fantasy. He thought that the next time he goes to the brothel or meets a beautiful woman, he would give them a carving of himself and then they would remember him for the rest of their lives. He especially thought of all the beautiful women holding a carving of himself. He became very excited at all these beautiful images in his mind. The more he looked at Wang Lin, the more pleased he became. He grabbed toward Wang Lin and moved. In the blink of an eye, the two of them disappeared from the shop. When they reappeared, they were already in the clouds 100,000 plus kilometers away from the capital. Wang Lin spread out his divine sense and was terrified in his heart. He estimated that they had traveled 100,000 kilometers. This power was too terrifying. It caused the hairs on his body to stand up. It has to be said that late-stage nascent soul cultivators can only teleport 1,000 kilometers away. Although he didn't know how far late-stage soul formation cultivations could teleport, it couldn't possibly be 100,000 kilometers. Under Wang Lin's analysis, not even soul transformation cultivators could easily teleport this far. More importantly, this old man carried him as well. As a result, Wang Lin dreaded this old man even more. The old man was currently panting. Even for him, traveling 100,000 kilometers was not an easy task. However, when he saw Wang Lin's shocked face, he proudly raised his chin, pretending to be regretful and said, alas, I'm old and my body is a lot worse than it used to be. This teleportation only moved us a mere 100,000 kilometers. I'm ashamed. Although the old man said this, even a mortal passing by could have seen the intense pride on his face. Wang Lin silently pondered. After a long time, the old man was still panting heavily. The pride on his face gradually disappeared as he angrily asked, kid, have you seen anyone teleport this distance before? Wang Lin calmly said, never. After seeing how powerful I am, you don't even let out a fart? The old man's eyes widened. It was like he used all his strength to drink milk in a brothel and this kid had no reaction at all. Wang Lin looked at the old man with a strange expression and said, Senior's cultivation is something Junior has never seen before. I admire you. The old man snorted and boasted, if there is an opportunity, I'll give you a chance to experience a 1 million kilometer teleportation. With that, he pointed at the air in the distance and said, that is the White Cloud sect. Let's go. This old man will take you to go trash that sect. Wang Lin hesitated a bit, then said to the old man, Senior, are we just going like this? The old man waved his hand and made 2 straw hats appear. Wear this. Unless someone is 2 cultivation levels above you, they won't be able to see your appearance. This is something I've saved for a long time. When you are done, you have to return it to me, he said. Wang Lin caught the hat, scanned it with his divine sense, and was immediately shocked. Although the straw hat looked normal, there were secrets hidden within it. Using his divine sense, he found that the hat contained countless restrictions that he had never seen before. They were comparable to ancient restrictions. And this was only the outer layer of restrictions. As for the restrictions in the center, Wang Lin couldn't even check that far with his divine sense in such a short period of time. Wang Lin had decided that no matter what, he won't be returning this hat. If anything, he will just have to make a few more carvings. When the old man wore the hat, a golden light surrounded him. When Wang Lin tried to scan the old man, the golden light inflicted pain on him. Wang Lin took a deep breath. The desire to keep the straw hat became even stronger as he silently put it on. The old man looked at Wang Lin as his right hand formed a very strange seal and pointed to the air. Suddenly, a giant ghost appeared in the air. As it appeared, the surrounding spiritual energy violently gathered toward the ghost. Almost immediately, the ghost became solid and became a giant in golden armor holding a sword. The giant's face was grim. It was as if it was an evil god, revealing a violent aura. It angrily stared at the location the old man pointed to. The old man proudly shouted, "Gold! Smash!" The golden armored giant waved its sword without a word. Suddenly, a beam of golden light appeared. It was as if the sun was crashing down. The beam flew across the sky. Suddenly, in the distance, violent ripples appeared. The ripples became more and more violent until a light screen shattered into tiny pieces with a loud bang. Shortly after, the golden armored giant let out a snort and gradually faded. The old man immediately mumbled in dissatisfaction. Wang Lin could kinda hear that the old man was scolding the golden armored giant for being lazy. The moment the screen shattered, a wave of energy immediately spread out from the point of the impact. This energy was filled with destructive power. Wang Lin's expression suddenly changed. Just as he was about to dodge, the old man waved his hand and a pillar appeared before Wang Lin, blocking the energy wave. Then Wang Lin looked at old man. He was standing in the energy wave and seemed to be enjoying it. As the energy wave finished spreading out, the area suddenly changed and buildings appeared one by one. These buildings floated on the clouds and emitted rainbow-colored lights. This place looked like the celestial realm. This scene was several times more majestic than what Wang Lin saw back in Chu. The buildings seemed to go on endlessly. At the same time, waves of angry shouts came from these buildings and a few dozen or so powerful auras charged out. Wang Lin spread out his divine sense. Among these auras, there were more than 30 nascent soul cultivators. The remaining 5 were soul formation cultivators. He took a deep breath. This rank 4 cultivation country was really deserving of its rank. A sect here, whether big or small, was not something a rank 3 cultivation country could deal with. It was not an exaggeration to say that any sect here could wipe out a rank 3 cultivation country. After the cultivators came out, they immediately fanned out and surrounded Wang Lin and the old man. They revealed hostile expressions and sent out their divine senses to scan Wang Lin and the old man. However, after just an instant, more than half of them revealed surprised expressions. Wang Lin could clearly feel that when their divine senses swept past them, the straw hats released large amounts of golden light. The golden light made their divine senses melt like ice touching fire. As for the old man, he formed a seal and the golden light formed a pair of ghostly wings. The wings flapped and all of the divine senses around him were swept away. Suddenly, a few cultivators let out grunts. Their bodies slumped, and their expressions became very ugly. A middle-aged man wearing a blue robe flew out from the group. This person's face was pale and his eyes had no light. His eyes were like Wang Lin's, revealing a clear difference between black and white. They revealed an extraordinary light. After he walked out, he clasped his hands and said, "The two of you broke my white cloud sect's grand formation. If you don't explain this, then the two of you should just stay here." The old man snorted. He waved his hand and took out a bamboo chair. He placed it in the air, sat down on it, then said, "I don't care. I'm just a hired hand. He asked me to come, so talk to him." The middle-aged man revealed a hint of dread in his eyes, but the person he was dreading wasn't Wang Lin. It was the old man. After hearing the old man's words, his gaze fell on Wang Lin. He said, "Fellow cultivator, has my white cloud sect offended you before?" Wang Lin pondered a little. Then, without a word, he took out a normal flying sword from his bag of holding. He lightly shook the sword and imprinted his divine sense onto it. Then, crackling sounds followed as the sword transformed into a small silver ball. Because the White Cloud sect has many soul formation cultivators, I wish to challenge them all. I hope you can forgive my intrusion. With that, he suddenly moved his right hand to form a seal and pointed at the silver ball. The silver ball suddenly flew out, creating sonic booms. It was as if it could rip the sky apart. The middle-aged man's eyes were filled with caution, but when he saw the silver ball, he sneered. "You're biting off more than you can chew." With that, he didn't take out a treasure. Instead, he pointed to the air and purple spiritual energy appeared on his finger. The moment the spiritual energy appeared, it turned into a purple dragon. The silver ball suddenly stopped as Wang Lin changed techniques and shouted, "Change!" Suddenly, the silver ball began to move strangely and transformed into a turtle-like creature. This creature was something Wang Lin had killed in the Sea of Devils, a zhonggu. The zhonghu beast created by the silver ball suddenly became alive and revealed its sharp teeth as it let out a roar. The roar ripped through the sky and the zhonghu started fighting with the purple dragon. The middle-aged man let out a cold snort as he formed a seal and shouted, "Split!" Suddenly, the purple dragon split into two. One of them slipped past the zhonghu towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin frowned and was about to dodge when the old man's voice entered his ears. "What are you hiding for? Don't move. Experience a soul formation cultivator's domain." Wang Lin hesitated a bit, then placed his hand on his bag of holding. If anything goes wrong, he would bring out the restriction flag. The reason he wasn't using his normal magic treasures was because he was afraid that his identity would be found out. After hearing the old man's words, Wang Lin took a deep breath. Scenes of meeting the old man flashed through his mind. He then clenched his teeth and kept his body motionless. Although it sounded slow, all of this happened in an instant as the two purple dragons charged at him. The old man's eyes were filled with praise toward Wang Lin. Although Wang Lin's expression didn't reveal anything, how could the old man not see the struggle Wang Lin was going through? He glanced sideways at the two purple dragons and lifted his right hand. With a gentle squeeze, one of the purple dragons was crushed. The middle-aged man's expression changed greatly. The sense of dread he felt from the old man became even stronger. At this point, the remaining purple dragon, carrying a powerful aura and letting out a roar, landed on Wang Lin's body. Wang Lin's body shook. He could feel a powerful pressure enter his body. Although this pressure looked very powerful, after entering his body, it was like a gentle breath. It didn't have any offensive power and didn't bring him any harm. But in this gentle wind, there was a faint feeling of desperate emotion. This feeling expanded endlessly in the blink of an eye inside Wang Lin. Not even his nascent soul could escape this feeling. Wang Lin immediately knew that this desperate emotion was the sliver of domain inside the middle-aged man's technique. This domain was like divine retribution. There was no way for him to defend against it. If he were to take out the restriction flag and defend with layers of ancient restrictions, the feeling wouldn't be this strong. After all, when he fought with soul formation cultivators, the restriction flag was a must. But at this moment, in order to experience the domain, he didn't defend himself at all. As a result, it could be said that he was unarmed and naked against this soul formation cultivator's domain. The old man's eyes lit up and he reached out with his right hand. Suddenly, a sliver of purple gas came out of Wang Lin's forehead and formed a ball in the old man's hand, while Wang Lin recovered his senses. Wang Lin closed his eyes. At that moment, he was able to fully experience the middle-aged man's domain. Such opportunities could only be wished for and were very valuable. The old man's hand kneaded the purple ball and crushed it. The middle-aged man's face was very ugly as he stared at the old man and said, "I'm guessing that Senior is here to allow your disciple to experience domain in order to break into the soul formation stage." The old man let out a mischievous smile. He pointed at the person next to the middle-aged man and said, "You, come up. It is your turn." The person the old man pointed at was an old woman. Her eyes were slightly dim as she stared at the old man and said, Although Senior's cultivation level is sky high, that doesn't mean you can order my white cloud sect around. The old man mumbled a few words. He impatiently took out a dirty and old bag of holding. He searched through the bag for a long time and finally took out a black, wooden token. There was still grease and vegetable leaves on the token as he casually threw it into the old woman's hand. The moment the old woman saw the token, her expression changed and she shouted, "Ancestral spirit token!" The middle-aged man immediately reached out and grabbed the token. He formed a few seals and placed it on the token. The token suddenly revealed a rainbow-colored light that lingered. The middle-aged man suddenly let out a wry smile and respectfully said to the old man, "Since Senior has the ancestral spirit token, we must obey. But is Senior sure that you want to use the ancestral spirit token to have all of the soul formation cultivators of the White Cloud sect help your disciple experience domain?" The old man proudly smiled at Wang Lin and snorted at the middle-aged man. He shouted, "Of course! Now stop with this nonsense. You, come out!" With that, he pointed at the old woman. The old woman pondered for a bit and respectfully nodded. She moved forward, looked at Wang Lin with a complex expression, and said, "You have a good teacher. If had a chance to experience domains when I was trying to reach the soul formation stage, I would have had a much smoother path." Ah! With that, she opened her mouth and spat out a sliver of pink spiritual energy. The moment it appeared, a nice-smelling fragrance began to spread. The pink spiritual energy shot toward Wang Lin like a sword. It stopped 3 inches before Wang Lin and turned into a pink mist that then surrounded him. Slowly experience this old woman's domain. Inside the pink mist, Wang Lin felt very warm. His spiritual energy and nascent soul gained a sliver of laziness. As his killing aura and his determination to cultivate began to fade, Wang Lin felt sleepy thanks to that sensation. It was as if nothing mattered in the world. But at the same moment, a ball of killing aura flew out of his bag of holding and entered Wang Lin's body. Shortly after, a powerful killing aura washed over him like a bucket of cold water dumped over his head. The killing aura spread throughout his body. The old woman was surprised. She gently waved her hand and retrieved the pink gas. Wang Lin took a deep breath. If it wasn't for the killing aura ball, he would have completely lost himself in the domain. This type of feeling was extremely scary. Aside from the original dread he felt towards soul formation cultivators, there was now an extra bit of caution. The old woman looked at Wang Lin. She backed up and no longer talked. The old man's gaze swept the group and landed on a cyan-robed old man. His eyes lit up and he said, Your domain is very special. Once he experiences it, we won't bother you anymore." That old man raised his head. He didn't even look at Wang Lin while saying, "He can't withstand my domain." The old man raised his eyebrow. He waved his hand and said, "Nonsense. With me here, even if your White Cloud Sect's ancestor Old Man Baiyun were to come here personally, I would still be able to hold it off." With that, he mischievously looked toward the deep part of the White Cloud Sect. The cyan-robed man didn't say any more and patted his own head. Suddenly, a black opening appeared on his forehead and a black sword came out. The sword turned into a bolt of lightning and arrived before Wang Lin. The speed was something Wang Lin couldn't defend against at all. His face was very ugly. If he had the restriction flag, he would be able to block it, but he wouldn't be able to hold it off for too long. However, Wang Lin was not afraid. Although he couldn't resist the sword, if this was a real fight, thanks to the sliver of divine retribution, all soul formation cultivators would be wary of him, no matter how powerful their techniques were. For example, against this flying sword, if Wang Lin were to send out the sliver of divine retribution, then the cyan-robed man would have to call back the flying sword, otherwise they would just kill each other. When the cyan-robed man's flying sword arrived 10 feet before Wang Lin, a sudden wave of killing intent came from the sword. Within that killing intent, there was a bit of a mysterious domain. This domain was very different from the two from earlier. It was as if it carried a sliver of the heaven's might. Wang Lin immediately noticed that his own spiritual energy showed signs of weakening. If his spiritual energy was replaced by his life force, then his life would be quickly drained away. This strange domain caused Wang Lin's expression to change greatly. This domain currently only affected his spiritual energy. If it could affect life force, then it would be a terrifying heaven-defying existence. The cyan-robed cultivator's expression was plain as he waved his hand and the flying sword returned to him. The sword disappeared back into his forehead as he slowly said, "My domain is the passing of time." The old man's eyes focused on the cyan-robed old man. Because of the fluctuations in spiritual energy, he knew that this cyan-robed old man had an uncommon domain, but he hadn't expected it to be the passing of time. He took a deep breath and the look of surprise disappeared from his face. At the moment he looked very dignified. Although his face looked dirty, that couldn't mask his noble aura. Wang Lin suddenly felt disillusioned. It was as if this old man had instantly changed. If someone were to tell him that his old man was an expert from the country of Suzaku, he wouldn't be surprised. What an amazing domain! If you can reach the Wending stage, that domain will be heaven-defying. You guys take the token. Goodbye! The old man took a deep breath. His body moved and appeared next to Wang Lin. He grabbed Wang Ling and they disappeared. When they reappeared, they were in an abandoned area of the capital. After the two of them reappeared, the old man was breathing very hard and his face was pale, but it was still filled with pride. He looked at Wang Lin, waiting to be praised. The current him no longer had the feeling of an expert. Wang Lin felt helpless as he placed the straw hat in his bag of holding and said, "Senior's technique is beyond amazing. It's something Junior has never seen before. I really admire it." The old man rolled his eyes and disapprovingly said, "You only know this one line?" Wang Lin pondered for a bit, then wryly smiled. When in his life did he ever have to flatter someone? He really didn't know where to begin. The old man breathed heavily. He waved his hand and said, "Forget it. You already finished experiencing domains, so quickly reach the soul formation stage so you can make those wooden carvings for me." With that, he turned around to leave. Wang Lin pondered a little. Seeing that the old man was about to leave, he asked, "What kind of item is that ancestral spirit token?" The old man turned around to look at Wang Lin. He let out a smile filled with pride and said, "That piece of junk isn't much. I have plenty of them here." With that, he took out various tokens and said, "This is the Heaven Escape Sex. This is the Spirit Fog Sex. This is the rank 4 Cultivation Countries Giant Demon Clans. This is the rank 5 Cultivation Countries." Wang Lin gawked at him as he introduced each token. The old man's face was filled with pride. It was as if the things in his hands were his favorite toys. Finally, the old man waved his hand. He took out a blank token and said, "Besides those, I can make a token for any sect for you. I have sold countless tokens over the years. You can go check out my reputation if you want. It is very good. How about the White Cloud sect head's token?" Wang Lin pondered for a bit. He looked at the old man once more, then turned around and left. The old man talked for a long time before finally putting the tokens away and saying, "These things are my treasures. If you can't appreciate them, then I won't sell them to you." Humph. Wang Lin walked directly back to the shop and sat down cross-legged next to the stove. The surroundings were completely quiet. In this silence, the experiences he had with the domains flashed through his mind. He became completely immersed in recalling his experiences as he tried to understand them. The middle-aged man's desperate emotion domain, the old woman's comfort domain, and the cyan-robbed man's passing of time domain all floated inside Wang Lin's mind. After a while, Wang Lin gained a sliver of understanding. This domain was something that was obtained when someone was perceiving the heavens based on their life experiences. Then what would his own domain be? Wang Lin closed his eyes. In that moment, his entire being changed. After a long time, he opened his eyes and grabbed a knife to begin carving. The wooden chips fell to the ground. His knife flowed smoothly like water and without rest. Gradually, the piece of wood took the shape of someone forming a seal with one hand. Wang Lin's eyes became focused. At the moment, nothing could disturb Wang Lin's concentration. What his mind was thinking about and what his eyes were seeing were the old man's desperate emotion domain. The amount of wood shavings on the ground increased. The speed of Wang Lin's knife increased until it formed afterimages. After a long time, Wang Lin's right hand suddenly paused. The knife in his right hand broke in half. The blade of the knife flew into a shelf and let out a buzzing sound. Wang Lin didn't pay attention to any of this as he looked at the carving in his hand. The carving was already completed. The middle-aged man looked like he was alive. The carving contained a sliver of desperate emotion domain. However, this domain wasn't being released at all. It was completely contained within the carving. Wang Lin slowly closed his eyes. After feeling it for a long time, he gently placed the middle-aged man's carving on the ground. Wang Lin muttered to himself, "It is still not enough." Wang Lin could only imitate the desperate emotion domain. Although he was eventually able to finish the carving, it was still very different from the middle-aged man's desperate emotion domain. Wang Lin looked at the broken carving knife. He waved his hand and the blade flew onto a shelf on the side. He took out another piece of wood and used his finger as a carving knife. Time passed by, and in the blink of an eye 10 years had passed. In these 10 years, Wang Lin's appearance became even older. Strands of white hair appeared on his head. His straight back had become somewhat hunched, and he overall looked like he had entered his latter years. The amount of carvings had gradually decreased. In these past 10 years, Wang Lin had only finished one carving, which was the old woman from the White Cloud sect. Actually, he had finished the old woman's carving 9 years ago. Although it was similar to the middle-aged man's carving and far from as powerful as the original, he knew that this was because he hadn't reached the soul formation stage yet. The reason Wang Lin hadn't finished another carving was the Sai-and-robed old man. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't seem to carve the passing of time domain into his carving of the old man. He had tried for 9 years without any success. Although he had crafted countless carvings of the old man, none of them contained the old man's domain. In the end, all of them were destroyed by him. On this day, Wang Lin looked at the carving of the old man. He let out a sigh and waved his hand over the carving. The carving turned to dust. Then, he stood up and opened the door of the shop. The gentle sunlight fell on his body as he sat on a wooden chair and looked at the passing people. The ironworks shop across the street had expanded several times in these past 10 years. Not long after, a 4-year-old boy peeked his head out from the ironworks shop. When he saw Wang Lin, he let out a smile and ran toward Wang Lin with a jug of wine in his hand. After handing the wine to Wang Lin, he asked, "Grandpa Wang, I secretly stole this wine for you. Where is the candy?" Wang Lin let out a smile. He rubbed the boy's head as he took out a pill the size of his fingernail. He threw the pill at the boy and took a drink from the jug. The boy quickly swallowed the candy and displayed a satisfied look. Then, he leaned his head on his 2 small hands and asked, "Grandpa Wang, does this wine taste good? I see you drinking it every day." Wang Lin faintly smiled. At that moment, a sturdy young man came out from the ironworks shop. One could see a resemblance between this young man and the little boy from back then. When the young man saw Wang Lin, his eyes flooded with emotion and he said, "Uncle Wang, you can't drink any more today." Wang Lin laughed and said, "Okay, just one more drink and I won't drink anymore." "Denyo, how is your father?" Denyo's face darkened as he replied, "Same old illness. It's not a big deal." Wang Lin secretly sighed. He couldn't interfere with a mortal's life. Growing old and getting sick was a natural part of life. Denyo married shopkeeper Zhao's daughter, and this little boy was his son. The little boy pulled Wang Lin's sleeves and asked, "Grandpa Wang, you still haven't told me if this wine tastes good or not." Denyo looked at Wang Lin. He secretly sighed and said, "What your Grandpa Wang is drinking is not wine, but ginseng." Wang Lin looked at Denyo. His eyes were filled with praise, and then he said, "Denyo, take the kid home. I'm gonna go walk around the block." Denyo took the wine from Wang Lin's hand. He placed it inside the shop and closed the door. Then he said, "You promised me earlier that you won't drink anymore today." Wang Lin smiled as he got up and walked down the street. His slightly staggering figure was filled with age. Denyo let out a sigh and held the boy's hand on the way back to the ironworks shop. The boy smiled and happily said, "Dad, The candy Grandpa Wang gives me sure is tasty. Every time I eat it, my body feels warm. Wang Lin walked down the street he had lived on for all these years. All of the shopkeepers seemed to have heard of this. They all came out with panicked faces and begged before Wang Lin. Shopkeeper Wang, you have to understand that this business is not easy to run. Next month, I promise, next month, I'll pay the rent. This was a new grocery shopkeeper that had moved in 3 years ago. It is true, Lord Wang. Business really isn't good right now. How about you wait for a few days? This was the fat inn owner. Similar voices came from everywhere. He couldn't help but to wryly smile. He didn't know how it came to be, but in the past 10 years, almost every house on this street owed him money. Even most of the shops now belonged to him. Every time there was a shop owner who needed money, they would pledge their shop to borrow money from him. As for Wang Lin's own shop, the owner came and sold it to him 2 years ago. Of course, the price was sky high. Even now, every time Wang Lin came out, these shopkeepers would come up and try to get on Wang Lin's good side. In fact, this had to do with the fact that Wang Lin didn't come out much. Sometimes, he would not come out for months at a time, so whenever he appeared, these shopkeepers would be nervous, afraid that he had come for their rent. In truth, the rent wasn't much money, but anyone who had lived here for a while knew that Wang Lin was really good-natured, so they started to delay their rent payments. Eventually, it became a habit for everyone to not pay rent. After all, no one in the mortal world would want to use up silver. Everyone thought, the more the better. Wang Lin really didn't care about this at all, so he just let whatever happened happen and considered it part of understanding the heavens. In these 9 years, everything had changed greatly. Not many of the old faces remained. This caused Wang Lin to feel very regretful as he waved his hand at the shopkeepers and said, I'm not collecting rent today. You can all leave. All of the shopkeepers let out breaths and left. Wang Lin walked down the street with his hands behind his back. After a short while, he arrived at the end of the street. But just at that moment, a large horse being ridden by a middle-aged man charged toward him. The middle-aged man's expression was very ugly, and there was fresh blood leaking from the corner of his mouth. He rode the horse past the corner, and just as he passed by Wang Lin, his eyes widened. He quickly pulled the reins, and, as the horse let out a long neigh, he jumped down from its back. He arrived before Wang Lin, but before he could even speak, he coughed out a mouthful of blood. Within the blood, there were pieces of his internal organs. His face was pale as he knelt on the ground and said, Please save me, Mr. Wang. Wang Lin's expression was normal as he looked at the person. This person was the one who would always visit him on the holidays and give him a large amount of money. Su Tao. Wang Lin said, If there is any problem, tell me. Mr. Wang, His Highness is in danger. After hearing Su Tao's frantic words, Wang Lin gradually understood what had happened. His Highness had somehow angered a very powerful cultivator. Once that cultivator appeared, all of the cultivators around His Highness backed off, unwilling to get involved. As of today, His Highness was hiding inside the palace. The cultivator felt it would be troublesome to enter the palace, so he was unloading all of his anger on His Highness followers. Su Tao was very smart. When he noticed that something was wrong, he immediately ran away, but he was still hit by the cultivator, so he panicked. At that moment, he could only think of Wang Lin. Just as Su Tao was speaking, a young cultivator walked around the corner. He looked very bossy as he walked towards Su Tao. After Su Tao saw the cultivator, his body shivered and he coughed out another mouthful of blood before slumping over. He looked at Wang Lin in desperation and pleaded, Save me! With that, he passed out. The cultivator sneered as he looked at Wang Lin and waved his hand. Immediately, a black gas invisible to mortal eyes spread out and formed a giant skull in the air. The skull moved toward Su Tao to devour him. This cultivator was evidently very cruel as he included Wang Lin in the attack as well. In his eyes, although Wang Lin was only a mortal because Su Tao fled to where Wang Lin was, then their relationship must be deep, so he might as well kill them both. As for any trouble caused by mortals, his master will resolve the issue for him. Thinking about that, his expression became very cruel. Wang Lin furrowed his brow. If this cultivator had only targeted Su Tao, then he wouldn't have acted. Although Su Tao had been very respectful toward him all these years, that wasn't enough for Wang Lin to act. But now, this mere Foundation establishment cultivator dared to include him in the attack. Wang Lin's expression was normal and his eyes were calm as he waved his hand as if he was shooing away mosquitoes. Suddenly, the skull seemed to have seen something very scary. It let out a scream and no longer dared to move forward to devour. It backed away instead. But it was still a step too slow. As Wang Lin waved his hand, the devil Su Ligua appeared and devoured the skull. He loudly chewed the skull before swallowing it and then gave the little cultivator a fierce glance before slowly disappearing. The little cultivator's face became red and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. This happened because when the skull was destroyed, his soul sustained damage. Then, without a word, the little cultivator ran away in fear. Wang Lin coldly stared at the figure that was running away. He didn't kill him because he was nearly done with turning into Immortal and didn't want to waste effort on this little matter. Only a few short moments had passed between the little cultivator's arrival and his departure. Adding on the fact that the technique he used wasn't visible to mortals, and therefore did not attract the attention of mortals, most people just felt a cold wind blow by. However, there were a lot less people on the streets. The reason for this was Su Tao, who had coughed up blood and fainted. Su Tao's old home had already moved from this street 8 years ago, so no one recognized him anymore. Wang Lin let out a sigh. With his hands behind his back, he walked into a grocery store. As he entered, the shopkeep quickly came to greet him. Wang Lin pointed at Su Tao, who was passed out in the street, and said, "Shopkeeper, please get 2 workers to carry him to my shop." The grocery store's shopkeeper hesitated for a bit. He inconspicuously looked around and then, when he realized that no one was looking, he said to Wang Lin, "Shopkeeper Wang, we don't even know if this person is dead or alive. Let's report this to the officials. You might get into a lot of trouble otherwise." Wang Lin smiled. He patted the shopkeeper's shoulder and said, "Don't worry. Find someone to carry him for me." With that, he turned around and slowly walked away with his hands behind his back. The shopkeeper looked at Wang Lin's back. He sighed and said, "A good person. Shopkeeper Wang is really a good person." After he finished muttering to himself, he shouted, "Little 2 and little 3, come out and carry that person to Shopkeeper Wang's store." Just as Wang Lin arrived back at his shop, 2 young workers carried Su Tao over and, following Wang Lin's instructions, placed on him the floor of the shop. Wang Lin casually handed them a few silver coins and sent the 2 young workers on their way. Then, he sat down beside the stove and began to silently ponder. If he doesn't help him, Su Tao won't be able to live. Wang Lin let out a sigh. Considering how respectful Su Tao had been for the past 10 years, Wang Lin took out the most inferior pill from his bag of holding and pushed it into Su Tao's mouth. Then he picked up the jug of wine and drank while waiting for Su Tao to wake up. As for the little cultivator, he ran away in panic. He didn't care about alarming mortals, so he took out his flying sword and flew east. In the eastern suburb of the city there was a temple. This temple was very quiet, and in front of it was a pond with lotuses and blooming pink flowers. The crisp green lotus leaves floated in the pond and the fish gently touched them, creating ripples that looked very calming. A path made of cobblestone came down from the temple. On its sides were some willow trees. When the wind blew, the willow trees rustled. All of this created a very beautiful scenery. At this moment, although there was a breeze, the sound of the rustling leaves was suppressed by the sound of flying. The little cultivator suddenly landed before the temple door and coughed out blood. His face was pale as he opened up the temple door and ran inside. The few cultivators sitting cross-legged inside the temple opened their eyes. One of them saw how bad the little cultivator's condition was. He walked up and asked, "Junior apprentice brother, how could a mere mortal cause you such heavy injuries?" The little cultivator pushed the person aside and said, "I need to see Master. Master, what is the panic?" From inside the temple came a middle-aged man. This person's face was wide and his eyes were small. His large ears were very noticeable, but upon closer inspection, He looked very dignified. When this person appeared, all of the cultivators that were cultivating stood up and respectfully stood on the sides. After the little cultivator saw the middle-aged man, he knelt on the ground and said, "Master, someone destroyed my guardian spirit and damaged my soul. Master, please get revenge for me." The large-eared cultivator looked at the little cultivator. Then he waved his sleeves and reached out with his hand. Suddenly, rolls of black gas gathered in the air, forming a giant skull. Next, the large-eared cultivator pointed at the skull, then grabbed it and, without a word, pushed it into the little cultivator's forehead. The little cultivator's expression became painful as black gas covered his face. He then coughed out a mouthful of black blood, and the black gas on his face slowly disappeared. His face was now red, and the damage he had suffered from his guardian spirit being destroyed had been healed. The large-eared cultivator waved his right hand and slowly said, "Tell me what happened." The little cultivator took a deep breath and quickly recounted what had happened, adding a bunch of extra details. The little cultivator sounded very smart as he spoke, and the large-eared cultivator just silently listened. The other disciples didn't say anything, but they all had weird looks in their eyes. Before long, the little cultivator finished speaking. His eyes were filled with hatred. "Master, I have already told him your name, but this guy was too arrogant. Master, no matter what, we have to teach him a lesson," he added. The large-eared cultivator's expression was calm as he looked at the little cultivator and said, "Are you sure that when you saw this cultivator, he had no spiritual energy at all, as if he was immortal?" The little cultivator quickly nodded and said, "Yes, master, that is correct. At first, I thought he was just a mortal." The large-eared cultivator's eyes revealed a strange light. He didn't seem angry as he said to the little cultivator, "Take a trip with me and lead the way. There is no need to use any techniques. We will walk." The little cultivator was very happy and quickly led the large-eared cultivator out of the temple. As for the remaining cultivators, some wanted to follow, but seeing that master didn't say anything, they hesitated. One of them let out a sigh and said, "Master spoils junior apprentice brother too much." A middle-aged man wryly smiled and slowly said, "This isn't the first time. These kind of things happen too often. With master's wisdom, how could he not see the lies in junior brother's words? It is best we don't bother with it too much. With junior apprentice brother's personality, sooner or later he will get into big trouble." Someone else muttered a few words. The first person who talked regretfully said, "With master here, even if junior apprentice brother gets into big trouble, he should still be fine. If it was one of us, then it would be hard to say. This is not the first time that we've witnessed master favoring junior apprentice brother. Even junior apprentice brother's cultivation method is different from ours. Forget it. As long as we know it in our hearts, it is fine. If we say it out loud, it will make us sound stingy. I wonder which disciple of which sect angered junior apprentice brother this time." From what he said, this person was mixed in with mortals. The four-sect alliance is really big and has all kinds of cultivators. I guess that cultivator is at the core formation stage if he was able to destroy junior apprentice brother's guardian spirit so easily. What is the point of us talking about this? With masters standing in the four-sect alliance, not to mention core formation cultivators, even nascent soul cultivators won't stand a change. They talked about it for a bit, then continued to cultivate. As the little cultivator walked, he felt very proud. He knew that master had always been the best to him. Maybe it was because he was master's personal disciple. Since he was small, every time he had problems, all he had to do was tell master. Master would then take him and wipe out whoever he wanted. Throughout all these years, his master had never refused once. He secretly sneered. Now that his master was here, he would let that person die without a resting place and let that guy know the consequences of messing with him. Thinking about this, he secretly looked at his master and saw that he didn't have any expression. He secretly smiled because he knew that the more expressionless his master was, the more angry he was. In his memory, every time his master took him to go wipe out someone that messed with him, his master always had this expression. Regardless of who he made an enemy of, When they saw his master, their faces all turned pale. Some begged for mercy, some tried to run away, and some even attempted to fight back. But no matter what happened, all three types of people saw the same ending. The pride in the little cultivator's heart inflated, making him feel as if he had just eaten sweets. He started to walk quickly, hoping that that person hadn't ran away already. As they walked, the large-eared cultivator suddenly stopped. The little cultivator quickly took a few steps back and saw that the large-eared cultivator was looking at a stall that sold candy. The large-eared cultivator's eyes revealed a gentle light as he walked up and softly asked, "How much is this candy?" When the vendor of the stall saw the large-eared person, for some unknown reason, he developed a good feeling toward him and replied, "Just 1 copper coin is enough." The large-eared cultivator smiled and nodded, then took out a copper coin. After giving the copper coin to the vendor, he looked closely at the different candies and picked one up. The little cultivator was startled. This was the first time he had seen the large-eared cultivator buy candy, so he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But what he didn't expect was the large-eared cultivator handing the candy to him. "Fuer, when I first met you, you were fighting with a bunch of kids over candy. Maybe you have already forgotten." The large-eared cultivator's eyes were filled with regret. The little cultivator was startled and couldn't help but think of his bitter childhood. If it wasn't for his master, then he would probably be dead already. His eyes became slightly red, and he whispered, "I haven't forgotten. It is master who took me away from there and taught me cultivation." The large-eared cultivator rubbed the little cultivator's head and said, "Let's go. Take me to that person." As the little cultivator looked at the candy, scenes of his childhood replayed in his mind. He took a deep breath and carefully put the candy inside his bag of holding. He decided to keep it for the rest of his life because this was something his master bought for him. The sky was getting dark, and by the time the large-eared cultivator and the little cultivator arrived at Wang Lin's shop, it was already dark. However, there were lights coming from the sides of the street. Su Tao woke up in a haze. After hesitating for a while, he quickly got a bearing of his surroundings and got up. When he saw Wang Lin, he immediately knelt on the ground with an excited expression on his face, unable to say a word. Wang Lin's expression remained the same. He didn't even look at Su Tao as he said, "I saved your life to repay your 16 years of commitment. You can leave." Su Tao hesitated for a bit, before kowtowing a few more times and whispering, "Thank you for your kindness. I'll remember it forever." With that, he took a deep breath, stood up, and opened the door to leave. Just at that moment, Wang Lin frowned and said, "Su Tao, come back. Also, don't bother closing the door." Su Tao's body shook as he quickly came back and looked at Wang Lin with a confused expression. Wang Lin took a sip of the wine in his hand and plainly said, "Stand to the side. We have guests." Su Tao's expression slightly changed as he stood next to Wang Lin. His eyes trembled as he looked at the door. Shortly after, one could hear soft footsteps closing in. Soon, a large-eared cultivator walked in along with the little cultivator that Wang Lin had let go earlier. Su Tao immediately revealed a look of terror. He was able to immediately recognize that the large-eared cultivator was the one forcing the king to hide inside the palace. His heart was immediately in chaos, but after looking at Wang Lin, he forced himself from taking a step back. After the little cultivator entered the shop, he immediately laughed and shouted, "Master, it is him who injured me." The little cultivator turned around and was surprised to find that his master wasn't looking at the person, but at the wood carvings surrounding them. Wang Lin still hadn't talked. He was casually drinking wine. He only looked at the two of them once before withdrawing his gaze. The large-eared cultivator carefully looked at each wood carving before his attention suddenly focused on two carvings. These two carvings were the middle-aged man and old woman from the White Cloud sect. The large-eared cultivator looked for a long time, then let out a smile. He didn't behave like a stranger at all. He waved his sleeve and sat across from Wang Lin. "Fellow cultivator, how about letting me have a drink?" The large-eared cultivator gently took out a cup. Wang Lin looked at the person and threw the jug of wine forward. The large-eared cultivator caught the jug and poured a cup. When he drank it, his eyes revealed a strange light and he said, "Delicious!" Wang Lin chuckled. "Since you like it, then I'll gift you the rest of that jug." The large-eared cultivator let out a laugh. He didn't refuse the gift. He poured himself another cup and drank it. After a long time, he let out a sigh and said, "Fellow cultivator's cultivation level is higher than mine. Using the mortal world to turn into a mortal, I admire you." Wang Lin waved his right hand and a jug of wine appeared in his grasp. He took a drink and said, "Fellow cultivator is using your disciple to turn into a mortal by using the emotion of a teacher and parent to comprehend the heavens. The result is the same as mine, so there is no need to admire." The strange light in the large-eared cultivator's eyes deepened as he looked at Wang Lin. He nodded and said, "It seems I was not mistaken. After hearing from my disciple, I guessed that there was someone else who was at the same realm as me, someone else attempting to reach the soul formation stage in the capital." Wang Lin silently smiled. The large-eared cultivator faintly smiled. "Fellow cultivator, how about we have a competition and see which one of us will reach the mythical soul formation stage first?" he asked. Wang Lin faintly smiled at the large-eared cultivator and said, "If I gain a sense of competition in my heart, I'm afraid that I'll never reach the soul formation stage in my life. Fellow cultivator, your words are very vicious." The large-eared cultivator let out a laugh as he waved his sleeves and clasped his hands. He said, "I didn't expect to meet a cultivator of your caliber here. Good. My name is Zhou Wutai. What should I call you?" Wang Lin picked up the jug of wine, took a drink and said, "Wang Lin." Zhou Wutai smiled and said, "Fellow cultivator Wang, you will definitely reach the soul formation stage within 100 years. I will congratulate you early today." Wang Lin's expression was calm as he said, "Fellow cultivator Zhou is speaking prematurely. From my point of view, whether fellow cultivator Zhou can reach the soul formation stage is uncertain, but that disciple of yours will definitely die within 100 years. Zhou Wutai's eyes lit up, but he remained silent. The little cultivator wanted to give Wang Lin a vicious look, but seeing that his master seemed very familiar with him, he suppressed his anger. He let out a snort and thought that Wang Lin really didn't know any better. This was the first time he had seen his master talk like this to anyone. On top of that, not only was this person not grateful, he even spoke such vicious words. Even Su Tao felt that Wang Lin's words were a bit too much. He became even more cautious, afraid that the large-eared cultivator would become enraged. But what surprised him was that after the large-eared cultivator finished pondering, not only did the large-eared cultivator not get mad, he displayed a bitter smile. With the little cultivator's cultivation level, he wasn't able to notice the battle between the large-eared cultivator and Wang Lin. As for Su Tao, he was only a mortal, so there was no way he could feel how dangerous this exchange was. Although the large-eared cultivator seemed gentle ever since he entered, his intent was evil the entire time. Every word he had spoken and every action he had taken were filled with ill intent. Originally, he wanted to stir Wang Lin's competitive side. If he had succeeded, then he wouldn't have to ever bother with Wang Lin anymore because, in order to reach the soul formation stage, one must turn into a mortal to comprehend the heavens, which requires a calm heart. Once Wang Lin's heart becomes competitive, then he will be stuck and will never reach the soul formation stage. Even if Wang Lin one day manages to get rid of this blockade, it would be countless years later. This showed just how devious the large-eared cultivator was. Although his plan was foiled by Wang Lin, the large-eared cultivator didn't give up. He continued to congratulate Wang Lin on succeeding within 100 years. This was yet another trap for Wang Lin. Although the old man from before said the same thing, it was very different from when the large-eared cultivator said it. The old man was at a much higher cultivation level and the Wang Lin back then wasn't at an important bottleneck. So instead of creating a mental block for Wang Lin, it boosted his confidence. The difference was that now these words came from the large-eared cultivator. Although they were the same words, the meaning was completely different. If Wang Lin really took it to heart, then as the years pass and he doesn't reach the soul formation stage within 100 years, He will never have another chance unless he gains a sudden enlightenment to get rid of the curse in his heart. Seeing that the large-eared cultivator kept trying to attack him, Wang Lin finally retaliated. He first said that whether the large-eared cultivator will reach the soul formation in 100 years was uncertain. This was a slightly modified version of what the large-eared cultivator said, but the result was the same. However, this wasn't the important part of Wang Lin's retaliation. His final sentence was the real retaliation. Within 100 years, that little cultivator will definitely die. This one sentence pointed out the basis of the large-eared cultivators and the little cultivator's master-disciple relationship. The large-eared cultivator, Zhou Wutai, was turning into a mortal by comprehending the relationship of master and disciple. Using this desire to move his thoughts, he accepted a disciple. He would use love to educate a son, kindness to give him favor, his heart to love him, and the tragedy of losing his disciple to enter the soul formation stage. Everything that the large-eared cultivator had done so far was for the sake of this master-disciple relationship. When he finally feels his own domain and is about to enter the soul formation stage, that is the day when he will act and personally kill his disciple. He must kill the disciple that he had poured his heart into and then use the sadness from it to finally enter the soul formation stage. His path appeared to be filled with emotion, but was ruthless, yet within that ruthlessness, there was emotion. This method was not something a normal person could go through with. At least it not something Wang Lin could do. That's why his last sentence was the real counterattack. First of all, it stated that the disciple will die within 100 years, which brought up the 100-year time limit again. Secondly, it exposed the true ruthless nature of the large-eared cultivator and brought up the sadness that he will feel in the future. At the same time, he also left a faint mark in the little cultivator's heart. The large-eared cultivator, Zhou Wutai, bitterly smiled as he looked at Wang Lin and stood up. He clasped his hands, then hesitated for a bit before saying to Su Tao, "Tell your king to deliver the item to the temple within 3 days, and I'll let this go." With that, he looked at Wang Lin once more before turning around to leave. The little cultivator was completely startled and quickly followed his master. He felt like today was extremely weird because master didn't act like normal and didn't get revenge for him. At the same time, he couldn't help but think of Wang Lin's words, that he will die within 100 years. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but shiver. When he raised his head, he saw his master gently looking at him, and his heart couldn't help but feel warm. "Fuer, there is no need to think about it so much. Why did you put the candy away and not eat it?" The large-eared cultivator's voice was gentle and filled with reassurance. The little cultivator's eyes became red as he answered, "Disciple has decided to keep it forever." The large-eared cultivator smiled as he rubbed the little cultivator's head. He silently smiled as he led the little cultivator and they walked out of Wang Lin's street. Wang Lin sat inside the shop. He was lost in thought. After a long time, he let out a smile and decided not to think about it too much, or else it would mess with him as he approaches the end of the road of turning into a mortal. At the moment, Su Tao was completely frozen. Originally, he just thought that Wang Lin was an expert. How could the wood carvings he had made cause the two immortals in the palace to be so shocked otherwise? He then carefully observed and found that Wang Lin's shop didn't have anything happen to it. The two immortals became silent and never talked about the carvings again. Even His Royal Highness had ordered him to gift Wang Lin during the New Year every year. Because he had done it for more than 10 years, when he was met with danger, the first person he thought of was Wang Lin. But he never would have imagined that Wang Lin was powerful enough to force the person who forced the king to hide inside palace and the immortals to not dare to come forth to give up so easily. It has to be said that a few days ago, His Highness wished he could have handed over the Rain Ding to save his life. After Su Tao left, Wang Lin's life calmed down again. It was as if what had happened passed by like the clouds. Once they leave, they don't come back. Wang Lin still got up early every day and opened up his shop door to wait for Danyo's son to bring him a jug of wine. He would then sit there and carve while drinking. He had lived like this for many years and this lifestyle had been carved into his bones. He was far from the road of killing. It was like the him from before and the him now were two completely different people. He no longer had any killing intent around him. Instead, he emitted a calm aura, a mortal existence. Wang Lin didn't know what the domain he will comprehend will be, but he wasn't in a rush as he calmly comprehended the heavens. 7 days after Su Tao left, he came back with a middle-aged man who had the look of royalty on his face. This person respectfully came into the shop with Su Tao. Not caring about his status, he knelt down and kowtowed 3 times. Wang Lin's eyes scanned the person, but he didn't say anything. He could easily tell that this person was Su Tao's superior, which meant that this was the highness the large-eared cultivator was after. In the eyes of a normal mortal, his highness was someone high above them, but in Wang Lin's eyes this person was like an ant. Although this person had some cultivation, if he couldn't reach the foundation establishment stage, then he won't escape the cycle of life and death. The middle-aged man seemed to already know of Wang Lin's temper. After he finished kowtowing, he took out a bag of holding and respectfully placed it on the table. Then he and Su Tao respectfully left. Wang Lin still hadn't said a single word. It wasn't until after they left that Wang Lin raised his head. He picked up the bag and scanned it with his divine sense to find a large amount of spirit stones inside. He casually threw the bag to the side of the shop, then took a deep breath and walked out of the shop. He sat on a chair outside and looked at the blue sky and white clouds while enjoying the sun. He couldn't help closing his eyes as he really enjoyed this life. If his parents were still alive and they were together in this shop, then he wouldn't have any regrets left in this life. Time quickly went by and another 5 years passed. On this day, Denyo's father finally couldn't escape the cycle of life and death any longer. The ironworks shop was closed. There were white flags outside the shop and waves of crying could be heard from inside. Wang Lin stood outside his own shop as he stared at the ironworks shop. He couldn't help but remember the scene from 20 years ago where that hardy young man invited him to their home for dinner. Wang Lin also couldn't forget that because this hardy young man wanted to expand his shop. He came to him and rather awkwardly asked for money to borrow. In these 20-plus years, Wang Lin couldn't even remember how many times he had eaten at their home. But life and death was not something Wang Lin could change. Growing old and dying of old age was part of his comprehension of the heavens. Even if he used some heaven-defying method to extend Denyo's father's life, it would only be a few years before he was eventually taken by the cycle. Not only that, but because of it, his soul would become inferior inside the life and death cycle. After all, Denyo's soul was very different from Wang Zhua's. Wang Zhua was a cultivator, which was already a heaven-defying path. This allowed Wang Lin to take his soul and insert it into a pregnant woman. But he couldn't do it for Denyo's father. Wang Lin stood before his own shop and let out a sigh. A flower with black petals suddenly appeared in his hand. This was not a normal flower, but an ingredient for the spirit-expelling pill. If a mortal has just died and their soul hasn't completely dispersed yet, then this flower can cause their soul to become more intact and have more soul power. This allows them a better chance to get a good family inside the soul river. Wang Lin slowly walked toward the ironworks shop. Inside the shop, various aunts and uncles of Denyo were mourning. A depressing atmosphere filled the shop. Denyo's father lied peacefully inside his coffin in the backyard of the shop. Denyo and his wife were next to the coffin. Denyo's eyes were red. It was obvious that he was just crying. On the side stood another woman. She was Denyo's mother. Her heart was also filled with sadness, as she looked at her husband inside the coffin with eyes filled with despair. Wang Lin already realized more than 20 years ago that the relationship between this couple was very deep. The moment Wang Lin entered, everyone revealed a look of respect. In this street, Wang Lin was very well known. After Denyo's mother saw Wang Lin, she gently nodded, knelt down, and whispered, "Widow Xianxia greets big brother Wang." Wang Lin let out a sigh and went forward to get her up. Then, he received incense from someone nearby. After he lit it up, he paid his respects. The moment he paid his respects, the sky darkened. However, this kind of darkening was something mortals couldn't see. Black smoke appeared above Denyo's father's body. It gathered until it finally formed the shape of Denyo's father. He hugged his body as if he was very cold and his face was pale. It was as if he could disappear at any time. He looked around confusedly until his gaze fell on Wang Lin. No one else could see him besides Wang Lin, whose eyes were black and white. He looked straight at him. Wang Lin secretly sighed and crushed the black flower in his hand into black powder. As the powder disappeared, it turned into specks of light invisible to mortals and landed on Danyo's father's body. Danyo's father immediately stopped feeling cold. He gratefully looked at Wang Lin. The current him finally understood that this person, who had been his neighbor for more than 20 years, was not immortal. His soul floated in the air. He knelt down and kowtowed a few times toward Wang Lin. Then, he reluctantly looked at his wife and Danyo as his whole body rose into the sky as if he was climbing a ladder and soon disappeared. "Dad, Mom, I saw Grandpa." At this moment, a little voice came from the corner. Danyo's son, who was already 9, looked at the sky with a confused expression. However, no one believes the word of a kid. After seeing that no one was listening to him, he wrinkled his nose and stopped talking. Wang Lin regrettably looked at the surroundings. It was not possible to escape from the life and death cycle. He looked at Danyo's father's body as he remembered the past 20 years. A strong young man who aged more and more every year in these past 20 years until he died. He took a deep breath and his gaze fell on Danyo's mother. When he first met her, she was only in her early 30s. She was now over 50 years old. Over 20 years of time were carved on her body. Wang Lin's eyes moved again. This time his gaze fell on Danyo. Danyo was once a clumsy kid that stuck his head into Wang Lin's shop. He was now a grown man. Not only was he married and had a kid, but he was even sending his parents to the grave. Just like a small tree that slowly grows over 20+ years and becomes a powerful tree that can withstand the weather. Thinking of this, Wang Lin's heart suddenly gained a hint of understanding. This feeling of understanding became deeper and deeper. In these 20+ years of turning into a mortal, Wang Lin felt for the first time the gate to comprehending the heavens. He didn't know when he left the ironworks shop. In a state of confusion, he sat before the stove in his shop and stared at the wall. His mind was blank. The only thing remaining was a sliver of divine sense. The interaction Wang Lin had with Danyo's father, Danyo's mother, and Danyo flashed across his mind. The appearance of the three gradually changed throughout these 20+ years. Wang Lin felt an invisible energy surrounding them, causing Danyo's parents to gradually grow old and Danyo to gradually get older. Wang Lin felt something click in his mind. His eyes were emitting an unimaginable light. At this moment, he could feel his body suddenly begin to float. His body slowly floated higher and higher. As he floated into the air, he saw countless mortals, and around these mortals, he saw that mysterious energy again. He could see this energy around flowers and trees. It was around everything. This force came from the heavens and Wang Lin subconsciously wanted to find the source of this power. Gradually, he felt himself floating higher and higher and the capital city became smaller and smaller. Soon, the city disappeared and before him was a dirt-brown planet. Unfortunately, even now, he still hadn't found the source of that power. He could feel the power even in the stars. There was no place without it. Wang Lin's personality was very stubborn. If he wasn't stubborn, he wouldn't have spent 400 years just to go back to Zhao to get revenge on the Teng family. Besides stubbornness, he also had determination. He couldn't have gotten from the tiny cultivator he once was to the point he was at now if he wasn't determined. It was exactly this stubbornness and determination that made him want to find the source of this energy. The current him was completely relying on instinct to control his behavior. His body flew higher and higher, but just before he wandered too far from the brown planet, a giant meteor-like rock flew by. On top of this giant rock sat a white-haired old man. When he passed Wang Lin, he exclaimed and revealed a very interested look. "I can't believe that there is someone who can comprehend so deeply on this waste of a cultivation planet. But with your mere nascent soul cultivation, even if you're using this comprehension to reach the soul formation stage, it is best to not be too greedy. I'm afraid that this kind of heavenly Tao will take you millions of years to find its source. However, when that happens, your body will already have rotted away. Have you considered that?" Wang Lin was startled. and his eyes were filled with confusion. The old man laughed. He carefully looked at Wang Lin and shouted, "My name is Tian Yunzi. Since we've met, I'll make you a deal. If you can get off this waste of a cultivation planet and come find me at planet Tianyun, then I'll let you be an honorary disciple for 100 years. With that, he pointed his right hand and Wang Lin's body shook. Wang Lin felt as if his body had gotten pushed by a powerful force. He was quickly pushed back down to the dirt-brown planet and back toward the Four Alliance area. The capital city turned from a tiny dot to the size of his nails and kept growing larger. He almost immediately returned to his shop inside the capital city. At this moment, Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes. He was covered in sweat. Along with the sweat, there was also a strong, fishy stench. It had been a very long time since his body released this kind of stench. The last time was when he had reached the Foundation establishment stage. At this moment, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He took a deep breath, picked up a piece of wood, and carefully began to carve. This time, Wang Lin carved for a whole day and night. Finally, when he withdrew this finger, the carving of the cyan-robbed middle-aged man took shape. On the carving, there were hints of passing of time. He quietly looked at the carving. After a long time, he placed it on one of the shelves next to the carvings of the middle-aged man and old woman. After finishing all of that, he got up and went to the backyard. After he washed himself, he changed to clean clothes and returned to the shop. After comprehending the heavens this time, Wang Lin's cultivation level jumped from the mid-stage of nascent soul to the peak of the late stage of nascent soul. He was only a sliver away from the soul formation stage. It was just that when he thought of the scene from earlier, he couldn't help but be scared. If it wasn't for that old man named Tian Yunzi pushing him back, he would have really lost himself searching for that source. If that really happened, then the only result would his death. Comprehending the heavens was not a peaceful thing. It was filled with danger. This time, Wang Lin finally understood it. Although he still hadn't reached the soul formation stage, his understanding of the heavens had increased a lot. He believed that he was not far from the soul formation stage. He had now finished carving the statue of the middle-aged man with his domain. It was clear that his domain was imitating the life and death cycle. However, with Wang Lin's current perception, he could easily tell that the middle-aged man's path was only an imitation, far from the real life and death domain. That's because this life and death heavenly Tao was not something soul formation cultivators could comprehend. At this moment, there was a star map inside Wang Lin's mind. This star map was left behind by the old cultivator, Tian Yunzi. Inside the map was a planet several times larger than Suzaku. This was the old man Tian Yunzi's planet. It was just that it was impossible for the current Wang Lin to go there. He let out a sigh as he adjusted his mood and returned to being immortal. But in his mind, the feeling of comprehending the Tao of life and death was something he wouldn't forget in his lifetime. 10 years had passed since he last felt his domain. Wang Lin had lived on this street for more than 30 years. He had turned old. His hair was all white and there were deep wrinkles on his forehead. Denyo's mother died from grief 7 years ago. At this point, Denyo was managing the ironworks shop himself and, like his father before him, he supported his family, loved his wife, and constantly taught his growing son his trade so that his son may one day take over the shop. This scene was almost exactly the same as when Wang Lin first arrived, only the people had changed. But this scene didn't last long. 3 years ago, Denyo's son, named Xianxia, caught the eyes of a wandering cultivator form the White Cloud sect and was taken back as a disciple. That year, the wandering cultivator also gave him a name, Wenjua. Denyo was very proud that his own son was going to become an immortal. He would tell anyone he could find, and soon, everyone on the street knew. Wang Lin wasn't surprised at all about Wenjua being taken by the wandering cultivator of the White Cloud sect. Wang Lin already noticed that Xianxia had the body to cultivate when he was very little, and his talent was several times better than Wang Lin's when Wang Lin started. Wang Lin did this because the only connection he had in the entire capital was with Denyo's family. Therefore, Wang Lin gave Xianxia many pills to alter his body, and this was the effect. As a result, Xianxia's talent became even better, so it was not surprising that he caught the attention of the White Cloud sect cultivator. Although that cultivator was only at core formation stage after Wang Lin observed him, he found that he was a kind person, very different from Wang Lin's own teacher, Sun Daju. Therefore, Wang Lin didn't interfere and just let it happen naturally. He had already done all he could to help. As for how Wenjue will be in the future, it was no longer his concern. After Xiaonyo left, Denyo hired a few workers, but in fact, this had broken his dad's rule. According to his dad, what they were selling was their skill. If someone else learned that skill, then weren't they picking up a stone to smash their own feet? But it seemed that Denyo didn't listen to his dad's words. After he hired the workers, he stopped caring about the shop and instead returned to his old habits of watching Wang Lin carve every day. With Denyo always around to serve Wang Lin, it made Wang Lin recall some old memories. Perhaps it was because Wang Lin watched Denyo grow up, but ever since his mother died, he would come over to Wang Lin's place every New Year with his wife and food. Denyo seemed to consider Wang Lin his own parent right now. Denyo's wife, the tailor shop's shopkeeper's daughter, was a very smart woman. Seeing how her husband looked at Wang Lin, she also gradually began to treat Wang Lin like her own family's elders. As a result, in the final years of Wang Lin's life as a mortal in the capital city, he was able to feel the warmth of a family. This warmth was very strange to Wang Lin, but he didn't reject it. Su Tao had also changed from a middle-aged man to an old man with some white in his hair. His current position had shot up from 10 years ago. He was now the chancellor for the king. This was not the king from back then, but the prince. After the prince became the king, his tributes didn't decrease. They only increased. Every year, he would personally come and kowtow toward Wang Lin, completely disregarding his position. Over these years, Wang Lin began to really admire the prince. After all, he was a king in the mortal world. To be able to lower his head like that takes a lot of determination. Perhaps it was because he had experienced a lot and realized that there were people that could kill him with just their finger and no one would care. One of the reasons he was so respectful to Wang Lin was to pull Wang Lin to his side so he could have a peaceful life. In this winter, it snowed heavily. In the 30-plus years Wang Lin had been here, he had never seen it snow this hard before. The snow covered the entire capital. The snow on rooftops and trees were as tall as a 4- or 5-year-old child. A lot of roofs collapsed under the pressure of all this snow. Some of the weaker people had frozen to death. Almost every morning, people would find 1 or 2 frozen bodies on the corners of the streets. The snow was very strange. Some of the people that had lived here for generations gathered in restaurants and talked about how there hadn't been snow this heavy for hundreds of years. The snow continued to fall and slowly covered the footprints made by the people that walked around. Soon, the footprint would be completely covered and be unnoticeable. This forced a lot of shops in the capital city to close down. The street Wang Lin was at was relatively remote, so after one day of snow, it was impossible to see anyone outside anymore. All of the people were hiding at home, sitting in front of their stoves to keep themselves warm as they waited for the snow to pass. The snow was indeed very strange. From the moment the snow began to fall, Wang Lin immediately noticed that in the snow, there was a trace of killing intent. This killing intent was very faint, but it has to be said that this snow covered the entire 4-sect alliance, so this killing intent was almost monstrous. The reason the temperature dropped so fast was due to this killing intent. This snow didn't come from the clouds, but appeared out of the thin air in the sky. How else could there be clouds big enough to cover the entire 4-sect alliance? On the 3rd day of this strange snow, the 9 pillars in the capital were split in half by lightning from the sky. The cultivators inside didn't even have time to escape as they were killed by the lightning. The moment this occurred, every single pillar like this in the other cities in the entire 4-sect alliance were destroyed by lightning from the sky. Shortly after, in addition to the snow falling from the sky, countless pieces of jade flew out from the east, south, west, and north corners of the country. Although these pieces of jade were very fast, the moment they met a foundation establishment cultivator, they would fall into their hands. One of those pieces of jade flew back to Wang Lin. After he waved his hand, even though it had already gone past him, it still flew directly into his hand. Wang Lin held the piece of jade in his hand and scanned it only to hear a gloomy voice say, "All cultivators inside the 4-sect alliance, prepare for war." The four sects, Water Ink Sect, White Cloud Sect, Greenwood Sect, and Black Soul Sect are calling all rogue cultivators to gather. Be absent at your own risk. Wang Lin pondered a little before crushing the jade in his hand. He disappeared from his shop, and when he reappeared, he was in the sky above the capital city. After he appeared, his body suddenly moved and continued to fly up. Over 10,000 kilometers in the air, he found the source of the snow. Wang Lin stared at the sky for a while. He was eventually able to see through what was going on. He could see faint ripples of restrictions in the area. They seemed to hide the source of the snow. If it was any other type of technique, Wang Lin might have had trouble breaking through it, but as long as it was a restriction, he was not afraid. His right hand swiped over his eyes and a strange light shone from them. He stared at the air for a very long time, and then his hand began to move. After half an hour, countless restrictions appeared around him. The illusionary circles landed in the air and white smoke appeared. It was as if ice was melting. Gradually, the empty sky became filled with white smoke. After the white smoke faded away, the truth was revealed. Wang Lin carefully looked at it, and his expression immediately changed. He saw a large rift over 1,000 feet wide in the sky above the capital. The snow endlessly came out of the rift. Wang Lin scanned the area with his divine sense and found that there were at least 100 of these restrictions within a 10,000 kilometer radius. This was only within 10,000 kilometers. According to Wang Lin's calculations, there must be countless rifts like this over the skies of the four-sect alliance. What also surprised him was that this rift seemed to have the power to suck in divine sense. When his divine sense passed over it, he immediately noticed. Luckily, his divine sense was very powerful, so he was able to easily pull himself away. Wang Lin pondered for a while. Instead of acting rashly, he returned to his shop. During his descent, the entire world had turned white as it began to snow even harder. Wang Lin returned to the shop. He had a feeling that something bad was going to happen, and when he saw that rift, that feeling became even stronger. He pondered a little, then burst out laughing. This was the domain of the four-sect alliance, so he didn't need to worry about it at all, as there will be cultivators more powerful than him that will deal with it. However, that rift in the sky still hovered over Wang Lin's heart like a dark cloud. Just at this moment, Wang Lin's expression changed as he looked at the door. After a little while, he heard knocking from outside. This knocking seemed to have a certain rhythm to it. The pause between every two knocks was exactly the same. Wang Lin waved his hand, and the door silently opened. A tall figure wearing a rain cloak walked in. This person was covered in a thin layer of snow. He didn't say a word as he walked in. Wang Lin took a look at that person and said, "We haven't met in more than 10 years. Fellow cultivator looks the same." That person let out a laugh. He removed his cloak, revealing a very dignified face. His ears were the most conspicuous part of him. This was the large-eared cultivator Zhou Wutai. He shook the cloak with his hand, causing all of the snow to fall off. A gentle wind carried all the snow outside. Not a single flake landed in Wang Lin's shop. He put the rain cloak to the side, then sat down on the opposite side of Wang Lin. Just as he sat down, the door silently closed. After Zhou Wutai sat down, he grabbed the jug of wine Wang Lin had on the table. He didn't use a cup and drank a big gulp directly from the jug. Wang Lin looked at Zhou Wutai. Compared to 10 years ago, there were a few more lines of wrinkles on his face. Clearly, there had been something that had caused him a lot of worry in the past 10 years. As for his cultivation, he had made some progress since 10 years ago, but was still a bit below Wang Lin. After all, the life and death domain Wang Lin experienced gave him a deeper level of understanding. After the large-eared cultivator, Zhou Wutai, finished drinking, his eyes locked onto the 3 wood carvings on the shelf. These 3 wood carvings were the 3 members of the White Cloud sect. When Zhou Wutai came 10 years ago, there were only 2, but now there was 1 more. As his eyes were locked onto the extra wood carving, a hint of surprise appeared on his face. He waved his hand and the carving flew toward him. He carefully examined the wood carving before putting it down, then looked at Wang Lin with a complicated expression. After a long time, he let out a sigh. He wryly smiled and said, "Brother Wang, you have indeed gone farther than I have. It seems I have indeed been marching in place for the past 10 years. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he waved his hand and another jug of wine appeared. He took a sip, shook his head and said, "It was only luck." Zhou Wutai let out a sigh. He lowered his head and looked at the wood carvings as he slowly said, "Uncle Master Qing Song's passing of time domain has already been carved by you. This wood carving can already be considered a top-quality magic treasure among nascent soul cultivators. 10 years ago, Brother Wang couldn't do this, but in a mere 10 years you improved so much. I'm impressed." Wang Lin let out a smile and said, "If you like it, I can give it to you." Zhou Wutai was startled. The complex look in his eyes became even deeper. He looked at Wang Lin and then at the carving before finally taking out a piece of jade. He gently placed it on the side and said, "Thank you." His hostility toward Wang Lin lessened a bit. To be able to just give a treasure like this away required a mentality few can have. He believed that as long as he had this wood carving, even if he wasn't able to obtain the passing of time domain, he would still be able to understand it a little. However, what he struggled with the most was how to choose. After all, the current domain he was comprehending was very far from this domain. As a result, there was some conflict. After a long time, his body shook as he looked up at Wang Lin. He once again let out a wry smile and said, "Brother Wang, I admit defeat, so please, give me another obsession to deal with. I don't want this wood carving anymore, and you can have this jade. It contains a soul formation technique." Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light as he carefully looked at Zhou Wutai. When he gifted the wood carving to Zhou Wutai, he did indeed had that hidden intent, but Zhou Wutai was able to immediately realize it and gave up on experiencing the passing of time domain to maintain his current domain. Wang Lin rarely met people like this. He smiled and nodded. "If that is the case, then I won't tempt you anymore." With that, he picked up the jade and scanned it with this divine sense. Then he calmly placed it to the side. Zhou Wutai reluctantly forced his eyes to move away from the wood carving. His face darkened as he said, "Brother Wang, have you noticed anything strange about this snow?" Wang Lin pondered a little. He looked at the jug of wine in his hand and said, "This snow is not natural." Zhou Wutai's eyes lit up. He said, "Correct. There is killing intent inside the snow. Right now, the entire four-sect alliance is covered in snow, so this killing intent is very dense." Wang Lin's expression was still the same, as if none of this had anything to do with him. He only quietly listened. Zhou Wutai looked at Wang Lin and continued, "Several of the seniors of the four-sect alliance have gone out to check. 10,000 kilometers high in the sky, they found one-way transfer rift from cultivators of Shui hidden by restrictions." Shui cultivators? This was the first time Wang Lin had heard of this. Zhou Wutai took a deep breath and said, "Shui is another rank 4 cultivation country. They are at the northern border of the continent. That area is covered by ice and snow, and their cultivation is often related to that as well. So whenever Shui attacks another country, they use these one-way rifts to cover the country with snow first and then attack." After Zhou Wutai finished speaking, he waved his right hand and the door to the shop opened. He reached out and grabbed a ball of snow. Then, his left hand formed a seal and a ball of fire appeared, releasing waves of heat. "Brother Wang, please look." As he spoke, he pressed the ball of snow and the ball of fire together. The fire fizzled a bit, then went out while the snow didn't melt at all. Wang Lin was immediately startled as this was not something he expected. "This snow can't be melted. Once the entire territory of the four-sect alliance is covered in this snow, to the point of forming a plain, that is when Shui will attack." Zhou Wutai's voice became even darker. Wang Lin pondered, but didn't speak. Zhou Wutai honestly asked, "Brother Wang, I'm here today to represent the four-sect alliance to invite you to join us. With your cultivation, once you join, the four-sect alliance's strength will increase greatly." Wang Lin looked at him and slowly said, "I'm only a lowly nascent soul cultivator. There are a lot more cultivators with higher cultivation level than me in the four-sect alliance, so I won't make much of an impact." Zhou Wutai wryly smiled. He shook his head and said, Brother Wang, don't underestimate yourself. With your current cultivation level, you only need a few more years. Once you have reached the soul formation stage, the four-sect alliance will have gained another soul formation cultivator. That is the main reason for me coming here today. Wang Lin pondered a little, then suddenly asked, Why are the Xueyu cultivators starting a war with the four-sect alliance? Zhou Wutai looked at the ball of snow in his hand. He hesitated for a moment, then bitterly smiled. Isn't it always for self-interest? The country of Xueyu is one of the few countries that lack natural resources, but are mysteriously climbing up in strength. In order to gain even more resources and become stronger, they started this war. Wang Lin chuckled. He drank a gulp from his gourd and said, Brother Zhou, I won't be seeing you to the door. Zhou Wutai's face sank as he stared at Wang Lin and said, If Brother Wang joins the four-sect alliance, I'll grant you any request that is within my power. Brother Wang, won't you consider it some more? Wang Lin raised his head and looked at Zhou Wutai. After a long time, Zhou Wutai frowned and said, Brother Wang, what is the meaning of this? Wang Lin calmly said, Brother Zhou, don't treat me like a 3-year-old. Planet Suzaku is large. Why is Xueyu invading here instead of somewhere else? Since Brother Zhou doesn't want to say more, then I won't keep asking. Zhou Wutai pondered for a while, then let out a loud laugh. He looked at Wang Lin, not embarrassed at all, and said, Please don't blame me, Brother Wang. This matter is just simply too important. So naturally, I'm not willing to lightly reveal it. With that, he stopped talking, clearly waiting for Wang Lin's response. If Wang Lin agreed, he would tell the truth. Wang Lin began to hesitate, as he wasn't interested in getting mixed up with the invasion of the Xueyu cultivators. This was, after all, a battle between two rank 4 cultivation countries. Also, he didn't have a deep relationship with the four-sect alliance, so he was very likely to become a sacrificial pawn if things were to go bad. After a long time, Wang Lin calmly said, I have to take some time to consider this. I'll give you a reply before the invasion begins. Zhou Wutai also didn't expect Wang Lin to immediately agree, but seeing that Wang Lin didn't even raise any conditions, he was 80% sure Wang Lin wouldn't agree. With this in mind, he stood up, took a deep breath, clasped his hands and said, Since it's like this, then I'll wait for Brother Wang's answer. With that, he took out a piece of jade from his bag of holding and continued, If Brother Wang has a reply, please use this jade to tell me. With that, he clasped his hands again and left. Wang Lin's expression was still the same. There was no change at all. Zhou Wutai picked up his rain cloak, but suddenly paused when he was at the door. He didn't turn around, but slowly said, Brother Wang, have you heard of the wind, rain, thunder, and lightning celestial doors? Planet Suzaku is close to the rain celestial door. Wang Lin's eyes suddenly lit up. There were mentions of the 4 celestial doors in the memories of the ancient god. The rumor was that these 4 celestial doors have existed since ancient times. Their origins were unknown. But there was one thing for certain, and that was that these 4 celestial doors lead to the ancient celestial realm. After Zhou Wutai finished speaking, he walked out. He placed the rain cloak on and disappeared into the distance. The snow outside became even stronger as the wind raged in the sky. After Zhou Wutai had walked a certain distance, 4 shadows suddenly appeared next to him. After the 4 of them started following behind Zhou Wutai, their divine senses were all directed at Wang Lin's shop. One of them said, with a cold tone, Fellow cultivator Zhou, the order given by the 4-sect alliance is to kill any suspicious cultivators that entered the country within the last 200 years. Why didn't you act? Zhou Wutai didn't turn around and sneered. With just your 4's cultivation, even if I were to help, do you think we could kill him? If he really wanted to wrong us, who could stop him? Another black-clothed person calmly said, Not necessarily. Even though the 4 of us are only at the late stage of nascent soul, if we were to use a formation, unless he is at the soul formation stage, he would die. Zhou Wutai sneered. He waved his sleeves and said, If you guys want to go, then go. I won't stop you. But that person has a carving of the 3 uncle masters, so there must be something more to him. I'm not looking for death. The four black-clothed people pondered a bit. They looked at each other, then walked toward Wang Lin's shop without a word. The smile on Zhou Wutai's face became even colder. He stopped and turned around as he wanted to see how these four arrogant guys would be able to beat someone who was almost at the soul formation stage. They thought that if Wang Lin wanted to run, there was no guaranteed way for the four of them to stop him from escaping. As a result, their thought was, there is no reason to cause problems for yourself in the future. As the four of them quickly moved toward Wang Lin's shop, their killing intent immediately increased. Wang Lin sat inside the shop as he looked at the jug of wine in his hand and let out a sigh. He really didn't want his years of turning into immortal to be ruined by killing people, but Wang Lin was still Wang Lin. His 400 years of killing had merely been restrained by him and had not disappeared. The four of them didn't know that if they were to continue, they would awaken a monster, a fiend that hadn't killed in decades. But it seemed the four of them were already resolute. The four of them turned into black smoke, which was very noticeable on the snow-covered ground. Wang Lin secretly sighed. His eyes revealed a cold light that hadn't appeared in more than 30 years. This cold light often appeared during his 400 years of killing. Every time it appeared, it meant that someone was going to die, and this time was no exception. Wang Lin's left hand held the wine jug, and he took a drink. He stood up and took a step, putting him at the door already as the four black-clothed men approached. The cold light in Wang Lin's eyes deepened as he turned from an old man back into a fiend. At this moment, the snow raged even harder, but when comparing the killing intent in the snow to Wang Lin's killing intent, it was like comparing a pit of fire to the sun. A cold sword doesn't easily exit its sheath. As the four black-clothed men closed in, they all formed strange seals with their hands. At the same time, a low roar came from them as four sword lights, green, red, blue, and purple, shot out and formed a net. The net surrounded Wang Lin. Wang Lin took a large gulp of wine and pointed his finger to the air. The passing of time domain from the carving of the blue-clothed elder suddenly began to spread out, causing the four sword lights to pause. During this delay, Wang Lin's body moved in a strange way and quickly escaped the sword net. When he appeared again, he was already in front of one of the black-clothed men. But when it does, then it will kill. His right hand moved in a way that looked really slow, but was in reality lightning fast. He pointed at the black-clothed man's head. After a cracking sound, he coughed out a mouthful of blood and immediately died. His nascent soul came out and tried to run with a terrified look on its face. Wang Lin didn't even look at him as he turned around and let out a silent roar. During this roar, black smoke appeared above his head. His soul devourer form rushed out and immediately devoured the nascent soul trying to escape. The falling snow didn't dare to approach Wang Lin. Every snowflake moved away from him. It was as if none of them dared to mess with this fiend. This black-clothed man originally wouldn't have died, but he shouldn't have acted against a 400-year-old fiend. If he knew ahead of time, he would have regretted this decision. The remaining three were all terrified. They all slapped their bags of holding to take out their most powerful treasures. One of them, holding an umbrella, saw Wang Lin's head turn toward him. Those cold eyes filled with killing intent made him feel cold for the first time as a cultivator. What was the surrounding snow compared to this? The snow couldn't even compare to January 10th, 000th of the coldness from those eyes. He subconsciously bit his tongue and spat out blood. The blood landed on his treasure umbrella. Suddenly, the umbrella opened and a golden snake rushed toward Wang Lin as if it wanted to devour him whole. The remaining two also sent out their treasures. They didn't know that a cold sword doesn't easily leave its sheath, but once it does, it will kill someone and then continue to kill. Wang Lin's eyes showed a hint of mockery. He didn't even look at the golden snake. Instead, he slapped his bag of holding and a small flag appeared in his hand. Suddenly, the flag covered the area in black smoke. Dozens of dragons formed by the smoke came out and smashed the golden snake into pieces. At this moment, the snow in the area began to move even further away, as it didn't dare to close in. At the same time, Wang Lin gently moved forward. He quickly arrived before the black-clothed person with the umbrella. His right hand already held the man's throat and, using a bit of strength, the man's neck broke and he died. Wang Lin gently sighed. I have killed countless nascent soul cultivators. You are not the first. His right hand suddenly entered the man's abdomen and pulled out a terrified nascent soul. The nascent soul was about to escape, but it suddenly began to scream. It screamed because Wang Lin swallowed it whole. At this moment, the remaining two lost all will to fight as they took out their best escaping treasures and ran like stray dogs. But it was too late to escape. A cold sword doesn't easily exit its sheath. When it does, it will kill and continue to kill. Every 10 steps it will kill someone. Of the two that remained, one of them ran toward Zhou Wutai. The other ran in the opposite direction. Wang Lin's eyes were cold as he looked at Zhou Wutai and casually stepped forward. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 4 steps, 10 steps. Every 10 steps he will kill someone. Wang Lin only used 10 steps to catch up to the black-clothed man. His eyes revealed a strange light as he sighed. You ruined my mood, so you must die. With that, he casually flicked his right hand, making the G realm shoot out and enter the cultivator's body. The man didn't even have time to let out a sound as he plummeted down from the sky. When he landed, he just happened to land in the pile of snow outside of Denyo's ironworks shop. His nascent soul didn't have time to escape. It was destroyed by the G realm. Although Wang Lin's G realm won't kill soul formation cultivators before he obtains the planet treasure of Suzaku, it was more than enough for nascent soul cultivators. After killing 3 people, he turned around and looked at Zhou Wutai. Although Zhou Wutai's expression was normal, his back was completely drenched in sweat. Seeing Wang Lin's eyes, he didn't hesitate to raise his right hand to stop the black-clothed man from running his way. The black-clothed man panicked and shouted, "What are you doing, Zhou Wutai?" Zhou Wutai looked indifferently at the man. He let out a faint smile and whispered, "The 4 of you angered Brother Wang. How could I let you leave?" With that, his left hand formed a strange seal. A strange, purple light appeared in his hand. At this moment, the difference between a late-stage nascent soul cultivator and a pseudo-soul formation cultivator was very clear. Zhou Wutai's cultivation was only 1 step below Wang Lin's. He had 1 foot in the soul formation realm as well, and he had gained some of his domain. When the purple light appeared, the black-clothed man felt like he had returned to his youth, back when he had just joined the sect and met his master. Although he knew that this was all fake, the feeling was extremely real. An overwhelming feeling spread across his body. By the time he regained his senses, Zhou Wutai's right hand was already on his forehead. With a bit of spiritual energy, the black-clothed man coughed out blood and fell to the ground, dead. As for his nascent soul, it was in Zhou Wutai's grasp. He crushed it before Wang Lin's eyes. He was using his actions to tell Wang Lin that he had no hand in all of this. It was also to tell Wang Lin that no one will know about this and that he won't have to kill anyone else. The way Wang Lin cleanly killed the 3 of them had caused the proud Zhou Wutai to become completely dumbfounded. If there was only 1 of them, he too could easily kill them. If there were 2, he could barely win. However, if there were 3, then at most he could only reach a stalemate. If there were 4, he could only run. But Wang Lin could casually kill 3 of them. How could Zhou Wutai not be shocked? Wang Lin's body slowly floated down from the sky. The moment he landed in the snow, his figure immediately shrank. He went from a fiend to a mortal at the end of his days. He cleaned up his clothes and took a drink from his gourd before throwing it at Zhou Wutai. The current him has no different from a mortal. Zhou Wutai caught the gourd and looked at Wang Lin's shop with dread in his eyes. He decided that he had to make Wang Lin a friend, not an enemy. He waved his large sleeves and the 4 bodies of the black-clothed men turned to dust. After that, he quickly moved and left Wang Lin's street. A very short amount of time had passed since Wang Lin had left the shop and came back. He also purposefully controlled himself so that none of the mortals around would notice anything that had happened. At this point, he returned to his shop and sat next to the stove. At this moment, he really looked like an old man as he raised his hands to get warmth from the stove. He quietly sat inside the shop as he quickly searched through the ancient god's memory for memories of the 4 celestial doors. After a long time, the information became more clear in his mind. Just at this moment, the sound of snow falling outside calmed down and the door was pushed open. The smell of roasted chicken came in from outside. At the same time, the dirty old man that hadn't appeared for a long time came in, shaking. After he entered the room, he kicked the door back with his right foot and closed it. He quickly arrived before the stove next to Wang Lin and cursed, "Middle of the night and some brats are fighting outside, and one of them even fell on me. I finally found a good spot to sleep in, too. I'm really unlucky." Wang Lin smiled. He waved his hand and another gourd of wine appeared. He gave it to the old man. The old man accepted it and let out a mischievous smile as he took out half of a roasted chicken from under his clothes. "It seems you're smart enough, kid. Here, I'll split this roasted chicken with you." After he finished speaking, he looked at Wang Lin and the appreciation in his eyes deepened as he said, "Not bad, young man. Your cultivation level has increased again. It seems the soul formation stage is not far away. You can't forget the wood carving you promised me, or else, no matter where you go, I'll find you." Wang Lin faintly smiled and said, "Of course, I won't forget the promise to Senior." The old man tore off a chicken leg and took a bite. "Young man, the 4-sect alliance is very chaotic right now. You better hurry up and reach the soul formation stage. Otherwise, with your cultivation level, you won't get anything good out of it." Wang Lin's heart moved as he looked at the old man and asked, "Does Senior know what is happening with the 4-sect alliance?" The old man proudly raised his chin and looked at Wang Lin as he said, "There is nothing in this cultivation world this old man doesn't know. It is only that a small cultivator of the 4-sect alliance somehow managed to steal a rain cauldron from a cultivator of Shuiyu, so they are here to steal it back. It's only a small matter." Rain cauldron. Wang Lin pondered for a bit. He suddenly remembered the talk with the large-eared cultivator Zhou Wutai. There was mention of the rain door. The old man quickly ate the chicken leg, then began to eat the chicken neck as he said, "Speaking of this rain cauldron, in truth, there is more than one. I don't know exactly how many there are, but if one possess one, then once the celestial door opens, they can enter. Therefore, it would cause conflict, but no matter how hard they fight over it, it is pointless as once the rank 5 and 6 countries take notice, it will still end up in their hands." Wang Lin pondered a bit, then slowly said, "The rumor is that the 4 celestial doors lead to the celestial realm, so it is no wonder they fight over it." The old man let out a mischievous smile and said, "What is it, young man? Are you moved?" But sadly, all the of celestials from ancient times are gone. The current celestial realm is empty. Wang Lin was startled. There was no mention of this inside Tussi's memory. He paused for a bit before asking, "They all died?" After the old man finished eating the chicken's neck, he tore off a large piece of breast meat. He ate as he said, "Of course they are all dead. Why else do you think soul transformation and above cultivators are still around? Because they have nowhere to go." Wang Lin's heart shook. He already knew that the ancient cultivation world died in a disaster and that was how the cultivation union formed. However, he didn't think that all of the celestials had also died. The old man noticed Wang Lin's shock and was very proud. He finished eating the chicken, let out a burp, and took a drink of wine. He casually wiped his hand on his clothes and said, "Heh! Shocking, isn't it? All of the ancient gods are dead, and so are all of the ancient celestials. There aren't many ancient cultivators left, which is why the cultivation union appeared and developed once again." Wang Lin became silent as he digested the secret the old man had told him. After a long time, he frowned and asked, "If that is the truth, then why do the 4 celestial doors still exist?" The old man laughed and said, "The ancient celestials are gone, but the celestial realm is still there. However, it is filled with danger. In fact, the celestial realm has shattered into pieces. The 4 celestial doors simply connect to different sections of the celestial realm. But nevertheless, there are many good things left in there. The most important is the celestial qi." "Celestial qi?" Wang Lin's expression changed. The old man regrettably licked his lips and said, Yeah, that thing is much more delicious than roasted chicken. Wang Lin bitterly laughed. The old man licked his lip and said, when breaking through from the soul formation stage to the soul transformation stage, unless you have the rare soul transformation pill, then you have to absorb enough of that celestial qi to break through. In ancient times, once one reached the soul formation, they would naturally ascend to the celestial realm. Once there, they had to absorb enough celestial qi. There was no other way. Wang Lin pondered a bit. He faintly smiled and said, that means that this rain cauldron is really worth fighting for, especially for those soul formation cultivators. Whether it is to raise their own cultivator's level, or for their country's rank to increase, it is a must-have. Will the other 3 types of cauldrons also appear? The old man picked up the jug of wine, took a drink, then said, these 4 types of cauldrons appear every once in a long time. They are created from the heavens, so those who obtain it have great luck. The 4 celestial doors cover all of the cultivation planets, so depending on which door they are close to, that type of cauldron will appear. The old man looked at Wang Lin and casually said, like planet Suzaku, all of the surrounding planets will form rain dings, as well after a certain amount of time. Wang Lin's eyes were calm as he slowly asked, when do the celestial doors open? The old man laughed and asked, what? Are you tempted? In truth, with your cultivation level, although it will be dangerous, as long as you're careful, you don't have to worry too much. After all, the stronger your cultivation is, the greater the restriction placed on you is. Wang Lin raised his head and asked the old man, why is it like that? The old man picked up the gourd and drank the last bit of wine. He licked his lips and said, the ancient celestial realm has already shattered and only exists in fragments. So the laws of heaven and earth are chaotic inside. This is key because if spiritual energy fluctuations of late-stage soul formation or later cultivators appear, then that fragment will collapse. Of course, depending on the size of the fragment, some can support stronger spiritual energy fluctuations. Thus, as long as the person entering doesn't want to commit suicide, then they would keep their power at the soul formation level. As Wang Lin pondered a bit, a dozen thoughts entered his head. After a long time, he raised his head and said, Senior came to visit Junior this late at night. I'm afraid you aren't here just to talk to me about this. The old man let out a mischievous laugh and said, Young man, this old man came to tell you that I am leaving. Before I leave, I want you to make me a carving of myself so I can give it to Xiao Cui from the Pink Pavilion so that when she thinks of me, she will have something to remind her. Alas, someone as handsome as me, who only appears in legends, has countless people thinking of me. With that, he revealed a very regretful expression, but within that expression, there was a lot of pride. He kept looking toward Wang Lin, obviously waiting for Wang Lin to praise him. Wang Lin pondered for a while. After a long time, he picked up a piece of wood and, using his finger as a knife, began to carve. However, just as he made a rough outline, the old man let out a dissatisfied snort and said, No clothes! Wang Lin's finger paused. He let out a bitter smile. After pondering for a while, he wiped the carving with his right hand and began carving again. This time, his finger didn't stop. It moved like the wind. Soon, a skinny old man who looked almost like a monkey was carved out. Aside from the violent domain, the wood carving looked exactly like the old man himself. It was very lifelike, as if it were alive. Even the wrinkles on his face were clearly detailed. The old man quickly grabbed the carving and carefully examined it. The more he looked at it, the tighter his brow furrowed, until he finally looked at Wang Lin and said, What is this? It doesn't look like me. It doesn't look like me at all. Is this how you see this old man? What you carved here is a monkey. A monkey. Do you understand? With that, the old man threw the carving to the side and said to Wang Lin, word for word, It doesn't look like me. At this moment, the old man was filled with a serious look that had never appeared in his eyes before. There was even a hint of madness in those eyes. Wang Lin noticed the sudden change and the spiritual energy in the area began to move in a certain way. Suddenly, he felt a sense of danger emerging. Wang Lin always had guesses about the old man's cultivation level, but at this moment, his estimate of the old man's cultivation level raised again. He looked at the old man as he picked up another piece of wood. This time his hand moved like the wind. He used only half the time to make the carving this time. The person in the carving was very handsome and romantic, especially the piercing eyes. It would not be wrong to call this person one of the most handsome men in existence. Only this looked way too different from the old man. Anyone who wasn't blind would be able to tell that this wasn't the same person as the old man. The moment the wood carving was completed, it was taken by the old man. He stared at the wood carving and his eyes shined as he laughed. "Not bad. This is the real me. You carved really well. Okay, young man, I'll let you borrow that straw hat for a while." The old man dreamily looked at the wood carving. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it. After putting it away, he looked at Wang Lin with a pleased look and said, "From now on, just carve them like this. I have to be honest, although the carving you have now is a bit different from what this old man looks like, it is okay to ignore it. What is most important is that this carving looks exactly like me when I was younger." As the old man spoke, he stood up to leave. As he got to the door, he suddenly stopped and said, "There are still 999 more carvings left. Don't forget about them once you reach the soul formation stage. Don't forget, or no matter where you go, this old man will find you." After sending off the strange old man, Wang Lin picked up the carving from before. He let out a smile and casually placed it on a shelf. Wang Lin don't intend to get mixed into the matter with the celestial doors. If he could reach the soul formation stage, he would take a trip to there then, but thinking about it now was too early. As for the battle between the Four-Sect Alliance and Xueyu, Wang Lin pondered a bit and decided to not participate. These type of things' influence range was too wide. If anything went wrong, there would be serious consequences. Therefore, Wang Lin's life calmed down again. As for the snow in the Four-Sect Alliance, it began to slow down after a month. It was very common to see the flashes of light from magic treasures in the sky. It was as if there were cultivators repairing something up there. Wang Lin observed for a while and noticed that they were setting up formations. The formations were set in the sky to stop the snow from falling. At the same time, besides setting up the formations, massive amounts of cultivators from all sects and families came to clean up the snow on the ground. Spiritual energy seemed to have little effect against the snow. The snow seemed to be very sensitive to spiritual energy. Thus, these cultivators began to use physical strength to clear it out. Since the cultivators had moved, the mortals followed suit. The mortal king of the country seemed to have already received orders from the cultivators, so large amounts of mortal troops began to clear out the snow. Because the Four-Sect Alliance was very large, not only was the army clearing out snow, even the citizens were being forced to help. Denyo was one of them. Even old men who were at the end of their years were no exception. But under the orders the king, who had been paying his respects to him, no one bothered Wang Lin. This whole operation lasted several months. Denyo had already been sent to the south. The entire capital, no, all of the cities in the Four-Sect Alliance were a lot emptier. Unless someone had an important position, almost everyone was out clearing snow. During this operation, not even women and children were spared. When Denyo was picked up, Wang Lin gave him a wood carving to keep close to himself as a gift for these past 30+ years. As for Denyo's wife, Wang Lin also gave her a small wood carving. The effect of these wood carvings was to spread warmth to prevent the body from being frozen. In the battle that was originally supposed to be between cultivators, the mortals of the Four-Sect Alliance became the first to suffer. These mortals didn't even know what was causing this snow, but to save their families from it, they willingly entered this ruthless snow. Throughout the Four-Sect Alliance, there were mountains of snows piled up, and with the help of some powerful cultivators, these mountains kept growing. There was no harvest from the fields, as all of it had been covered by the snow. Every day there were countless mortals that froze to death, and every day there were houses crushed by the snow. This was a disaster. Wang Lin woke up one morning and walked out of his shop. The street had been cleared of snow, but there were still snowflakes on the ground. Although the snowfall had weakened, it still existed. A few days ago, the large-eared cultivator Zhou Wutai sent another jade. There was no invitation to the Four-Sect Alliance, but news of what the Four-Sect Alliance was doing and one piece of heaven-splitting news. Thanks to the entire population of the country clearing snow, the snow covering the ground had lessened, only now there were very tall mountains of snow. In addition to this, almost all of the cultivators in the four-sect alliance had been invited to help with the battle to come. However, Zhou Wutai also brought up his own worries. Normally, Xueyu wouldn't rain snow for months. They normally only let it snow for 10 days. They would come after those 10 days were up. Normally, during large battles, cultivators would avoid affecting the mortal world. This was a rule set by the country Suzaku. But as of today, for months had passed and the snow in the sky had not lessened. It had only been hidden by the formations. This type of phenomenon only had one interpretation, and it was, Xueyu was planning on wiping out the four-sect alliance by starting a war to wipe out the entire country. On the planet Suzaku, war to wipe out a country was rare, as the country Suzaku was around to interfere, but it wasn't something that hadn't happened before. In the ancient record of the four-sect alliance, it was recorded that there were a total of 4 wars that wiped out a country. 3 were rank 4 cultivation countries and 1 was a rank 5 cultivation country. But without exception, all wars that wiped out a country had Suzaku's hand in it. That is to say that Xueyu used various methods to make Suzaku agree to allow Xueyu to start this war. Wang Lin pondered for a bit about Zhou Wutai's worries. Although the four-sect alliance didn't have much to do with him, he did live on this street for over 30 years. He was currently standing outside the shop and looking at the snow as he let out a sigh. The last thing Zhou Wutai mentioned on the Jade was that in order to check if Xueyu was really going to start a country-ending war, the four-sect alliance sent out cultivators to gather information. They sent out a total of 3 groups, one to the nearby rank 4 countries who were allies, the other to the rank 5 cultivation country they belonged to for reinforcements, and finally, the last group went to Suzaku to discover the truth. As of the day the Jade was sent out, only the group to Suzaku hadn't returned. Only, the response caused everyone in the four-sect alliance to become silent. All of the allied rank 4 cultivation countries welcomed the four-sect alliance and treated them with respect, but none of them would talk about the war. They only dodged the subject. There were even some that just avoided meeting them completely. Finally, another country, which had a very good relationship with them, told them that the rank 5 cultivation countries had sent down orders to not enter this affair. As for the group that entered the rank 5 cultivation country, their faces were even darker when they returned. The rank 5 cultivation country told them that there was no need to give them the rain cauldron, as they won't help. Finally, this group of cultivators spent a great deal of effort to get a piece of information from a soul transformation cultivator in the rank 5 cultivation country that shocked them all. There was a woman in Xueyu whose talent was so stunning that it even caught Suzaku's eyes. She had only cultivated for 100 years and had already reached the late stage of soul formation. She had been named the number 1 genius on planet Suzaku in the last 10,000 years. If that was it, it wouldn't be much. But this girl hadn't consumed any pills in these 100 years, so that made her even more eye-catching. For this matter, Suzaku sent out cultivators to investigate this. After confirming it was true, Suzaku officially invited her to join them. This kind of thing was not uncommon. Many of the extremely talented youths would be invited to join Suzaku during their most brilliant moments. But when these people joined Suzaku, their status was very low. But for her, Suzaku was determined and gave her a very high position. The reason why Suzaku was doing this was to try and cross that gap that they had been trying to cross for countless years. Become a rank 7 cultivation country. However, in order to become a rank 7 cultivation country, not only would they need a cultivator to achieve the needed cultivation level, they also needed to meet a series of requirements. It was very difficult. At this moment, Suzaku hadn't even met the first requirement, so they paid a great deal of attention to the talented younger generation. And this woman from Xueyu's talent was already incredible. As a result, Suzaku made a lot of preparations. The only request she had was to make Xueyu a rank 5 cultivation country, and to allow them to move out of that barren wasteland into another location on planet Suzaku. By coincidence, a rain cauldron had appeared in the four-sect alliance and it just happened to be from a cultivator from Xueyu, so this war was started. The four-sect alliance caught Xueyu's eyes due to the battle for the rain cauldron and became the new location for Xueyu's invasion. As for why did the rain cauldron appear in the four-sect alliance and why it appeared in the king's hand, The four-sect alliance believed it was a scheme. Only now, whether it was a scheme or not won't change reality. After this information was brought back by the cultivators, it shocked everyone. After Wang Lin had read everything in the Jade Zhou Wutai gave him, his heart was a bit heavy. He didn't think that, in a simple battle for the Rain Cauldron, there was something this deep hidden inside. He felt very regretful as he looked at the empty street and empty shops. A few months ago, there were many people walking on the street, and all of the shops would open up early and be very busy. But due to the war between the two cultivation countries, the mortals were hit hard. Wang Lin let out a sigh. At this moment he felt very regretful. Mortals were lower than ants in the cultivators' eyes, but many of them forgot that they were also mortals once. Wang Lin didn't have any method of preventing this, and he didn't want to get involved. The heavens Daos were ruthless, and after experiencing the life and death domain, his mentality had changed. He looked at the street and gently said, "It is time to leave." After finishing the last step, "It will be time to leave." With that, he shook his head. He turned around and gently closed the shop's door. After that, with his hands behind his back and wearing a thick coat, he walked into the distance. Slowly, his figure faded in the snow. Wang Lin's body looked slow while moving in the air, but in fact, he was moving very quickly. As he flew, he saw countless cultivators, and everyone that passed him had gloomy looks on their faces. It was as if the snow was a giant rock on top of their hearts. Even the ones that knew each other didn't talk at all. At most, they would nod at each other when they passed by one another. Wang Lin flew the entire way, and after a while, he arrived at the eastern part of the four-sect alliance. Before, this was a thick forest, but now it was covered in snow. The pile of snow looked like a giant mountain range next to the area that had been cleared out. Waves of cold came from this snow. There was a sense of desperation. Wang Lin silently floated in the air. He looked down on the snow field and pondered for a long time. Finally, he let out a sigh. Both of his hands formed a seal that created a strange wind that blew across the field, creating a wind that sounded like people crying. At this moment, it felt as if the heavens and earth were filled with this sad cry. The snow continued to fall and the wind continued to blow, just like the endless heavens. Only the snow was very strange. Even though the wind was strong, not much snow moved. Luckily, Wang Lin's objective wasn't to clear out this forest. Wang Lin didn't reveal any panic on his face. He quietly stood in the air, his eyes calm. Gradually, a small whirlpool appeared in the snow-covered forest, and the snow began to slowly move to the side. Wang Lin had been standing in the air for a long time. Some of the cultivators that flew by were taking notice of him. Eventually, the swirl in the snow grew even larger, until it formed a giant hole in the snow. In the hole, there were countless tree branches. Wang Lin took one look. His hand formed a seal and he went down into the swirl. Inside the swirl were large trees and branches. These were materials for his carvings. More than 30 years ago, he got all of his wood here. However, he had used most of it up, and there wasn't enough for his final carving. This was why he didn't mind coming so far. The carving he was making this time required trees at least 100 years old. Of course, if there were any 1,000-year-old trees, the effect would be even better. Unfortunately, trying to find that kind of wood in the snow was like searching for a needle in the sea. In the swirl, Wang Lin spread out his divine sense to find the branches he needed. After getting all the ones he could, he came out of the swirl and used the same technique on the snow nearby. Gradually, as 100-meter swirls appeared in the snow, the amount of wood in Wang Lin's bag of holding increased. This continued for 7 days. In these 7 days, this entire area had been cleared out. After getting enough wood, Wang Lin took another look at this place, then left. In these 7 days, his actions had been noticed by the cultivators passing by and word spread across the four-sect alliance. People were sent to check it out, but once they noticed Wang Lin's cultivation level, they became very respectful. Eventually, Zhou Wutai heard of this and immediately suppressed the news. He personally brought people there. They didn't talk, only silently helped. Otherwise, there is no way for Wang Lin to gather enough wood in 7 days, or clear out the area. Before Wang Lin left, Zhou Wutai didn't try to invite him into the four-sect alliance again. He clasped his hands with a bitter smile and left. Zhou Wutai knew that the four-sect alliance was at the end of its days. Bringing someone in now would only be dragging them down. Even he himself had been considering his own escape. Wang Lin nodded at Zhou Wutai and left. He didn't stop at all, but charged toward his shop in the capital. When he was outside the capital, his body disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already inside the shop. He took a deep breath and looked at his surroundings. He sat down on his chair, waved his left hand, and took out a piece of wood that still had snow on it. He formed a blade with the middle and index fingers of his right hand and began to carve. This was a carving that Wang Lin had been preparing for a long time. This time he wasn't just carving one, but many. Before he leaves, his road of turning into Immortal was coming to an end. He hoped to use these last carvings to reach the soul formation stage. Even if he eventually failed, then at least his mentality would progress by one step, placing him even closer to the soul formation stage or at a point where he only needed to pick a domain before stepping into the soul formation stage. What he decided to carve was every single person he had killed, from when he started cultivating to when he started to turn into Immortal. Every single person. The first person that Wang Lin had killed was his master, Sun Dazhu. As his hand moved, wood shavings fell to the floor. Not long after, Sun Dazhu's moment of death, that look of fear and despair, was perfectly captured in the carving. Wang Lin's heart was completely calm as he stared at Sun Dazhu's carving. If Sun Dazhu wasn't so greedy for Wang Lin's gourd, then he wouldn't have died. That was karma. Where there is life, there is also death. The second carving was that of a middle-aged man. This person's eyes contained a hint of blood. His lips were very thin, and his face looked very mean. At this point, there was a flying sword in his hand. This sword looked very sharp. Killing intent leaked out of this carving. He was Zhang Hu's master and old man Jima's disciple, the second person Wang Lin had killed. That day, that person decided to kill Wang Lin, but became the second person Wang Lin had ever killed. After looking at the wood carving, he put it to the side and took out another piece of wood. The third was a young man. It was Teng Li who hunted Wang Lin down back then. Thinking about Teng Li, Wang Lin's heart rippled, but soon calmed down once more. Scenes of his fight with Teng Li echoed in his head. After a long time, his right finger turned into a knife and he worked on the piece of wood. Half an hour later, Teng Li's carving was complete. This person looked very handsome, but there was a look of extreme pride on his face. His right hand formed a seal, his gaze was dark, hiding a deep sense of greed, and the corner of his mouth hid a faint smile. But this smile was something of the past and had been lost in history. Along with the smile, the entire Teng family bloodline was also lost. One by one, wood carvings were finished by Wang Lin and were placed to the side. Gradually, the ground became covered in wood carvings. The killing intent in the room gradually became denser. Every time a carving was finished, the room would become a bit more packed. If a cultivator were to pass by, they would clearly see that besides the snow, there was also a layer of ice on top of Wang Lin's roof. Wang Lin didn't even bother with it at all. He was absorbed in his memories as he carved every single person he had killed. Gradually, Wang Lin forgot that he was carving and dove deep into his memories. For 100 years of memories appeared in his mind and he watched it all as if it was someone else's. From the boy at the beginning to the youth at the Hangyu sect, to not being talented enough, to finding the heaven-defying bead, to Situnen teaching him, to the Hangyu sect being kicked out of their mountain. Then he left the Hangyu sect and cultivated on his own. After that, he found Zhang Hu, killed Zhang Hu's master, and entered Teng family city. But Teng Li came out of nowhere. Because of that, he split up with Zhang Hu. Even now, he didn't know if Zhang Hu lived or was killed. Teng Li, who hunted him, ended up dying by his hand and thus began the road of conflict. The corpse sect, then Juming Valley, and the moment that completely changed his life. The death of his parents. Teng Huayuan's smile, his body being destroyed, and Situnen helping his soul escape to the foreign battleground. This led to 400 years of killing. In order to raise his cultivation level so he could go back and get revenge, he became a heartless, unfeeling, and cold-blooded person. Ho Fun, the Sea of Devils, and the land of the ancient god. Scenes from all these places flashed before his eyes. 10,000 devil-killing order. Other than the slaughter of the Tang family, that was the time he killed the most. As for inside the land of the ancient god, Wang Lin's memories of Hunchback Meng and them were deep and hard to forget. The many years inside the land of the ancient god was a big change for him. Both his body and mind underwent great changes. There were also many dangers inside. If he wasn't careful, he wouldn't have been able to come out. Soon after, he formed his nascent soul in Chu and once again met Li Muan. After he successfully reached the nascent soul stage, he could finally begin his revenge. Anyone with the Tang family bloodline within Zhao died by Wang Lin's hands, resolving this grudge. Wang Lin's hand still hadn't stopped moving once as he carved the people in his memories. His hand moved faster and faster until you could only see a blur. The images appeared in his mind faster and faster. Gradually, he saw the 30 years he had spent turning into immortal. Birth and death. Scenes of life slowly imprinted into Wang Lin's mind. Much later, he no longer had any memories in his mind. There were only two words now, life and death. Life and death, the changes that occur in the heavens' reincarnation. Wang Lin understood the meaning of death in his 400 years of killing, and in his 30 years of turning into immortal, he came to understand life. Although he failed when tried to comprehend the heavens' reincarnation cycle before, it left a deep impression on him. It was as if he had poked through a piece of paper and it allowed him to gain this insight. But insight does not mean comprehension. It can only be said that Wang Lin's state of mind had reached a point where he could control his cultivation. There was one phrase that was said a lot in the ancient cultivation world. What you see as mountain is a mountain and what you see as water is water. Wang Lin was currently at this stage. When he opened his eyes, there were countless carvings inside his shop. There was an evil light in Wang Lin's eyes. This light was very similar to Ta Sen's from the land of the ancient god. He calmly looked at all of the carvings before him and slowly raised his hands. Suddenly, all of the wood carvings began to tremble and gathered toward his hands. Gradually, more and more carvings flew to him. But at this moment, a black vortex appeared between his hands. Even though the wood carvings went in one by one, the size of the black vortex didn't change at all. One by one, the wood carvings flew into the black vortex. After the last one entered, Wang Lin calmly looked at the black vortex. At this moment, the bag of holding on his waist opened up and 3 balls of killing intent flew out. The 3 balls of killing intent entered the black vortex. When the last one entered, Wang Lin's eyes revealed a mysterious light and his hand began to move. The black vortex quickly changed shapes under Wang Lin's control. Finally, it turned into a square and gradually became solid. Slowly, the black vortex disappeared and a black stamp appeared before Wang Lin. The stamp was the size of Wang Lin's palm and had the carving of a person on it. But this person didn't have a face or features, only a figure. This black stamp contained Wang Lin's 400 years of killing. It was the physical form of death. Wang Lin's right hand pressed down on top of the black stamp. A sense of being submerged in blood suddenly appeared in his heart. Then he took a deep breath and the stamp gradually entered his nascent soul. Wang Lin pondered for a little while looking at the shop he had lived in for 30 years with a lingering expression. He waved his hand and all of the carvings inside the shop disappeared. Then he opened the door of the shop and walked into the snowy night. Wang Lin slowly walked on the street as the snowstorm got even worse. His figure when he walked out from the shop was still that of an old man at the end of his days, but as he walked toward the end of the street, his back gradually straightened. The wrinkles on his face slowly disappeared, and by the time he arrived at the end of the street, he had successfully changed from a mortal to a cultivator. Although he hadn't reached the soul formation stage yet, he was even closer to it now. After learning of the life and death domain and comprehending the heavens, Wang Lin's body had a strong desire to fly up. It was as if there were some mysterious power in the sky that was pulling him toward it. This feeling meant that he was about to reach the soul formation stage. The him now didn't need to search for a domain or comprehend the heavens. He only needed to find a place to quietly go into closed-door cultivation for 10 years in, and he would be able to reach the soul formation stage. Wang Lin stood at the end of the road and carefully looked at the empty street. He had lived on this old street for more than 30 years. He engraved every detail, even each blade of grass, of this street into his mind. A hint of sadness appeared in his heart. After looking for a long time, he memorized this sight. He let out a sigh and disappeared into the night. In a town 10,000 kilometers to the north, there was a large amount of mortals. There were simple houses spread across the area, and inside them lived a lot of people. They were all brought here to help clean up the snow. Daniel lived inside one of these houses. There were 30 more people living inside the house with him, making the already not-so-large house feel every cramped. Daniel stared soullessly at the ceiling. He missed his son, his wife, and most of all, Wang Lin. Everything disappeared in the face of this snow. Before this snow, he was someone who had spare time and a shopkeeper who had a few people working under him. His son entered an immortal sect and became an immortal. On that street, he could be said to be doing very well. He and his wife had always loved each other. Life was filled with joy. He even intended to stop Uncle Wang from carving in a few years and serve him for the last few years of his life. In his mind, the death of his parents made him think of Uncle Wang, who watched him grow up, as his own elder. But this snow changed everything. He didn't know how his wife was doing right now. When he heard a few months ago that even women were being taken to clear snow, he was very nervous. His wife's body had never been that good. Could her body withstand the cold snow? Whenever he saw someone freeze to death, the pain he would feel was if someone stabbed his heart. It was not that he cared about them, but because a sense of dread and worry for his wife arose very time. He was worried that his wife would leave him if she couldn't withstand these harsh conditions. In addition to his wife, he was also worried about Wang Lin. In his mind, Uncle Wang was already old. Will his body be okay in this cold? He had already lost his parents. He didn't want Uncle Wang to leave him too. Daniel's son, Xianxia, had just joined the White Cloud sect and was only at the Qi condensation stage. Although his status was much higher than mortals, with his level, he was useless in this war. As a result, although he tried to look for his parents, the four-sect alliance was too large. Almost all of the mortals had been moved to clear snow and were spread across the country. Unless he had an extremely high cultivation level, there was no way for him to find his parents. Daniel had forgotten how long the snow had been falling for. Every day, he would wake up to find someone near him frozen to death. At the same time, he also noticed the mysterious power of the small carving around his neck. Every time he felt cold, a warmth would come from the carving and spread across his body. No matter how cold it became, he could safely live through it. After realizing the power of the carving, Daniel suddenly felt like he didn't know Wang Lin as well anymore, as if he had never seen through that old man. But because of the existence of the wood carvings, he felt more relaxed about his wife. As long as his wife didn't remove the wood carving, she also wouldn't be frozen to death. However, as time passed, he looked at the endless snow and his heart began to despair again. The snow in the sky lessened, but still continued to fall endlessly. During these days, a lot of mortals secretly escaped. They wanted to escape to the nearby countries. Even if they had to give up everything, at least they still had some hope. It was said that the adjacent countries didn't have any clouds. It was like normal spring in those countries. Everything was normal and the sun was shining. In the morning, Daniel was the first one to wake up. He got up from his bed. Behind him slept the second son of a shopkeeper from the same street as him. This young man was a hard worker who often worked together with Daniel. He was a simple child. Daniel gave him a push, but he suddenly froze. He placed his hand over the boy's nose and bitterly smiled. "He is dead," he whispered. When he pushed the boy, he already noticed that something was off. 2 streams of tears came out of Daniel's eyes and a 40-something-year-old man began to weep. He missed his home, missed his wife, missed his son, missed Uncle Wang, missed his shop, and missed the warmth of his home. At this point, someone else got up and stared at Daniel. Then he immediately noticed that throughout the night, 5 people had frozen to death in this room. Everyone began to ponder. After a long time, a shout came from outside the house. Everyone, come out, now. If anyone goofs off, they will be thrown into the snow to freeze to death. Someone let out a sigh and everyone slowly walked out. Their eyes were all out of focus and their faces were yellow. These last few months of clearing snow had really taken a toll on them. At the beginning there was enough food, but now there was less and less. It was at the point where they couldn't keep the labor up anymore. Daniel was still crying on the ground. A middle-aged man who was very friendly with him pulled him up and said, "Daniel, let's go. As long as we are alive, there is still hope." Daniel was pulled up by him. He looked at the boy who lied there unmoving and tears flowed out again. After he left the room, the cold wind hit him, causing him to shiver, but warmth soon came from the little carving around his neck. He rubbed his chest and looked at the people walking out from the door. He clenched his teeth and made a decision. He was going to find his wife and leave this country. Once the snow is over, he will come back. Late at night, when everyone had fallen asleep, he secretly left the house. The cold wind caused him to shiver, but he still went out into the snow. There were human troops surrounding the area, but they couldn't just ignore people escaping. In this area, at least they could live. If they were to leave, then they would likely die. They stopped people at first, but after a while they gave up. After all, if someone wants to die, you can't really stop them. Daniel slowly trekked through the snow in the dark. The world was large, but he felt like there was no place where he belonged. The wind was even stronger late at night. He suddenly stopped as he ran into something. He was shocked to find that what tripped him was a body. This body had died not long ago, so it was only covered by a thin layer of snow. When Daniel fell, his face came very close to the face of the dead body. His breath even landed on the body's face. After being startled for a while, he let out a shout and backed up. However, as he backed up, he tripped again. He felt cold as he looked around and saw countless bodies. Daniel was immortal. His longing for his wife and son, the death of the kid, and all of the dead bodies caused him to break down. He squatted down in the snow and began to cry. After a long time, Daniel suddenly felt his body warm up as a warm hand patted his head. "Daniel, don't be afraid." Daniel turned his head and looked at the youth that appeared behind him. This youth looked much younger than him, but the youth's eyes emanated an ancient light. Daniel was no stranger to this person. In fact, it was the Uncle Wang he longed for. But this person's current appearance was completely different from the old man he knew. Daniel looked at Wang Lin and suddenly remembered the first time he opened Wang Lin's shop's door and saw his face. The Wang Lin from then looked exactly like the one now. "Uncle Wang," Daniel whispered. He pondered for a while. He felt like the uncle that watched him grow up was not a normal person. He pondered for a while, then asked, You are an immortal?" Wang Lin looked at the surroundings. Finally, he looked at Daniel, nodded, and smiled. "It's okay. Uncle Wang is here, so there is no need to be afraid. Let us go find your wife." Daniel felt like he was in a dream. In his mind, the image he associated Wang Lin with rapidly changed between an old man and a young man. His expression was unsettled. Even a hint of panic was visible. Wang Lin let out a sigh and pointed his finger at Daniel's head. Daniel felt an irresistible urge to sleep. Then he fell asleep. Wang Lin waved his right hand. A gentle light surrounded Daniel and Wang Lin flew away with him. 30,000 kilometers away, in another house filled with mortals that were clearing snow, Wang Lin found Daniel's wife. When Wang Lin gave them the carvings, he left a piece of his divine sense inside them, so he could save them in a time of danger. This relationship was a seed he planted with Daniel 30 years, and he had to save them to harvest the fruit. Wang Lin quickly moved while carrying the couple and arrived at the border. There were 2 light screens blocking the way. One was from the 4-sect alliance and one was from the other side. Wang Lin put down the couple and placed his hand on the light. His spiritual energy was injected into the light screen and a tunnel that people could pass through opened up. Wang Lin let out a sigh. He pointed his hand to the couple's heads. After leaving behind a small package, he turned around and disappeared. After a while, Daniel opened his eyes. He felt like he had just seen a dream of his Uncle Wang. The image of his Uncle Wang for some reason changed to be the same as the Uncle Wang he knew when he was a boy. He let out a sigh, then suddenly looked at the woman next to him and let out a scream. He quickly moved up and shook her. The woman woke up and also stared at Daniel. After a while, the two of them hugged each other and began to cry. Daniel's wife asked after crying for a while, "Daniel, why am I here? I remember that when I fell asleep, I was still inside the house." Daniel pondered for a while and looked into the sky. After a long time, he let out a sigh. He knew that what happened wasn't a dream. It was reality. He didn't say anything. He just hugged his wife before turning his eyes toward the tunnel and the package on the ground. After opening the package, he found a lot of gold. He and his wife both kowtowed toward the capital as he whispered, "Uncle Wang, thank you." He picked up the package and dragged his wife through the tunnel. Shortly after Daniel left the Four-Sect Alliance, Wang Lin appeared at the spot where they kowtowed. As he looked at the disappearing figures of Daniel and his wife, his eyes watered up. With his divine sense, he already noticed that there was a small town not far from here. They only needed to follow the official road to get there. Daniel spent the rest of his life there. Even until the moment he died, he couldn't forget Uncle Wang, who watched him grow up. Only he never had a chance to see Wang Lin again. Wang Lin stood in place for a long time as he watched Daniel and his wife leave. More than 30 years ago, Daniel was only a kid, but in the blink of an eye he was already middle-aged. Just like the life and death domain, it was hard for things in this world to escape life and death. Wang Lin let out a smile as he pointed at the light screen again. With a flash, the tunnel in the light screen closed. Wang Lin raised his head and looked around. He wasn't in a rush to leave the Four-Sect Alliance because he still had one more goal he hadn't achieved yet. That was to obtain the Rain Cauldron. This Rain Cauldron was a disaster for the Four-Sect Alliance, but also a treasure because it was something soul formation cultivators needed to be able to reach the soul transformation stage. To Wang Lin, this Rain Cauldron was something he needed for his future. Wang Lin could feel that the spiritual energy around him wasn't as clean as before. It was as if the spiritual energy was filled with dirt. It was not that there was any change to the spiritual energy in recent years, but because Wang Lin's cultivation level had increased, he could detect this problem. This spiritual energy is harmless to cultivators under the soul formation stage because they aren't able to notice the impurities it contains. But after one reaches the soul formation stage and wishes to proceed further, this spiritual energy is deadly. As for the spirit water from the heaven-defying bead, maybe it's because the 5 elements aren't complete, but its purity is still a bit lacking. However, the 5 elements are simply too hard to obtain. Aside from the water element, he would need a desolate beast like the one he got for the fire element to fill even one of them up. The other few missing elements also required the soul of their matching desolate beast, which was why Wang Lin hadn't managed to fill them in the past 400 years. Wang Lin had to enter the celestial door to get celestial qi, so he set his sights on the Rain Cauldron. Right now was obviously not the right time to try to take the Rain Cauldron. The correct time was when Shui Yu's invasion commences. Thinking of this, Wang Lin's eyes were filled with calmness as he found a large snow mountain and sank into it. As his body sank into the snow, he took out his restriction flag and surrounded himself. Wang Lin soon disappeared inside the mountain of snow. Wang Lin didn't know when Shui Yu would come, so he had to hurry and prepare himself to reach the soul formation stage to increase his chances of obtaining the Rain Cauldron. In the blink of an eye, 1 year had passed. It was either because the formations in the sky were having an effect or the cultivators of Shui Yu were going to arrive soon. But the snow had gradually lessened. The entire Four-Sect Alliance was covered in snow. In this past year, a large number of mortals had died. Although the corpses weren't in plain sight, every step was filled with snow and dead bodies. The mortal world of the Four-Sect Alliance had turned into a grave. Actually, the Four-Sect Alliance had split into 2 factions. One wanted to hide and wait things out while the other wanted to fight until the end. After all, Shui Yu was a rank 4 cultivation country as well. One this day, a large amount of cold aura escaped from the rifts in the sky, and a girl walked out from one of the rifts at the center of the four-sect alliance. This girl was wearing a white dress like an ice queen. She was not beautiful, but the coldness on her face seemed to be even colder than all of the snow. She walked out of the rift, then glanced at the ground before raising her right hand and casually pointing at the sky. Suddenly, countless rifts appeared in the sky and quickly expanded. Waves of cracking sounds, like mirrors breaking, quickly spread across the entire four-sect alliance. At the same time, the formations that were blocking the snow broke into pieces and fell down into the four corners of the four-sect alliance. Shortly after, countless cultivators wearing white robes walked out of the rift. There was one thing in common between all of them: the coldness on their faces. That coldness spread to every corner of the four-sect alliance. A wave of killing intent covered the four-sect alliance. At the same time, none of the countless cultivators from the four-sect alliance appeared, allowing all of the cultivators of Xueyu to walk out one by one. Slowly, more and more Xueyu cultivators appeared. None of them uttered a word. Their gazes were all on the white-clothed girl. Even the ones far away have their gazes set on the girl. The girl's eyes were cold as she pointed at the ground. This simple action caused all of the cultivators from Xueyu to descend from the sky as a beam of white light. Once a few moved, it caused a chain reaction. All of the Xueyu cultivators descended. But as they descended from the sky, four rays of light shot into the sky from the west, south, east, and north. Cyan, red, purple, and white pillars of light that looked like they could hold up the sky appeared. At the top of the pillars, giant figures slowly condensed. When the figures finally formed, they revealed themselves to be ancient barbarians wearing leather armor. If one looked closely at the giant barbarians, they would see a cultivator inside the chest of each one. Although it was not possible to see what cultivation level they were at, it couldn't be low. The giant ancient barbarians walked out from the pillars one by one and charged toward the cultivators of Xueyu. There was a large amount of these barbarians. Every step they took seemed to cause the earth and heavens to tremble. As these ancient barbarians charged out, an angry roar came from the white cloud to the east. A huge, black rock floated in the air. On this rock was an old man held down with 9 chains. This old man's face was yellow and very skinny. His body was filled with an aura of death, and there was almost no clothes covering him besides a few scraps of fabric. His hair was scattered all over as he looked at the Xueyu cultivators in the sky with his dim eyes and licked his lips. His tongue was very long. When it came out, it made him look like a demon. This sight would shock anyone. Shortly after, a roar came from the water ink sect from the south. A giant, bronze cauldron slowly floated into the sky from the back mountain of the water ink sect. There were countless spells carved on the top of this bronze cauldron. A primitive aura spread out from it as well. An old man wearing a red gown sat on top of the bronze cauldron and calmly looked at the sky. The greenwood sect to the east also didn't dare to break the trend. As the roars came from the east and south, a giant pool of black sludge rose into the air from the greenwood sect. The sludge was bubbling, and every now and then, a face full of suffering would appear on the surface. The moment this black sludge appeared, even the snow around it seemed to tremble. The next moment, a weak-looking young man from the Black Soul sect appeared in the north, accompanied by neat and orderly shouts of young men. The young man looked very pale, as if he had just survived a serious illness. As his body floated in the air, he waved his right hand to call something forth. Suddenly, a large amount of black gas floated out from the Black Soul sect. The black gas wove together to form a black ink brush. The moment the brush appeared, the sky changed colors. Even the old man on the cauldron and the old man chained to the black rock noticed and were shocked. This very ordinary-looking ink brush slowly floated into the young man's hand. The moment the brush landed in his hand, a healthy, red color appeared on his face. How could the four-sect alliance not have made any preparations in the past few years? In truth, they had all been waiting. In this country-destroying disaster, they were taking out the final resorts of their sects and retaliating. After all, a majority of the cultivators in the four-sect alliance grew up on this land. Although their opinions were divided at the news of Shui Yi invading, in the end, they banded together to fight the invaders. Because they didn't want to become homeless dogs, and they didn't want to be people who couldn't even protect their home. Humans need a home, and cultivators are humans too. This was a battle to the death. Unless one side can easily wipe out the other side, then it will be a battle to the death until the very end. The girl wearing white floated in the air. Her gaze was cold as she whispered, "Erase them. This will be the new country for us Shui Yu cultivators." The moment those words came out, all of the Shui Yu cultivators let out a unified roar. The roar grew as people joined in, and at the peak, the girl formed a seal and a 5-colored light appeared. The moment the 5-colored light appeared, it formed 5 girls that looked exactly like her, but those weren't her avatars. At this moment, Wang Lin was hiding under a mountain of snow inside the 4-sect alliance. His divine sense had already covered the area. When he noticed the 5 girls appearing, the heaven-defying bead in his divine sense suddenly trembled. At this moment, there were many divine senses in the sky, so no one paid attention to his. Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes under the mountain of snow. A strange light emanated from his eyes. He muttered to himself, "Spirits of the 5 elements." Back then, after the heaven-defying bead devoured only one fire spirit, the fire element was fully charged. At this moment, when Wang Lin saw the 5 element spirits, his heart moved. But he quickly threw away the idea as he didn't know if she was the genius of Shui Yu that Zhou Wutai talked about or not. But even if she wasn't, she was still at the mid-stage of soul formation. She was far from someone he could deal with right now. The moment the 5 elemental spirits appeared, the old man chained to the black rock let out a creepy laugh. He suddenly flew into the air, dragging the black rock with him. The water spirit suddenly turned. Without causing any fluctuations of spiritual energy, it turned into a pool of clear water and moved toward the old man. At the same time, 3 more elemental spirits chose one of the 4 sects and flew over to them. Only the fire spirit turned into a large blue flame and flew toward the giant barbarians. Shortly after, each of the Shui Yu cultivators picked one of the 4 sects and started fighting. Waves of cold came from the snow and ice on the ground. When the cultivators of the 4-sect alliance touched the snow, they would feel cold, but to the Shui Yu cultivators it was the best weapon. This cold energy would even help the Shui Yu cultivators recover spiritual energy to some degree. The entire sky of the 4-sect alliance was covered in flashes of magical treasures. The locations of the Water Ink sect, White Cloud sect, Greenwood sect, and Dark Soul sect were the locations of the final battles. Some of the mortals who were lucky enough to survive hid in their houses. They had no idea what was going on and had never seen so many cultivators in their life. The surrounding countries all sent out powerful cultivators and surrounded the 4-sect alliance. They had no intention to join the battle, they just wanted to make sure no cultivator could leave the 4-sect alliance, whether it was the cultivators of the 4-sect alliance or Shui Yu. They would only leave once there was a winner. The giant barbarians ran around the battlefield and swung their giant arms. Every time they swung, they would hit several Shui Yu cultivators. There was a total of 99 giant barbarians. They fought with the Shui Yu cultivators within the area of the 4 sects. Although each of the giant barbarians were very powerful and even contained hints of their own domains, they were very afraid of the fire created by the fire spirit. One of the giants had just blown 2 Shui Yu cultivators into dust, but was immediately surrounded by the fire. Its entire body immediately released white smoke, and in a matter of a few breaths, the giant was gone. Even the cultivator inside couldn't escape from being burnt to ashes. But the strange thing was that although the fire was very hot, it had no effect on the snow on the ground. After the giant formation in the sky was broken, an even stronger snowstorm came out of the rifts. The snow became even thicker. The white-clothed woman wasn't the only one who had brought a powerful magic treasure. Other Shui Yu cultivators who had prepared powerful magic treasures also appeared. At the battle against the White Cloud sect, a white-haired old woman waved her sleeves and chanted some complicated spell. Suddenly, a powerful wind came from a rift and all of the snow within 100 square feet floated into the air. Under the effect the powerful wind, the snow glistened and turned into ice. Shortly after, the old woman's eyes lit up and she slapped her forehead. Her nascent soul left her body and entered a giant block of ice. The moment the old woman's nascent soul entered the ice trembled and transformed into an ice giant. The giant's eyes lit up and smashed its hands into the ground, causing large amounts of snow to fly into the air. More snow flew into the air, moving as if something was controlling it, and took the shape of a long spear for the ice giant to use. Then, some of the surrounding Xueyu cultivators did the same thing and many ice giants appeared on the battlefield. Some of the low-level Forsex Alliance cultivators finally realized why Xueyu needed to pour so much snow on the countries they were fighting. A large amount of the Xueyu cultivators' techniques and spells required snow. The same scene happened in the other 3 sections. These large ice giants controlled by cultivators' nascent souls fought with the cultivators of the Forsect Alliance. Suddenly, the battle became a mess. Only the white-clothed woman stood still in the air as she looked at the battles with a cold gaze. It was the metal elemental spirit that was fighting against the old man on top of the bronze cauldron. The old man placed his hand on top of the cauldron and symbols that moved as if they were alive appeared in the sky. The symbols moved under the control of the old man and began fighting with the metal elemental spirit. The wood elemental spirit fought with the giant pool of sludge from the green wood sect. Countless black snakes extended from the sludge. Any Xueyu cultivator that was touched by the black snake died. Even the wood elemental spirit was having a hard time. The most strange person had to be the young man from the Black Soul sect. The earth elemental spirit was fighting him and having a really tough time. The young was completely motionless. Only his hand would move along with the ink brush. But with every stroke, the earth elemental spirit would escape with a look of dread in its eyes. Finally, the young man closed his eyes. If one looked closely, they would see that the young man wasn't moving. The brush was moving on its own. At this point, it was only the start of the battle, so most of the soul formation cultivators from either side hadn't moved yet. The soul formation cultivators of the Forsect Alliance were all waiting. If this was all that Xueyu had, then the chances of the Forsect Alliance being wiped out were not large. It could be said that all of the soul formation cultivators of the Forsect Alliance, especially the old late-stage soul formation monsters, were staring at the woman in the sky, wondering if she was the genius that had caused all of this. Once they confirm it, they will begin the first step of their plan. However, right now they couldn't be sure. Wang Lin was also waiting. He was watching the battle while hiding inside a mountain of snow. He had already seen countless cultivators die. However, a very strange phenomenon caught Wang Lin's attention. When cultivators from either side died, even if their bodies were blown to pieces, they would immediately freeze and sink into the snow. If just that was the case, it wouldn't have caught Wang Lin's attention, but after taking a closer look, he noticed small fluctuations of spiritual energy as the bodies sank in. This phenomenon caused Wang Lin to become very unsettled. He didn't know why, but seeing the bodies turn into ice and disappear into the ground made him to feel a sense of danger. After pondering for a while, Wang Lin's body sank down without a sound. He wanted to see what was the mystery behind this. He couldn't activate his full power inside the snow, so it took him 2 hours to reach the ground. Once he got there, he didn't hesitate at all and went deeper with his earth escape technique. At about 4,000 feet underground, Wang Lin stopped. His face was covered with an unsettled expression and a sliver surprise. He noticed that 5,000 feet underground, someone managed to dig out a cave. The cave seemed to be endless in size. Wang Lin guessed that this cave spanned throughout the entire Forsect Alliance. Every 1,000 feet inside the cave there was an ice sculpture. Each ice sculpture was about 10 feet tall and released a strange light. One other notable thing was that all of the ice sculptures were exactly the same. Their faces had ferocious expressions, and they had human hands as well as snake bodies. Wang Lin roughly checked and found that there was a large amount of ice sculptures and that their positions seemed to hold some meaning. All of the bodies that disappeared during the battle would appear here, but the moment they appeared, they would be absorbed by a nearby ice sculpture. Wang Lin pondered a little. He originally didn't believe that the Forsect Alliance wouldn't notice this earlier, but he wasn't able to detect this cave at all either. It has to be said that Wang Lin's divine sense was at the level of late-stage soul formation cultivators, so if even he was unable to see through it, then it was very unlikely for anyone in a rank 4 cultivation country to see through it. Wang Lin took a deep breath. He slowly backed up and returned to the surface. He raised his head to look at the sky, then pondered a little before slapping his bag of holding and taking out a voice transmission jade. This was what Zhou Wutai had left with him many years ago. He left a few messages in the jade before throwing it and watching it disappear. At the same time, his expression suddenly changed as he noticed a huge fire in the sky. A giant barbarian had been burnt to ashes by a flame. Although the giant was dead, the fire didn't stop. It charged at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and his body backed up. His hand formed a seal and a pillar of water appeared before him to block the flame. He took this moment and teleported to more than 2,000 feet away. His teleportation distance was much further than before. The water pillar only blocked the fire for a moment before turning into white mist. The flame circled around the area once before flying toward the White Cloud sect. Wang Lin was reluctant to make himself known right now, so he didn't extinguish the flame and merely ran away. Before all of the soul formation cultivators from both sides moved, Wang Lin wouldn't act. The white-clothed young woman closed her eyes and used a special method to sense the battles that were going on at the 4 sections. As she let out a cold smile, her right hand formed a seal and a white light shot out from her hand into a rift in the sky. With a thunderous roar, all of the rifts within 10,000 meters of the white-clothed woman fused together into one giant hole in the sky. Ice towers descended from the hole one by one. The cultivators of Xianxia were very different from cultivators from other cultivation countries. Much like the giant demon clan, they didn't have multiple sections. Everyone belonged to one sect. In Xianxia, once a cultivator has reached the nascent soul stage, they can form an ice giant with their nascent soul to do battle with. This is a symbol of their status. Similarly, once they reach the soul formation stage, they make their own ice tower. This becomes their own personal cultivation ground. The ice towers descending meant that soul formation cultivators had appeared. Every single ice tower had different shapes, but someone knowledgeable about Xianxia would know to look at how many floors a tower had to determine the cultivation level of the cultivator inside. The more floors the ice tower has, the higher the cultivation level of the cultivator inside. This is a pretty simple way to see the cultivation level of Xianxia cultivators. There were a total of 36 ice towers that descended. 4 of the ice towers were clearly taller than the rest, each with 99 floors. This means that the owners of these ice towers have reached the late stage of soul formation. The moment the 36 ice towers appeared, all of the soul formation cultivators from the 4-sect alliance took deep breaths, walked into a formation, and disappeared. A rainbow-colored light lit up under the white-clothed woman. From the light, a door appeared without a sound. The soul formation cultivators of the 4-sect alliance walked out of it. The middle-aged man and old woman from the White Cloud sect were among them, but the old man that controlled the passing of time domain was not there. Among them were 4 old cultivators that were very eye-catching. They looked like they had just crawled out of coffins. They were the sect protectors of the 4 sects. The 4 of them raised their heads and looked at the descending ice towers. One of them suddenly stood straight and his skinny body suddenly bulked back up. Cracking sounds came from his body as his bones increased in size. The wrinkles on his body disappeared and his muscles expanded. In almost an instant, he turned from a wrinkly old man to a very dignified-looking middle-aged man. He looked at the white-clothed woman with a serious look in his eyes and said, "I'm the Black Soul Sect's Zhou. Maybe I ask if you're Xianxia's red butterfly." The red butterfly the old man mentioned was the genius from Xianxia that caught Suzaku's attention. The absolute genius that managed to reach the late stage of soul formation in 100 years. The white-clothed woman's eyes lit up and she said, "So it is fellow cultivator Zhou, one of the 8 late-stage soul formation cultivators of the 4-sect alliance." Zhou's brow furrowed. This woman responded to his question with another question. This was clearly not what he was looking for, and seeing that the woman didn't seem to want to answer his question, his gaze became cold and he waved his sleeve. This wave wasn't only a signal to start the battle, but also a signal to the people of the Four-Sect Alliance to start Phase 2 of their plan. Zhou Yu couldn't wait anymore. It didn't matter if this woman was Red Butterfly or not, he had to gamble on it. The soul formation cultivators around him all charged upwards. The white-clothed woman revealed a look of disdain in her eyes. Shui Yu's soul formation cultivators walked out from their ice towers and the battle began. With the activation of one powerful technique after another, the entire Four-Sect Alliance shook and the sky changed colors. Every single technique of these soul formation cultivators had the power to move mountains and oceans. As a result, the shockwaves of the techniques spread out, hitting everyone in range. It didn't matter if they were cultivators of Shui Yu or the Four-Sect Alliance. The lucky ones were heavily injured and the unlucky died instantly. This battle between two countries had split into two different battlefields. One was between those below the soul formation stage, fighting on the ground, and the other was the soul formation cultivators exchanging techniques in the sky. This was the most fierce battle Wang Lin had ever witnessed. He remained hidden in the mountain of snow as he looked at the powerful soul formation cultivators using techniques that contained their domains. He carefully watched and studied the various domains. The battles of soul formation cultivators normally don't stay in one place as they can easily move 10,000 meters in an instant. Before long, the soul formation cultivators spread apart and used the entire Four-Sect Alliance for their battle to the death. The disdain in the white-clothed woman's eyes became even stronger as her hand formed a seal and a white light appeared in her hand. However, at that moment, 9 specks of light suddenly appeared around her. The moment the specks of light appeared, they connected to each other and the shadows of 9 figures appeared. The old man who controlled the passing of time domain was among them. The moment the 9 figures appeared, the white-clothed woman's face became ugly. She let out a snort, then waved her right hand and a fan made of 7 large feathers appeared. The woman's eyes lit up. She waved the fan and one of the feathers flew off by itself. The moment the feather left the fan, it turned into a cloud of smoke. Suddenly, an enormous figure appeared. Although the figure had some curves, it was still only a shadow. She let out a gentle breath and the 9 figures all trembled as they spat out mouthfuls of blood. But none of them took a single step back. At the same time, the 9 figures each let out roars as 9 different domains charged at the woman. At this moment, all of the soul formation cultivators from Shui Yu who saw this immediately wanted to go help. But the Four-Sect Alliance cultivators wouldn't let them as this was part of their plan. The woman's face immediately changed. She waved the fan in her hand, causing the feathers to fly out. However, it was too late. This killing formation was something the Four-Sect Alliance had prepared for the genius of Shui Yu. The moment the genius of Shui Yu dies becomes a huge turning point for this battle. If she dies, Shui Yu will lose the support of Suzaku. Although they might anger Suzuka, it beats having their country wiped out. The moment the 9 people attacked, many of the cultivators that were maintaining the formation died. It was them who took a share of the attack from the white-clothed woman. The reason that woman dared to float in the air all by herself was because of that fan. However, she was overconfident. After obtaining this treasure from the rank 5 cultivation country, no one but that junior apprentice sister, who was already above her, could be her opponent. Among the 9 figures, 5 of them were at the soul formation late stage. The other 4 were people who controlled special domains. No one would be able to survive this unless they had reached the soul transformation stage. Under the onslaught of domains, the woman didn't have any power to resist as she was turned into a bloody corpse. The fan with only 2 feathers remaining was caught by a late-stage soul formation cultivator before the 9 figures turned into 9 specks of light and disappeared. The 9 of them took major hits from the fan. All of their cultivation levels were greatly lowered and would require a long time to recover. Rage appeared in the eyes of the Shui Yu cultivators who saw this, but there was no sadness. This rage caused their battles to become even more intense. Wang Lin saw all of this happening and began to frown even harder. He carefully observed the expressions of the Shui Yu cultivators and felt that something was wrong. This woman perhaps wasn't the genius. Just at this moment, rays of rainbow-colored light shot out from the ground. There were a total of 108 rays of light. The rays of light appeared evenly across the four-sect alliance at the same time. If someone were looking from above, they would see that this formed a formation that covered the entire four-sect alliance. Wherever a pillar of light was, there sat countless cultivators on the ground around it. All of their eyes were closed and they poured all of their cultivation and spiritual energy into this formation. The entire earth began to shake violently at the center of the four-sect alliance. This was the Heaven Cloud Mountain Range. Although it was covered in snow, the moment it began to shake, the snow started to fall off. Even giant chunks of ice cracked into pieces. Soon, the entire Heaven Cloud Mountain Range turned into a 10,000-foot-long black dragon. As the dragon raised its head, all of the snow and ice fell off of it and it stared at the Xueyu cultivators. On the head of the black dragon stood one person. Wang Lin knew this person. It was the large-eared cultivator, Zhou Wutai. The reason Zhou Wutai's status was so high in the Four-Sect Alliance was because he had the bloodline of the guardian dragon of the Four-Sect Alliance. Only he could successfully control the black dragon once the formation was active and use it to protect the country. The black dragon let out a roar as it raised its head. This roar spread across the entire Four-Sect Alliance. When the cultivators of the Four-Sect Alliance heard this roar, their morale increased. According to the plan, the moment the roar goes out, the final battle has begun. Countless cultivators came out from the four sects and joined in the battle against the cultivators of Xueyu. Wang Lin had a frown on his face as he hid inside the snow mountain. If Xueyu only had this much, then the Four-Sect Alliance would win for sure, but he still felt this strange sense of danger. He pondered for a bit, then his eyes lit up as his divine sense detected the earth spirit, its body releasing black smoke, flying toward this direction from Black Soul Sect. Behind the earth spirit was the young man with the brush, casually chasing behind it. Every time the brush in his hand moved, the earth spirit would tremble and the amount of black smoke around it would increase. When Wang Lin saw this, he didn't know what to do. After a while, he made a decision. He silently left the snow mountain and charged toward the earth spirit using his earth escape technique. He got closer and closer. 8,000 kilometers, 7,000 kilometers, 5,000 kilometers, 3,000 kilometers. When he was 3,000 kilometers away, Wang Lin's body suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was only 2,000 kilometers away. He immediately hit his forehead and spat out the black seal. The moment the seal appeared, it released a powerful killing intent as many soul fragments appeared around it as well. Wang Lin threw it up into the air until it disappeared from view. At the same time, Wang Lin took a deep breath and rapidly moved his hands. Many restrictions were shot from his hands into the surroundings. He then took out his restriction flag and shook it. The flag covered the area with black fog, but then it quickly disappeared. Just as he finished doing all of this, the Earth Spirit arrived. The Earth Spirit was messy right now. When it saw Wang Lin, it didn't pay him any attention. Although it was very weak right now with its late-stage soul formation cultivation, it could still kill a late-stage nascent soul cultivator at will. In its view, Wang Lin wasn't qualified to make it cautious. The moment it arrived, it waved its hand and a wave of earth power charged at Wang Lin. The moment that power touched him, he felt a sweetness in his throat as he coughed out blood. The nascent soul in his body shook and almost collapsed. The earth spirit frowned, but it didn't pause at all. Then, the blood Wang Lin coughed out turned into a blood mist and disappeared into the air. At the same time, a large amount of black fog appeared. Arms of restriction smoke shot out and surrounded the earth spirit. Shortly after, 8 black restriction rings appeared, forming a cage with the restriction flag to trap the earth spirit. Wang Lin immediately backed up. He knew that, with his cultivation level, he couldn't resist the earth spirit at all. But he didn't intend to fight it himself. He only had to hold the earth spirit here until the young man with the brush arrived. The battle would be over then. The earth spirit noticed Wang Lin's intention. It let out a roar and slammed into the restriction ring while completely ignoring the restriction smoke. In truth, the earth spirit wasn't being affected by the restriction smoke. The moment the smoke entered its body, it was like the earth spirit was devouring it. With the first slam, a large amount of black smoke disappeared and a crisp crackling sound came from within. Wang Lin's heart ached. He knew that cracks had appeared on the restriction flag. The Earth Spirit let out another roar. It didn't break through the first time, so it slammed into the cage again. This time, all of the black smoke was destroyed. Although the restriction flag remained intact, there were even more cracks on it now. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. The young man with the ink brush arrived right when the Earth Spirit was about to slam a third time. The young man's eyes were still closed as his hand moved with the brush. Although it looked slow, he moved it very quickly until it was pointed at the Earth Spirit. Suddenly, the Earth Spirit let out a miserable scream as even more black smoke burst from its body, weakening it severely. It revealed a stubborn gaze. Unwilling to give up, it was about to slam a third time. Wang Lin secretly sighed. He pointed his hand at the air and the black seal fell from the sky. The killing intent mixed with the soul fragment came down like the heavens collapsing. The Earth Spirit's face suddenly became very serious as its body turned into black mud. It attempted to wrap around the black seal. At that moment, the young man opened his eyes, which revealed a mysterious light. His hand moved again, causing a large amount of the black mud created by the Earth Spirit to disappear. The black seal's pressure smashed down on the Earth Spirit, causing it to let out a miserable scream as it turned back into human shape. However, the Earth Spirit was not half transparent. It was as if it would dissipate if the wind blew on it. The Earth Spirit revealed a look of despair as the young man raised his hand. He was about to wave the brush again. Wang Lin immediately charged into the restriction flag and pointed at his brow. A powerful suction force appeared and immediately sucked the Earth Spirit into Wang Lin's brow. Wang Lin didn't have time to check on it once it was absorbed into the heaven-defying bead. He sucked the black seal back and waved his hand to put the restriction flag back into his bag of holding. All of this was done very quickly. Afterwards, he didn't hesitate to shout, "Junior is a disciple of the White Cloud sect. My master is Qing Song." With that, his divine sense entered his bag of holding to control the old man's carving to release a sliver of the passing of time domain before turning around and leaving. The young man stared at Wang Lin with a cold gaze, but his hand didn't move. After a while, he turned around and left. Wang Lin flew for 10,000 kilometers while on guard before stopping. Only when he noticed that the young man wasn't chasing did he finally let out a sigh of relief. Wang Lin took a lot of risk to steal this Earth Spirit from someone else's grasp. He decided to not risk trying to get the other elemental spirits. It would be too dangerous. If he had made a single mistake, he would have died. Also, the damage to the restriction flag caused his heart to ache. Hidden inside a mountain of snow, Wang Lin checked the heaven-defying bead and found that the earth element was completely filled. Now he only needed wood and metal to complete the heaven-defying bead. Just at this moment, the ground shook and countless ice sculptures of snakes with human hands came out from the ground. These sculptures were the mysterious things Wang Lin found hidden more than 5,000 kilometers underground. One by one, the sculptures rose through the snow-covered ground. If one were to look from above, they would notice that these sculptures formed an image. This image looked exactly the same as the snakes with heads depicted on the ice sculptures. The ice sculptures began to shine as they all suddenly rose into the air. All of the ice sculptures in the entire four-sect alliance flew into the air at unimaginable speeds, and all of the rifts in the sky besides the one at the center disappeared. Shortly after, a powerful, dark blue aura came out of the rift at the center. Once the aura appeared, it quickly spread and surrounded the area 10,000 kilometers around it. Some of the four-sect alliance cultivators weren't able to dodge fast enough and were hit by this dark blue aura. They immediately froze and turned into ice sculptures. Even their nascent souls were completely frozen in place. This bizarre scene caused the surrounding four-sect alliance cultivators to be shocked. Next, the ice sculptures floating in the air melted. In a few short breaths, they had all melted completely. It was as if they were never there. When they disappeared, a powerful pressure came out of the rift at the center. A creature the size of a small mountain with a snake body slowly descended from the rift. The moment this creature appeared, the dark blue aura became even denser and spread out farther. No matter what it touched, everything would freeze into a block of ice. Wang Lin sucked in a breath of cold air and without a word left the mountain of snow. Not more than 3 breaths after he left, the blue aura swept by and turned the mountain of snow into an ice mountain. At this moment, the creature with the snake body had already descended halfway. Surprisingly, the upper half was that of a human. Wang Lin already expected that the creature would be the same as the ice sculptures. Although he had already notified Zhou Wutai of this matter, whether the 4-sect alliance did anything about it was not Wang Lin's concern. Wang Lin ran until the blue aura stopped spreading. Then he stopped and looked at the sky with a gloomy face. At this moment, Zhou Wutai, who was standing above the dragon's head, let out a cold snort. Suddenly, the black dragon under him flew into the air. It opened its mouth, which looked like it could devour the heavens, and charged toward the descending creature. The dark blue aura didn't have any effect on the black dragon. However, as the black dragon charged toward the creature, a cold voice came from inside the rift. Lord Messenger, Suzaku promised to help us once, so I'm asking you now to kill this black dragon. As those words came out, a woman in a white robe with long, flowing hair came out of the rift. This woman was very graceful. It didn't seem like there was even much coldness coming from her body, but her eyes revealed that she was a very determined person. The moment the woman appeared, everyone, even fools, could tell at a glance that the difference between her and the woman before was too great. It was like comparing the bright moon to a firefly. After this woman appeared, she waved her hand and 4 rays of light flew to her from 4 different directions. Those were the metal, wood, water, and fire elemental spirits. The woman's brow furrowed. There is one missing? Her master once told her that her 5 elemental spirits appeared when she was born to protect her forever. The 5 elemental spirits were not at the late stage of soul formation when they were formed. They grew alongside Red Butterfly. Whenever she made a breakthrough, the 5 elemental spirits did as well. The stronger Red Butterfly was, the stronger the 5 elemental spirits were. As for where the 5 elemental spirits came from, no one knew. In the end, Red Butterfly's master sacrificed her cultivation to obtain a hint. Red Butterfly had the 5 elemental spirit body. In her life, she will only have one trial. Once she passes that trial, she will gain the true 5 elemental spirit body and will never have a bottleneck. However, even though her master had used her cultivation as the price, she still wasn't able to predict what the trial would be. After a while, it was kind of put to the side, but there was a tiny part of everyone's hearts waiting for that trial. Just before this war, Red Butterfly's master suddenly had a vision. Using this chance, she was able to figure out a hint of her trial. That was why before the war, she told Red Butterfly to hand her 5 elemental spirits to her senior apprentice sister, so that her senior may lead Xueyu into battle against the 4-sect alliance. In truth, this all went as her master had planned. Using her senior as a replacement, Red Butterfly was able to dodge this trial. As a result, once her senior died, her trial would be over and her future path would be without obstacles. This was why she came out of the rift. But at this moment, when she found out that one of the 5 elemental spirits were missing, her heart suddenly felt that something was off and her expression became gloomy. There were 8 people standing behind her. Among the 8 people, 7 of them were dressed the same. There were males and females among the 7, and they were all very old because they were the 7 grand elders of Xueyu. Even after Red Butterfly enters Suzaku, these 7 will still follow her and act as her bodyguards. The last person was a middle-aged man that was wearing a black robe. This person's face was a pale yellow, making him look very sickly. He lazily nodded after hearing the woman speak, then took a step forward and immediately arrived between the black dragon and the snake creature. He looked at the black dragon and smiled. I don't have the right to kill this dragon, but I can remove the bloodline. With that, he waved his right hand, causing Zhou Wutai's body to shake and cough out a mouthful of blood. He felt the presence of a powerful force. This force made his body shoot into the distance like a meteor. The blood Zhou Wutai coughed out was condensed into a drop of purple blood in the middle-aged man's hand. Then he flicked the drop of blood into the brow of the black dragon. The black dragon let out a roar filled with sorrow. But alongside that sorrow there was a sense of liberation. The dragon looked at the ground. Then its whole body suddenly stopped moving as the soul of a dragon flew out and disappeared in the distance. The black dragon quickly turned back into a mountain after losing the dragon's soul and fell back to the ground. The black dragon no longer protected the four-sect alliance. The moment the mountain fell, the resulting sound was like the signal telling the four-sect alliance that they were doomed. The middle-aged man let out a sigh. He returned to the woman's side and continued to look sickly. Finally, the snake creature with the top half of a human fully descended from the rift. The woman in the white robe gently landed on the head of the snake creature. She pointed at the ground and the snake creature spat out dark blue aura. The moment this aura appeared, it began to spread like crazy. No matter who it was, if they touched this aura they would only manage to struggle a bit before turning into an ice statue. Soul formation cultivators were no exception. Wang Lin stared at the scene before him. His scalp went numb. Although he was very far from that woman, the speed of the dark blue aura was too great. Without a word, he put on the straw hat and escaped. He used his full speed to escape the dark blue aura. His destination was where Zhou Wutai was thrown. As the dark blue aura spread, the entire four-sect alliance was turned into a world of ice. The cultivators of the four-sect alliance flew out of their sects with looks of indignation on their faces. After glancing at their home, they all tried to leave. But how could the cultivators of Shui let them just leave like this? Wang Lin was very fast. He knew what the result would be the moment that sickly middle-aged man acted. Shui was going to cut the roots this time, so it would be very hard for the cultivators of the four-sect alliance to escape. Wang Lin took a deep breath. He no longer thought about this. Instead, he turned into an illusion as he flew even faster. He didn't dare to stop as the dark blue aura was very fearsome. Everything the aura touched was turned to ice. Wang Lin didn't believe he would survive by relying on luck. Before long, his divine sense noticed that 1,000 kilometers away, there was a hole in a mountain of snow. That was where Zhou Wutai had landed. Wang Lin's body disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already at the mountain of snow. He didn't hesitate at all as he entered the hole. The moment he entered, he saw Zhou Wutai. Zhou Wutai didn't die, he was only knocked unconscious. Wang Lin quickly took Zhou Wutai's bag of holding and left. He didn't dare to linger. Almost at the exact moment he left the snow mountain, the dark blue aura arrived. The entire mountain of snow turned into a mountain of ice. While Wang Lin was flying in the sky, he used his powerful divine sense to wipe off Zhou Wutai's divine sense from the bag of holding. He let out a smile when he found the rain cauldron inside it. Just as he put the bag away, his expression suddenly changed. He saw an ice tower with more than 80 floors appear before him. An old woman walked out of it. She shot Wang Lin a cold glance and raised her right hand. Wang Lin quickly backed up and pointed at his brow. The core tongue family members that were turned into devils by him flew out. As soon as these devils appeared, they jumped at the old woman. The old woman revealed a look of disdain as she flicked her finger. The devils were quickly surrounded by blue ice. Wang Lin clenched his teeth and thought, "Explode! Explode! Explode!" Suddenly, the devils exploded inside the blue ice and turned into a cloud of black smoke. Wang Lin's body never stopped. He used the black smoke to disappear from sight. When he reappeared, he was already more than 1,000 kilometers away. He quickly started to run again. At the same time, his right hand pointed at his brow once more. This time, he ordered every devil besides Su Ligo to explode. Only after a few seconds of escaping did Wang Lin feel that some of the devils had already exploded. Although the smoke was now thicker, the feeling of a needle at this back was still there. "You won't be able to escape." The old woman's gloomy voice came from behind him. The 80-plus floor ice tower charged out from the black smoke with the old woman sitting at the top. The expression on her face was dark. Wang Lin didn't turn around. He slapped his bag of holding and a cloud of black smoke appeared. The black smoke condensed into a nascent soul puppet. Wang Lin suddenly turned around as his hand formed a seal and red lightning shot out from his eyes. The red lightning entered the puppet as he shouted, "Go!" Suddenly, the puppet charged at the old woman as if it was crazy. The old woman stood still at the top of the ice tower. The look of contempt in her eyes became even stronger. She reached out and grabbed. Suddenly, the ice and snow on the ground flew up and blocked the puppet. As Wang Lin ran away, his eyes became cold as he thought, "Explode!" A flash of red appeared in the puppet's eyes. As the ice and snow closed in on it, it exploded. The explosion of a nascent soul puppet at full power was very scary. Under the control of the puppet, the energy of that explosion didn't spread in all directions. Instead, it was directed at the old woman. At the same time, in the middle of the explosion, a bolt of red lightning charged toward the old woman. This red lightning was Wang Lin's G realm. Although its effect on soul formation cultivators wasn't large, it was still enough to shock their consciousness. The old woman didn't care too much about the red lightning, but she slightly frowned at the explosion of the nascent soul puppet. She put her hand on the ice tower, making rays of white light shoot out from all the windows. These rays of white light condensed around the old woman, forming an ice shield 10 feet thick. However, the old woman would never have thought that the red lightning would just go through the ice shield as if it weren't even there. Her expression changed as she moved her hand to block it, but the red lightning suddenly entered her body through her arm. The red lightning charged directly through her body and into her consciousness, causing her vision to become hazy. This only lasted for a few short moments before she returned to normal, but now there was a sliver of dread in her eyes. This sliver of confusion caused the ice shield around her to weaken. Without the old woman's control, the ice shield absorbed some damage, which caused it to collapse. The rest of the explosion hit the old woman directly. It was also at this moment that the old woman regained her senses. She let out a cold snort and her white robe puffed up. With some popping sounds, the explosion of the puppet was stopped by the mysterious formation on her white robe. Once the smoke disappeared, the old woman sucked in a breath of cold air. She returned to her ice tower without a word and was about to leave. But it was too late. Earlier, when Wang Lin took out the puppet, he made a decision. Right now, he was at the point of life and death. The old woman was clearly not an early-stage soul formation cultivator. She was very likely at the peak of the mid-stage. This old woman's techniques must contain her domain, so if he were to get caught, it would be too dangerous. The gap between their cultivation levels was too large, so even if he ran, he wasn't any faster. Wang Lin's eyes became decisive as he made a decision. He had to finish this quickly, or else once the other Shueyu cultivators arrive, it will be very hard to escape. He had to take victory as quickly as possible before the old woman considered him a threat. Wang Lin didn't hesitate at all. The moment he threw out the nascent soul puppet, he took a deep breath and a thin thread slowly came out of his hand. The sliver of divine retribution. In addition to this, he could also hide inside the heaven-defying bead. However, that was his last resort because he would rather use this sliver of divine retribution than allow the old woman to see the heaven-defying bead. The heaven-defying bead was his most well-kept secret and shouldn't be exposed. But if he didn't have this sliver of divine retribution, he would have no choice but to enter the heaven-defying bead. Wang Lin used the moment the old woman was dazed by the G realm to activate the sliver of divine retribution. This sliver of divine retribution was Wang Lin's ace that had helped him survive many crises. But in order to live, he still used it today. It wasn't that he didn't consider using it to threaten her. It was because there were many Shueyu cultivators here. He could threaten her, but once she leaves and brings back more cultivators, he would be in a very dangerous situation. So the ideal situation was to kill her with the sliver of divine retribution before she even realized it. Although he felt a bit heartbroken when using it, Wang Lin was not an indecisive person. The sliver of divine retribution disappeared and red clouds appeared in the sky. These clouds appeared very mysteriously. In almost an instant, the red clouds covered the sky. As for the dark blue aura, it really couldn't compare to the red cloud. The dark blue aura moved out of the way of the red clouds as if it didn't dare to block their path. This was the scene the old woman saw once she recovered from Wang Lin's attack. She didn't immediately recognize what this was. But the moment she saw the red clouds, she felt fear, so she didn't hesitate to hide inside the ice tower. At this moment, the white-robed red butterfly looked at the red clouds with a curious gaze. The sickly middle-aged man behind her suddenly became very alert. His sickly look completely disappeared as he stared at the red clouds. He didn't say a word. He completely ditched his job of protecting Red Butterfly to go to the red clouds. Wang Lin's face was pale and his right hand trembled as he watched the old woman escape to the ice tower. His eyes lit up as he controlled the red clouds and pointed at the ice tower. Suddenly, a bolt of red lightning appeared in the red clouds. This red lightning was unbelievably fast. At almost the exact same moment it appeared, it landed on the ice tower. That sliver of red lightning seemed to have triggered the rest of the clouds. Sounds of friction could be heard inside the clouds as red lightning gathered to form a bolt of purple lightning that was as thick as an arm before crashing down from the sky. The old woman was about to dodge inside the ice tower when she realized that her surroundings were locked down by a destructive force, making her unable to move. A look of despair appeared on her face. She never would have expected to attract divine retribution when she went to chase a mere nascent soul junior. No matter how dumb she was, she realized that this was the mythical divine retribution. The purple divine retribution smashed down on the ice tower. The ice tower and the old woman disappeared without a trace. It was as if they had never existed. Wang Lin took a deep breath and directed another regrettable look at the divine retribution. But he knew that this was not the time to linger, so he turned around and escaped. But after moving just 100 feet, he noticed a powerful divine sense sweep by him. At that moment, the straw hat on his head glowed and that divine sense quickly retreated. Suddenly, hot energy emanated from the straw head and entered his head. It showed the image of the middle-aged man who destroyed the dragon rapidly approaching. Wang Lin was terrified and had no time to be amazed at the straw hat's ability. He quickly pointed his finger at his brow and disappeared into the heaven-defying beads space. After the purple divine retribution lightning destroyed the ice tower and old woman, it began to dissipate slowly. The red clouds in the sky also began to disperse, but just at this moment, the middle-aged man from Suzaku arrived. His eyes looked crazed as he stared at the red cloud. Then he let out a roar and an unimaginable aura spread from his body. Suddenly, the dissipating red cloud began to move again. It was as if it were trying to condense once more. However, without that sliver of divine retribution to guide it, the red cloud could no longer condense again. The middle-aged man was extremely worried about the red cloud. He knew that this was an extremely rare chance for him. If he were to miss this chance, he didn't know if he would ever encounter something this good in his life again. However, the red clouds could no longer condense and he could only watch as they dissipated. It was like seeing a mountain of gold and silver before you, but as you reached out to grab it, you noticed that there was an uncrossable gap between it and you. Anxious, the middle-aged man bit his finger and drew blood symbols. The symbols flew out one by one into the red clouds. Gradually, more and more blood symbols entered the red clouds. Finally, the speed at which the red cloud was dissipating seemed to slow down. The middle-aged man relaxed for a moment before his face became ugly again. The red clouds were already very weak and about to disappear, but they were stabilized by the blood symbols. However, the dark blue aura suddenly rushed in as it was now stronger and sped up the dissipation of the red clouds. Seeing the red clouds quickly dissipate until there was only one left, the middle-aged man let out an angry roar as he charged into the middle of it. The moment his body entered the red cloud, bolts of purple lightning entered his body. He felt pain, but was also very comfortable as the lightning struck him. However, this only lasted for a very short period of time as the red cloud quickly dissipated. The middle-aged man stared dumbfoundedly at the sky, his face very gloomy. Earlier, when his divine sense swept by, he only found the ice tower and a golden glow. The glow caused his divine sense to feel pain, so he pulled back. Afterward, he couldn't feel that golden glow anymore. After pondering for a bit, he clasped his hands and shouted, "Fellow cultivator who attracted the divine retribution, I am Oji from Suzaku. I would like to ask fellow cultivator to attract the divine retribution again. I will reward you handsomely. After a long time and still no response, the middle-aged man let out a sigh. He reached out and grabbed the air. There was a scream as a giant arm covered in blue aura flew toward him. The arm landed in his hand and then turned to dust. The snake creature only had one arm left. Red Butterfly's expression was calm, but there was a hidden trace of anger. The middle-aged man let out a cold snort and slowly said, "If it wasn't for this damn beast ruining my fortune, then I would have been able to complete my technique today. I'm already very generous in taking only one arm." Red Butterfly, remember this well. Red Butterfly didn't speak. The 7 behind her only dared to be silently angry. They didn't utter a word. The middle-aged man moved. When he reappeared, he was behind Red Butterfly. He once again looked very sickly. Almost all of the cultivators of the 4-sect alliance died in the year after the battle. Only a few were lucky enough to remain hidden in the new Xueyu. Time slowly passed. After living here for a year, Red Butterfly followed the middle-aged man to Suzaku. As for the Rain Cauldron, no matter how much the cultivators of Xueyu searched, they couldn't find it. They believed that it was in the hands of the surviving 4-sect alliance cultivators. After Xueyu took over the country, massive amounts of mortals from the original Xueyu migrated over. Snow continued to fall, causing the new Xueyu to be forever cold. One by one, ice towers unique to Xueyu appeared. After 3 years, this land completely belonged to Xueyu. Time quickly passed. 5 years later, at a place 30,000 kilometers from the boundary of Xueyu, a rainbow-colored light gradually condensed. It was Wang Lin. The heaven-defying bead had undergone a mysterious change after absorbing the earth spirit. Before, it would have been impossible for him to stay inside for 5 years. But after the earth element was completed, the amount of time Wang Lin could spend inside was far longer than before. A big change was that the heaven-defying space now had some spiritual energy inside. There was none in there before. This spiritual energy was much more pure than the spiritual energy outside. Although Wang Lin had never felt celestial spiritual energy, he felt that the spiritual energy inside the bead was a bit less pure than celestial spiritual energy. In addition to all of this, the most important change was that all of the small light sources inside the heaven-defying bead had gathered together and formed 5 large masses of light in the sky. Among the 5 masses of light, 3 of them are glowing brightly, 1 of them was only glowing slightly, and the last one was very dim, without any color. Wang Lin had spent the years inside the heaven-defying bead observing the masses of light. With his perception, he realized that these 5 masses of light were related to the elements. It was very likely that these 5 masses of light were made of the elemental energy gathered by the heaven-defying bead. The 3 brightly glowing ones were the water, earth, and fire elements. The half-glowing one was the wood element. As for the completely dim light, it was the metal element. In the years Wang Lin had spent observing the heaven-defying bead, he got a very mysterious feeling from the lights. It was as if they were alive. If someone whose cultivation level was higher than Wang Lin's was inside the bead, they would have a hard time noticing this. Wang Lin was able to notice this while he was cultivating his own life and death domain. During a moment of enlightenment, he was able to detect life inside the masses of light. This discovery suddenly increased his interest in the masses of light. Situ Nen once said that the appearance of the heaven-defying bead caused all of the top cultivators in Suzaku and even cultivators from other planets to come and fight for it. After losing his body, his nascent soul escaped into the heaven-defying bead and barely survived. After a series of events, he was able to escape those cultivators. After many years, the bead ended up inside the stomach of a bird and then found by Wang Lin. Wang Lin has had this heaven-defying bead for more than 400 years, but he still hadn't managed to figure out its true function. In his view, this bead could only alter time to a certain degree and could change normal water to one with spiritual energy. These abilities were very useful for cultivators below the soul formation stage, but they weren't all that useful to soul formation and above cultivators. After all, for cultivators past the soul formation stage, The spiritual energy in the mortal world is no longer pure enough to cultivate with. Only celestial spiritual energy can be used, so this spiritual energy of the mortal world really wasn't that attractive to them. Making water with spiritual energy and time-altering were somewhat useful, but with just these abilities, it didn't seem right for the top cultivators of Suzaku and other planets to come and fight for the bead. Wang Lin believed that this heaven-defying bead definitely had to have other uses. Why else would all those powerful cultivators fight over it? Situ Nan had said before that after years of studying, he believed that the heaven-defying bead would only show its true nature once the 5 elements were complete. Maybe at that point it will finally reveal a bit of its power. Wang Lin's interest for the true power of the heaven-defying bead not only didn't diminish with time, but he became even more interested. He even had a hope that the 5 masses of light would become like the 5 elemental spirits the white-robed woman had. Of course, this was all just speculation. Wang Lin stood in the new Shuiyu and let out a sigh. Aside from studying the 5 masses of light, the rest of his time was spent cultivating his life and death domain. He had spent more than 10 years inside the heaven-defying bead, but for some reason, when he was cultivating his life and death domain, the time-altering power of the heaven-defying space had lost its use. 5 years had passed outside. No matter how much time would pass inside the bead, it was still 5 years to his domain. This point puzzled Wang Lin greatly. At this moment, Wang Lin felt his own cultivation level. He would only need to cultivate his domain for 4 more years before he finally reaches the soul formation stage. Wang Lin believed that once he reaches the soul formation stage, if he were to meet that mid-stage soul formation old woman, he will be able to put up a fight even without the divine retribution. Wang Lin was forced to leave the heaven-defying bead space. Even with all the changes, 5 years was the limit. For a while, Wang Lin won't be able to stay inside for that long. Wang Lin let out a sigh. Instead of flying, he slowly walked forward. He put the straw hat away and slowly walked on an ice field. The snow raged and the cold air tried to invade his body every time he took a deep breath. After a long time, he saw an ice city in the distance. In the center of the city was a 30-plus floor ice tower with a bead that emitted a mysterious light. The land under his feet now belonged to the new Shuiyu, so he really didn't have any right to intervene in this matter. He only wanted to find a quiet place to spend the next 4 years to reach the soul formation stage. When Wang Lin arrived in the ice city, he looked no different from a mortal. Shuiyu also had mortals. After they had migrated to the new land, they built new cities with the help of the cultivators. Wang Lin silently appeared inside the city. As he looked at all the ice houses, he couldn't help but feel like he was in a foreign place. There weren't many people walking around outside, and there weren't many inns or restaurants. The most common sight in the city were ice sculpture shops. Outside almost every house there was someone carving a giant block of ice with a chisel, creating very rough ice sculptures. There was something strange about these people. Along the way, no one talked at all. They were all either hurrying to somewhere or focused on carving the ice. Also, whenever an ice sculpture was completed, all of the nearby mortals would help move it to the ice tower. After leaving the ice sculptures there, someone from the tower would come out to accept it. Wang Lin pondered a little. His appearance seemed a bit out of place, so others were already taking notice of him. He let out a sigh and turned to leave. Once he reached a secluded area, he disappeared. In the blink of an eye, 1 year passed. During this year, Wang Lin had traveled all over Shuiyu and had entered almost every city. People no longer paid much attention to him as he started dressing like other Shuiyu mortals after going into the first city. He was now wearing clothes made out of animal fur and a fizzled animal hat. Wang Lin learned a lot about Shuiyu during his 1 year here. The mortals of Shuiyu existed only to create ice sculpture for cultivators. They created ice sculptures to exchange for what they needed to live. There were no royal families or anything similar to them in Shuiyu. Instead, each city belonged to a powerful cultivator. Wang Lin had figured out what the use for those ice sculptures in this past year. The cultivators would take them, place a formation on them, and then use a special technique to bring them to life, making them into something like a puppet. This method was very mysterious. It required the use of the core essence of the Shuiyu cultivators. Wang Lin had studied it for a long time and still wasn't able to learn anything. As for the ice sculptures themselves, a large amount of them were sold to other countries. Their prices varied depending on the cultivation level the ice sculptures displayed. The most expensive ice sculptures were nascent soul level. Wang Lin had only seen a few being made in all the cities he had visited. The failure rate to make one was extremely high. As for soul formation ice sculptures, Wang Lin still hadn't found a city that could produce one. Those types of puppets were probably very hard to produce or even impossible. If they could easily make them, then the power of the Xueyu cultivators would reach an unimaginable level. In this year, Wang Lin had witnessed 3 occasions where a large number of ice sculptures was bought by another rank 4 country. These ice sculptures required a large amount of materials to make, but they were the foundation of Xueyu's infrastructure, so no expenses were spared. In addition to all of this, there was large amount of mortals starting to mine at the spirit veins in this land. It can be said that the mortals were slaves as everything they did was to serve the cultivators. What baffled Wang Lin the most was that the mortals felt proud doing this. They weren't rejecting this type of treatment. Even if they were being overworked, there were no complaints. Wang Lin had come to a conclusion after spending a year here. Xueyu was a very strange country. There was one more thing that shocked Wang Lin. All of the mortals carried a small ice sculpture with them. These ice sculptures were connected to the most powerful cultivator in their respective cities. No matter how tired they were or even if they were dying, every morning and evening they would take out the small ice sculpture to pray. They would kneel on the ground with complete devotion. All of these unbelievable things caused Wang Lin to have a very strange feeling about Xueyu. This country, much like the snow and ice covering it, had no signs of vigor or life. The sky was the same as well. There was this dull feeling everywhere he went. After a year of traveling, Wang Lin picked a small city. Although he didn't like this city, the ice sculpture technique had really caught his attention. Wang Lin made wood carvings, so if he could learn this technique and use it on wood carvings, he would have another weapon. In addition to this, there was another important reason that made Wang Lin not want to leave this place. The mortals here had no life in them, which was a very strange thing. Wang Lin believed that he would gain a better understanding of death here. Wang Lin settled down in a small city near the northern border of Xueyu. There weren't many people in this city and the cultivator controlling it was at the late stage of core formation. This cultivator disappeared without a trace 2 nights after Wang Lin arrived. However, no one but Wang Lin knew of his disappearance. On the 3rd day, Wang Lin disguised himself as this person and walked out of the ice tower that only had 11 floors. Wang Lin had already used his power as a soul devourer to steal all the memories of this late-stage core formation cultivator. Instead of killing him, he took control of him and locked him inside a formation, in case he becomes useful later on. Originally, with this cultivator's cultivation level, he wouldn't have the right to own an ice tower, but his uncle had some power in Xueyu, so he was assigned this small town and an ice tower. Through this person's memories, Wang Lin learned that the genius of Xueyu was named Red Butterfly, and that she had left with a cultivator of Suzaku a few years ago. Along with the 7 Grand Elders that left, 13 more cultivators who were even older than the Grand Elders had gone as well. They went to Suzaku to accept the empowerment ceremony. The request Red Butterfly had for joining Suzaku was to make Xueyu a rank 5 cultivation country, and to give them a new home. The second request had been completed. Now there was only the first one remaining. All of the cultivators in Xueyu knew a bit about this, but because of this cultivator's uncle, he knew even more than usual. For a rank 4 cultivation country to rise up to rank 5, a cultivator in that country would have to reach the soul transformation stage. The empowerment ceremony was a very powerful and heaven-defying technique. Everyone only had one shot at it with a very high chance to fail. However, if it succeeded, then that person would reach the soul transformation stage. The only downside was that no matter how much life that person had, they would only have 100 years left to live. Also, that person's cultivation level will be forever stuck at the early stage of soul transformation. There was no way to change this. They will only have 100 years to live, and once that passes, they will die. As a result, this was also a chance for those who were stuck at late stage of soul formation. After all, they didn't have much life left, so it was worth a shot. As long as one of the 13 people were successful, Suzaku would give Shuiyu the privileges of a rank 5 cultivation country for 100 years. During those 100 years, one of the 7 grand elders that followed Red Butterfly will reach the soul transformation stage, thus solidifying their position as a rank 5 cultivation country. This was something Suzaku had promised Red Butterfly. The 4 surrounding rank 4 cultivation countries had all accepted their fates and were ready to become subjects of Shuiyu. These were rules left by the Cultivation Union rather than Suzaku. Any country can rebel, but they can't change anything as the price of rebellion is to be wiped out. Wang Lin walked out of the ice tower and saw 2 Foundation establishment cultivators outside. One was male and the other female. The moment they saw Wang Lin, they knelt down and paid their respects to their teacher. Wang Lin silently nodded. Wang Lin knew that this person has 3 disciples and that this small beauty was the youngest. She was also the most spoiled and had a secret relationship with the cultivator Wang Lin was disguised as. This type of thing was very rare between masters and disciples in other cultivation countries. Even if it were to happen, it would be a well-kept secret. But in this incredible country, it was a very common thing. According to this cultivator's memories, there were many other cultivators in Shuiyu who had relationships with their disciples. These types of thing had become so common that no one looked down on people who did it. This cultivator had once even complained that if Red Butterfly wasn't so blessed by the heavens, she would have had to serve her master as well. Wang Lin could only bitterly smile at this matter. It caused his opinion of Shuiyu become even worse. As for the male disciple, although he looked old, he was the second oldest. He showed respect to his master on the surface, but he really hated his master's relationship with his junior apprentice sister. Wang Lin obtained all of this information from the core formation cultivator, who originally planned to send this male disciple away so he won't be such an eyesore. With a hand behind his back and a very neutral voice, Wang Lin slowly asked, "Have any new ice embryos arrived?" Ice embryos were what the Shuiyu cultivators called the ice sculptures. The second disciple quickly answered, "Master, 2 of them just arrived." Wang Lin gently nodded and said, "Take them out and let me see if the 2 of you have improved your technique." Wang Lin obtained a very detailed description of the method from the cultivator's memories. From his point of view, this technique was related to the core of Shuiyu cultivators and was very intricate. In addition to spiritual energy, Shuiyu cultivators also absorb cold energy from the snow when they cultivate. This cold energy is something they must absorb because it allows them to leave their bodies to form ice giants when they reach the nascent soul stage. However, this technique has levels and is not easy to obtain. The cultivator Wang Lin captured only had the first 4 levels, and that's only because he had learned it secretly. The second disciple quickly nodded and took out 2 3-feet-tall ice sculptures from his bag of holding. The 2 sculptures were of a creature with the body of a bird and head of a human. It looked very ferocious. After a year of traveling, Wang Lin knew that this was an ice sculpture of one of Shuiyu's guardian creatures, the snow fairy. The second disciple focused his gaze and cultivated for a bit. Then his left hand formed multiple seals until a ball of black blood formed. He pointed at the ball of blood and broke off a sliver of it. He then pushed the sliver into the ice sculpture. Suddenly, black smoke spewed from his finger and entered the ice sculpture, creating a mark that looked like a vein. The second disciple's forehead was covered in sweat. He took a deep breath, picked out another sliver of blood, and pushed it into the ice sculpture. Suddenly, a second vein appeared in the ice sculpture. At this point, the ball of blood on the second disciple's hand silently disappeared. His face was pale as he quickly sat down to cultivate. Wang Lin's expression was calm, but he secretly managed to find out a bit more about the technique. According to the memories of the cultivator, the requirement to complete the first step was to put 9 blood veins in the snow fairy. Just as he was thinking this, the female disciple walked up to him. She looked at him with her pretty eyes and whispered, "Master, you haven't answered my question from a few days ago. So disciples' cultivation is having problems. Please come and instruct me tonight." Wang Lin was still considering the blood vein, so he casually nodded and said, "Speak. What issue?" The female disciple was suddenly startled and looked around. Her face became red as she charmingly asked, "Talk about it here?" Wang Lin nodded, but he suddenly remembered something from the cultivator's memories. There was another meaning to this disciple's question. Thinking about this, Wang Lin was about to speak, but the female disciple's face became even more red and her clothes suddenly fell off, revealing half of her body. Wang Lin's brows furrowed. He waved his sleeves and the woman's clothes went back on her body. He then looked at her with a very cold gaze. The female disciple felt a cold pressure around her. Her expression immediately changed and she knelt on the ground in fear. After a long time, she carefully stood up. She was very afraid because she didn't know what she had done to anger her master. At this moment, the second disciple finished cultivating. He looked at the female disciple but didn't say anything. His hand moved again to form another ball of blood and began forming the blood veins once more. The second disciple had taken several hours to barely complete 9 blood veins. Most of this time was spent cultivating to adjust his body. It was clear that producing this ice sculpture took a toll on him. When the ice sculpture was finished, the second disciple took a deep breath, knelt down before the ice sculpture, and began to mutter a prayer. Then he stood up, clenched his teeth, and pointed at the gathering point of the 9 blood veins. After a bang, the second disciple coughed out blood and was sent flying more than 10 feet away. As for the ice sculpture, the 9 blood veins moved like snakes. Then 2 of the blood veins touched and the ice sculpture exploded into pieces of ice. The second disciple's face was pale, and he shamefully said, "Disciple has failed again." Wang Lin didn't bother with the disciple but stared at the ice sculpture. He searched the cultivator's memories for the key part of producing the ice sculptures. Just at this moment, Wang Lin noticed something. He looked up and saw a sword quickly flying toward this direction.